All right, I believe we're live by now. How's it going, Barry?
Fine.
How's it going, Peter?
Fine.
We're all feeling sad because we're not in Dallas. At least I am anyway.
Well, I was doing good until I started seeing people sharing their Facebook history of the last time I was at BGG Con, which wasn't last year because we didn't go to BGG last year, but the 2018 show. And I'm seeing the pictures of Hard 8 and all the people that I worked with, the demo staff and stuff, taking pictures of like the battling tops game and stuff. And then I'm like, oh man, like that's when it hit me. I'm like, I used to love BGG Con, and so much has changed. Even before the pandemic, like they battling tops doesn't happen anymore, and
So
my company.
I want to get through two things really quick, and I apologize. But I think tonight we should just talk about some of our favorite BGG Con memories, right? Just talk about BGG Con and just maybe just kind of reminisce a little bit.
Yeah,
when it ended.
Yeah. But no, I want to say a couple things. One, get the commercial out of the way. I know there's a lot of people that watch this. I mean, we do get like upwards to 750 views on these things after the fact. I realize
And I'm the high one. Man.
Yeah. Hey, I got the stats, baby. And I know a lot of that is people who tune in and listen to it and listen to like an hour, and then they come back to it and listen to it again. And each one of those counts as a view, right? I get how that works, but
actually, I click on it and off of it 653 times. So
all right, well that works. So
that adds
anyway,
up. Yeah,
that adds up.
I know there's a lot of you out there. I'm not gonna beg. I'm not gonna plead, but I've never run a Kickstarter to support my channel. I've never had a Patreon. But if you can go to the Wanderer's Guide and you pledge for the book, it's like $35. And if you live in the US, it's really, really cheap shipping, like because it's a book, right? So we get to ship it cheap. One, you'll be supporting the channel. Two, you'll get an awesome RPG book. And three, you'll get something that I wrote. So if you can take the time to do that, I'd really appreciate it. And thank you very much. Other than that, the only other really like newsworthy thing is that we have if you missed out on the campaign trail Kickstarter from Grey Fox Games, we are working on the pledge manager right now, and we are hoping to launch that maybe as early as Monday next week. So yeah, I mean, just if you missed out, you can definitely get that. So but that's it. If any, do either of you have anything newsworthy or commercial worthy that you want to use?
The only thing that we really talked about this week was we kind of spoiled that we have a new Kickstarter coming soon. We didn't give a date. That includes a Scooby-Doo mystery game, a Warner Brothers and Teen Titans Go games, all individual games, but they'll be bundled in a 1, 2, or 3 pack on Kickstarter. And awesome. We haven't announced the release date yet, but we've got those properties, and we're going to be putting out games and expansions for these lines moving forward. So.
Chloe should be in here. Where's Chloe?
He is here.
I am here.
He has. Oh my God! I almost didn't recognize him. I was like, who from the Flock of Seagulls is showing up to the show?
It's the Flock of Seagulls, baby.
Look, that hair. You got trim finally. Thank goodness.
I did, because we're about to go into lockdown again.
Oh, are you kidding? Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I probably should do it too soon, because even though we're in the South, we'll be last ones to lock back down, but it's going to happen. So
yeah, we're coming soon, I think.
It's inevitable. January or February, it's going to be. So not to get political, but
oh no, it's going to be sooner than that. Not to get political. But I have news. Lance, who won today in our Reavers of Midgard game?
Oh. It's the fact that I can see Chris's teeth and I can't see Lance's teeth means Chris probably won. I'm going to bet he kicked your ass too, because he really seems to be enjoying this. Was it an ass kicking?
No, I finished like second to his. Like he beat me by like 15 points. So.
He muted me.
He does that a lot.
No, it was a good game. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, I feel like every time we do the kind of play through the live stream for the games, Lance is like, oh well, as the reigning champion.
Oh yeah, I've heard that before.
Mm-hmm. Well, so I was part of this online thing, this like basically this Twitch podcast that are good friends with Queen Games. Travis over at Queen Games asked me if I'd be willing to be in their little game show, and like I did the first one. It was against Rob Rouse, Blue Peg Pink Peg, and I crushed him. It's kind of like a mixture of Jeopardy and Family Feud, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Listicuffs thing. I've seen it.
Yeah. So I crushed Rob Rouse to start off with 3-0, and then David Wainwright from Man vs. Meeple, I crushed him 3-0, and it was me and Kevin Delp from Tantrum House in the finals. And so the first category, crushed it. I was riding high. The second category was, and Scott Alden should have been there because it was the 12 different types of food in the game Feast for Odin, a game that I've played twice at BGG Con in 2017 when Scott made me play it twice because it had just gotten released.
Uh-huh.
So you nailed all of them, right?
Oh yeah, and I was just like, And the thing was, it was like Kevin had never played the game, so we were just guessing, and I guessed venison as one of the meats. It's like because Kevin guessed meat, and then they said be more specific, and he said cow meat, and I said, isn't that just beef? But anyway, he said cow meat, and then they said so I was like, okay. I was trying to think of meat that Vikings would have, right? And I was
Bear meat, venison.
well, yeah, well, no, I said venison, right? And then they said, not wrong, and not right. I was like, well, what the heck? And so we ended up both Kevin and I ended up bottoming out. It's like, it's weird how they do it, but basically neither of us got to win the category. And also I guessed beer, and they said, and then they had this weird pause, and I realized I was gaming the game. They're like, no, sorry, that's not right.
Ale, right?
Well, no, and I guessed ale again, and they said that was wrong. It was mead.
Mead, yeah.
Yeah. So, but anyway, but once yeah.
Or were they saying
no,
for venison caribou or something?
No. I thought it was like reindeer or something they were going to throw at me or whatever.
Yeah.
But no, it was
elk.
It was game meat.
Game meat.
Yeah, just like I was like, you got to be kidding me. And like salted meat was on there, and also whale meat was on there.
Ooh.
Delicious ambrosia.
Yeah. No.
Sorry,
But no, and then but then we did
That's
that
great.
one, and then we had, I forget what the other, I think it was it was top 12 highly ranked Roland rights, and we crushed that one. He and I boom went back and forth. We got all of them right. So we tied it. And then so I was up, and then we got down to basically 2 categories left, and I won because it was Walt Disney Disney animated movies released after 1950. And Kevin was Kevin's like about 12 years younger than I am. So like he did not have a lot of like the knowledge of those older movies that I did. And so he got three strikes pretty quickly. But Kevin was a gamer. And man, he had me on the ropes.
Oh, I know. He's in my weekly game group, so I'm well aware.
Yeah. So no, they said, well, Lance, you're the first ever or whatever Listicuffs champion or something. And I was just like, oh, I'd like to announce my retirement from Listicuffs as undefeated champion. I said, I'll be happy to come back, as an exhibition type of situation, not nothing that would actually truly affect my win-loss record, but
you will pry this belt from my cold dead fingers.
Pretty much. There you go. So there's that. But anyway, so like we were talking about BGG Con. Now I'm just gonna say, and I'm gonna let somebody else talk. First time ever. I'm gonna let somebody else talk.
Thanks for saying that for me.
Yeah.
I didn't have to say a word.
But I will say,
Can't even let me say that now.
We don't even have to beat him up. He does it himself.
No, I'll say
We
this.
trained him, Pete.
Yep, I agree.
So BGG Con, and I realize that some people like, so BGG Con for me was the last like real gaming convention I was at. Now, technically, I think PAX Unplugged was after it, but I didn't attend that one. And I guess I went to Gamma, but Gamma really isn't.
It's a trade show. That's not a convention.
It's a trade show. It's totally a trade show. So for me, it was totally BGG Con 2019 was the last convention that I was at. And I still remember, I think the first BGG Con I went to was 5 or 6 years ago. Scott Alden was kind enough to invite me, and he had me on as a guest of the show. So he paid for my flight and he gave me a hotel room. And it was absolutely fantastic.
It was 15.
What?
It was 2015.
Yeah, that's like, because I met you, Barry. I mean, I remember
It was my first time there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mine
So,
too.
yeah.
2015, 16, 17, and 18. Those are the years I've gone.
So it was, I mean, I remember I went and it was just, I mean, a lot of people say, oh, it's one of my favorite conventions. I can't think of a single convention that's better than BGG Con. It is just the absolute best convention. It is the people that run it. I mean, this isn't me kissing Scotty's butt here, but the people that run that convention are completely top of the line. They are focused on the experience for the attendee first. It is about playing games. It is about seeing friends. You are in Dallas and you are within a half hour of great food in any number of places. Yeah, I am supremely lucky that and as we all are in here. I mean, like, Scott's a friend, right? And so like there are numerous times where Scott's like, "Hey, jump in the car. We're heading to this really cool restaurant. You should really go there and eat." And and it's just like, so and it doesn't hurt that like Dallas is like a really cool place. Plus the whole thing is that, I mean, we make fun of who isn't missing the glasscock room, honestly? I mean, it's just like, I saw the pictures of the glasscock. I was like, oh, there's like glasscock, and but I mean, the thing about it is that it is a week basically, because I would almost always get there Tuesday in the afternoon. Everything about it for me is absolutely perfect. It is. I get on a plane and it flies me directly to Dallas, no stops, from Fargo to Dallas on American Airlines. So I don't have to make any connections. It's like literally throw my bag up above the seat, sit down, and I'm gone. I'm going to be in Dallas. And then I get there, I get out, and immediately, like, I'll run into a dozen of my friends at the airport right then and there. And then you get to the hotel, you get situated, you're already getting amped up, you're getting antsy, you want to head downstairs, you find Keith, you sit down and you start playing your first game. And that's how it works. And it just sucks that we're not doing it. So
if I can say something, so I've been to BGG Con a couple times, obviously not nearly as many times as you guys have had, but like I've been to a bunch of other different cons, and the thing that really stood out to me for BGG Con was that in every single other con, the main attraction is the exhibitor hall. And in BGG Con,
not even
it's the players hall.
It's the play hall.
Good luck finding the exhibitors hall.
As a matter of fact, the people go to the exhibitors hall to take a break from playing games,
right?
not the other way around, where you go play games and take a break from shopping.
Is just this freaking, like, not a closet, but it's like, it is off,
And it's not to say that the exhibitor hall is bad. It's just that BGG Con traditionally isn't a con where a lot of new stuff releases. Yeah. Everything's already released from Gen Con in essence. So the hardcore gamers, which is a lot of the BGG crowd, have already got the games. Now they're just there to play them. And there's a few new releases. Some companies hold off and have a few games that release in November that are still fresh and hot. You got to go in and grab them real quick. But traditionally, like, all the big boys have released already. So you're just there to play and have fun and just enjoy gaming before the holidays, and that's
Yeah, no,
what
and
makes
that's
it
what
special.
I thought was awesome. Like it was like I was when we did Twilight of the Gods, you know, it's like I'm on the floor from what, like 9 in the morning until freaking 7 or 8 or 9 at night, and then afterwards it's like, hey, you want to go play some games like in the main hall? I'm like, yeah, I do want to go play some games in the main hall.
BGG is great for that, but BGG had a flair that other conventions don't have. Like, it wasn't always just about board gaming either. I mean, they had the whole cool computer simulation Star Trek bridge thing in the one room. They had the Battling Tops dress up wrestling fest that would happen on the Saturday night of BGG Con. They did so many other unique things that weren't just sitting down playing board games that it just made it extremely awesome to be a part of.
Yeah, no, I say this in the most loving way, but it was a bunch of sweaty nerds in a basement. Just playing games.
Just a big ass basement. With
yeah,
3,
no, that's literally what it was. It was just a big ass basement.
Yeah. The trip to Hard 8 on the Friday night of BGG is always my favorite meal of the show.
Where you order 3 pounds of food and you realize you're only going to eat a pound of it.
Oh, man. People would have the meat sweats all night long after going to Hard 8, or the meat farts, which is even worse.
I always get the Hard 8 out of the way like Tuesday night. I go to Tuesday because there isn't going to be 8,000 people there.
Yeah, the Friday night was always packed, but it was all game people. Like, it was literally all people from the show. So no matter where you sat, you were going to see people that you know or care about. It was what made that show so special.
Like, you're waiting in line and you're hearing everyone talking about the games that you were just playing or that you saw in the exhibitor hall. It's like, and then the occasional random Texan. It's like, what the fuck?
I remember that my second BGG Con, we were playing Splendor with sausage rounds and beef chips. Like, we were like playing games with our food because we were so full. We're like, I can't finish anymore. I'm like, we could almost make a Splendor game out of this with a different color meat pieces. It was hilarious. Like, stuff like that just doesn't happen at other shows. Like, it's quaint, but yet there's still the buzz because there's enough people there to make you feel like you're in a convention, but yet it's not so overcrowded and boisterous like a Gen Con or an Essen or even Origins, where you feel like you're just, you have to hurry to get. You can take your time, you can relax, you can enjoy. There's always going to be a spot for you to play games. It's a one of a kind type of thing, and we need more of that. And that's probably what we're looking at for the next 5 or 6 years, is a lot of small shows, because I think we're going to see a huge downsize in conventions in the future.
Oh, I mean,
if we have them at all.
Look at what we're going through now. These idiots are running around. We're not. As soon as they open them back up, it's going to be back to normal. Yeah.
Well, the problem is that a lot of the major convention people, I mean, they're hoping and praying they're able to have conventions, because if they can't, I mean, they're talking about going into bankruptcy.
Stop strangling that cat. Who is it?
Somebody wants a gentleman caller, and it is
yeah. Hey, there you are, Matt. Perfect timing. Have we got a deal for you?
She's young.
Yep, she's young and hairy.
Doesn't mind the cold.
I was trying to decide if that was a bed or if that was a table behind you.
That is my game table.
Or cat couch.
Yeah. It looks like there might be like pineapples on the spread.
So that's my game table with 3 cats on it.
I was gonna say. It's quite occupied.
You know what they say about cats, Ace? They've been on everything you own.
Oh yeah, there they are. There's those 3 cats.
Yeah. So it's on top of the table are 3 cats. On the bottom of the table are all of the IKEA furniture that we're ready to move in to my wife's bake shop. That's going to be 3 doors down from here once it opens.
Well, that's really neat. Your cats look relaxed,
comfortable, nice warm blanket to lay on.
Are any of them male and unfixed? And I can send you.
This is not a brothel.
They are all female, two sisters and a stray.
All right. My wiener dog and I have a French bulldog cross and a wiener dog cross, and they have the same French bulldog father. So yeah.
Well, if there's anybody out there who has a cat that is good at pizza delivery, please have them head over to Lance's house to take care of his female.
Oh yes,
problem.
yeah, and bring me a pepperoni mushroom, please. No, she was another one that like we've been meaning to get her fixed, but then like all the vets are like, oh, it's like we're closed up,
So she's spraying all your games.
That's no excuse, Lance. We got YouTube.
I saw.
Oh yeah.
You've got plenty of miniatures equipment. I'm sure you got a scalpel, and
There is like
Just heat it up.
there is like one person in this house that actually likes that cat, and that is my daughter. So I don't know why she hasn't taken the cat into her room yet, but
I saw a stat that said an unfixed male cat stray can be responsible for 100,000 cats.
Yeah.
that's
They have like 5 or
one
6 at a
busy
time.
pizza delivery cat.
that's
Totally busy.
that's totally a bum chicka wow wow going on there.
He's Sir Pass Wilt Chamberlain.
Yeah, no,
Gene Simmons.
So this cat, literally, we were at a, like up in Minnesota, and I'm sure other places as well, but up in Minnesota, like every single little part of the lakes country up there, they all have their weekend of their wacky weekend kind of thing. And anyway, there was Looney Days at near my brother's lake cabin, and so we went up there, and there's like a big street fair and things you can go check out. And the kids walked by the free kitten booth. Somebody's cat got out at night and came home preggers, and then we had a cat when we got home. So yeah.
How many pets do you have?
We got 4 dogs, 1 cat.
Your husky is gorgeous.
He is ridiculously cute. He it's good too because he's dumb as a box of rocks. If he was ugly, he'd have no shot.
The Hollywood star.
He is. He means well, but yeah, Ivan is absolutely adorable. He is a handsome young man.
Did you
the
name him
youngest?
Matt Damon?
What? I'm sorry. What?
Did you name him Matt Damon?
No, we went through. He was gonna be like Cosmo. We were thinking about calling him Cosmo for a while, and we were trying to think of like a Russian themed name, and then my wife suggested Ivan. So now he's Ivan.
The not so terrible.
Ivan, the incredibly stupid.
Is he the youngest of the bunch?
Yes, he is the youngest of the bunch. Hey, look who's here.
Oh,
Get to work, Lance.
Yeah.
I have heard that if you want to, there are instructions on if you get a Q-tip.
Oh,
No, shut it down. Let's talk about Bigfoot.
No. You can make
Time
them
to talk
feel.
about Bigfoot. So, Lance, what are your opinions on Bigfoot?
You can make them feel like
Is that about
somebody's
Bigfoot?
taken care of what needs to be taken care of. And
Bigfoot came in.
Oh.
I would never do that. I would never in a million years do it. But I have heard. I've heard tell stories.
You did it, didn't you?
No, I did not. She's not right.
You
Yeah,
ran out of Q-tips.
in the last 10 seconds, I just did it. She's yowling up a storm. No. Matt, how many times have you been to BGG Con?
Nice segue. Cat porn into BGG Con.
Oh, I was just saying in the comments that this year was supposed to be my first year at Gamma, Origins, and BGG Con.
Well, you dodged a bullet on 2 out of those 3.
Well, Gamma I went to. The reason why I wanted to go to Gamma and Origins is because I did the rebrand work for them. And I really wanted
okay.
to go and really check out all the new logo stuff. So Gamma I got to go to, which was, I think, if I'm going to go to any conference from now on, it'll be Gamma, just because it's a strictly business thing, which is great. And you get to play games and have fun. It's low key. It's awesome. But Origins I missed, and I was like, oh man, I'm super bummed about that. I've never been to BGGCon. I have friends in Dallas, so I definitely want to go down and see them while I'm there. And this year was going to be the first year I was going to do that too.
Yeah, BGGCon is definitely a lot of fun. I think you'd have appreciated that part of it, that it's completely opposite of like Gamma, where there's no work. It's like, even for the people that work BGGCon, it's such a laid back atmosphere, and because the exhibit hall's never that busy, usually you can run in shifts where you're each working like 3 or 4 hours a day, and then they're going and gaming and playing. So it's like the most fun show to work at, because you don't have to work that hard at that show. Whereas Gamma is work nonstop, 18 hours a day.
I paid my own way to Gamma last year, so I was just basically there to be there.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't working a booth. I was, schmoozing, shaking hands and kissing babies and all that stuff. And it was fun. I remember, I think back to the Gen Con 50, which is like 2017, I think, of my first big conference, my first conference in board games. That was overwhelming, like big time. I would have to leave the dealer hall and just kind of go be myself at go get a glass of wine at a bar and just not talk to anybody for about an hour.
That's one of the reasons I never went. Too many people.
It can be really, really overwhelming and sensory overload for if you're not used to that kind of thing.
I just don't like people. Yeah.
Well, Gen Con definitely has a crap ton of them.
Yeah, I don't like crowds. Not at all. I never did.
I mean, I was a server for 20 years, server bartender for 20 years. So I'm used to talking and schmoozing and whatever, but this was on a whole nother level.
Yeah, well, so the wild thing about Gen Con is you have the giant exhibition hall, right?
Yeah.
And then you have the slightly less giant exhibition hall that extends off it. It's like, god damn, how is there this many people just wandering around?
Yeah, there's how many thousand people there?
Yeah. It's a shame you couldn't have gone to BGGCon, because it is definitely more of a hey, you want to try out this game? I played this. This is really cool. Check it out.
And that's it too. That's another thing too. I was really intimidated at Gen Con to play games in the exhibitor hall. I did not feel comfortable sitting down and playing a game. It's oh, well, there must be other people that want to play or whatever it is. It's just.
So as a demoer, it always felt like I was searching for marks, right? I've got to get these people to come in and play this game. It's not just because I love playing this game. It's because I need you to come in and play this game.
Yeah.
Whereas BGG Con is, you get together with people and you're hey, here's a cool game. You should check it out.
I don't know. BGG's a shit show, Con.
Oh
yeah, he's right there.
I can take it.
I'll fuck it with you, Aldi.
Hey, there he is, man of the hour. Actually, we were just all talking about we were sharing experiences, and just right now, I would be most likely bothering you right now, Scott. Let's play a game, Scott. What are we
Wednesday
doing?
Night?
Yeah, it's Wednesday night.
Yeah.
Yeah, we be playing something. Probably.
We be in your secret room playing whatever, hey, I got this card game I can teach you in 30 seconds. Let's play it.
I know. What
hey, you want to play the Crew for the 78th time?
Or the
I didn't get to play it that much because I had to every time I played it, I had to reset.
Hey, get over here. We're gonna play Soviet Kitchen.
Yeah, we played a lot of Soviet Kitchen.
We played a ton of Soviet Kitchen.
Did.
That something weird about Soviet Kitchen? As in Gray Fox Games, right before the pandemic, Shane had made them an offer to license it and bring it over, and they were like, "Yeah, sure, let's do it." And then, basically, with the pandemic and everything it just
Evaporated.
went away. Yeah, it evaporated. I think if we tried, we could probably make it happen again. But I mean, maybe the ship has probably sailed on that one.
I don't know. I think that game could still be made into a hit.
I don't know. I mean,
It was
maybe
fun. We had a great time playing it. I mean, we never got to the real hard, challenging stuff, but
it was challenging enough. I mean, I
Yeah.
don't. I don't think it had enough legs. Honestly, I mean,
Well,
you had
as
two
you
or
went down
three
the
ga-
campaign. did the
Okay, well,
campaign
so
do that
here's
more?
Soviet Kitchen is a game where
But it had more cards to add too, didn't it?
yeah, so it's an app-driven game where the color of the card is like you're all trying to make like the right kind of food.
Yeah.
That you're trying to match the color of the food, like both the broths and the hash.
Yeah, the app would generate the color.
Yeah, and
It
so
would show
and
you
you're-
the color, and you had to try to mix like your hand of cards,
So-
foods.
Yeah,
Remember-
I mean, here, hold on.
I remember
actually
the
have
first time I put blue jeans into the mix. That was fun.
That's not a food.
There's a toxicity level too, right? Like because you have to feed the people, or there's a revolt, or the soldiers.
They're eating jeans. You're starving them that much.
Yeah, denim. Remember, I think you could feed them like. God, there was all. You have the game nearby,
Scott, now you have my attention.
Well, the game you could feed like you could put oil in it, or there was like because there would be cards that were like neutral that would not change the color, but they would be poison.
like if you had a vodka card, that was good.
Oh, and vodka was good.
Here's some
Vodka
asbestos.
always.
Is this set in Russia during World War II?
Yeah, it's
Jesus
Russia.
Christ.
Yeah,
Is vodka like the
Soviet
wasabi
kitchen.
cards in Sushi Go?
There you
Soviet
go.
Kitchen.
Pull out some of the cards.
This sounds
Dude,
amazing.
it was awesome because you're like, this is the best card. I'm gonna screw up the whole mix if I don't put in these blue jeans.
Well, yeah, because you had to put stuff in, right? And then
You had to play a card.
Here's some mercury for your
Yeah.
Yes.
well, no, okay, so like
Radiation from Chernobyl.
Here's a radiator
So, like,
from a
here's-
Jeep.
but it was the color of the card,
Yeah, that mixed together. It
and
was a
then on
color
the back
mix.
of the card there's a QR code,
Yeah.
and so then you do that.
You put your phone on the table facing up, and you would hold the card over it, and it would scan it like instantly. It was like the fastest scanner, and then it would churn for a minute, and like the color would go in.
And so
Okay.
then there's also these numbers on the top where it's kind of tough to see, but there's those poison numbers. If
What
the
is that?
poison gets too high, you start killing off the soldiers. So like
Rotten meat.
rotten meat.
All the food has some sort of radiation applied to it.
Yeah.
Moths.
Hold on. Who
Wait, do you have-
created this?
Do you have the jeans, the denim,
Bottle of oil.
olive oil? Yeah, the colors.
So
There's actually some good cards.
Coarse sand.
who was the designer? Like, who designed this? Was it
Some
an
Russian-
actual like Russian person?
It is a Russian company.
Oh, that's so good.
What is the
Pretty
name
sure
of
it was
this
a
game
Russian
company?
They were in S and they got like mobbed. I mean, everybody's going nuts.
Well, yes,
Hyber.
this-
Hyber Games.
Hyper?
Hyber. HYBR.
With the exploding kittens.
Well, and then so then you had these cards were grenades where but then if somebody said I don't have a good card, you could put a grenade in and the next ingredient wouldn't be counted because it blew up the next thing.
It's really fun. I mean, it's a laugh. I mean, we played it a lot.
Yeah, we played it a ton.
We played it sort of at every opportunity, honestly.
I was gonna say, like, this is the strangest version of Uno that I've ever seen.
Human blood.
Oh yeah, is that poisonous?
Yeah.
Insufficient levels.
But there's good stuff that is just like, oh, it's blueberries.
Blueberry.
Without any
You
any
have the app
poison.
where it can generate a color so you can see. I don't know if I still got mine installed.
I don't think I have mine installed anymore.
Let me see.
Felt boots.
Yeah.
I do have it installed.
In the comments, Kabuki Kid says, inclusion of an app is a negative for me generally. Like, I kind of agree that, like, if I have to use my phone to do something, it feels crappy. But the way you're describing this, and that, like, if it recognized it instantly and changed it up, like,
It was pretty great.
Yeah, I can see that as being like one of the few like multi-dimensional games that would be interesting to play.
Here's your jeans.
Five
and they-
poison.
and
Jesus,
they're called
God.
Trader
Gator
pants.
pants.
Trader pants.
It's the ink, Chris. It's the ink in the game that's causing this. The two games that I'm okay with apps with are Fuse and Alchemists.
Man, I haven't played Alchemists in years.
So you have to make that color for the sausage.
Oh gosh.
And it's actually pretty darn good because you can kind of like, as you play, you're like, yeah, I think we got it, and it comes up and tells you what percentage you hit.
So
Well,
adding all these
and
different
for
items.
all I know, Shane's still negotiating with them. I stepped out after I made the introductions, but yeah, and there's a campaign to it too. It's like you start off at the front, and then if you
The
do well
story,
enough,
yeah.
they send you to the officers club. You know, to like because you're cooking well enough. But if you do too poorly, they drag you out and shoot you, and you're done. So
If you include too many trader pants,
well, no, if you kill too many soldiers,
people who matter.
yeah. So I mean, it's got a kind of a grim theme.
There's a
but-
story.
Yeah, there is. I mean, it's not like super in depth or anything, but there's a story.
Oh, I can imagine the story.
That's blood sausage right there.
It kind of looks like blood. It's like purpley bloody sausage.
So
almost as
as
bad
far
as
as
the
games with
grinder.
apps, I mean like XCOM
Nice.
and board game, but you have to have the app.
Hold up a card. Let me see if I can scan it.
I was just gonna say, is it think it'll
That's
even work?
hilarious.
Hold on.
The new iPhone. That's the old iPhone. I guess they put that little green dot in there when it's using your camera and sound.
Will a phone scan a QR code over a Zoom meeting?
I wonder if it will. Let's see.
We're doing science here tonight, folks. Boop, 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 boop.
No.
Try again.
Oh my.
Did it get it? Tell me it got it.
No. Oh, I got it.
Yes!
Nice.
Science!
Cool bean.
Kind of see it spinning around in there. The green.
Sweet. Well, that was cool.
Seriously,
Okay, everybody
we all
watch
get
us play this
app.
game.
We can all play this game over Zoom.
Yeah. It's all simple.
How are you doing, Uncle Kevin?
I'm doing fine. How's everybody this evening?
Long time no see.
Yes, it's fabulous.
Good. Now that
We're
we've
just all
gotten,
lamenting the fact that we aren't in Dallas.
Indeed. I was trying to
weather's
find
actually
that
very good, too.
that one big picture that has the entire room. And Scott, I think you had it, and I said, "Where's Kevin?"
Yes, you're in there. Like where we shot it from the catwalk.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way,
it was
I did
great.
not go on the catwalk. It was
And then I said, "Okay, you found me. What game am I playing?"
you can kind of see it.
So, Aldi, you've obviously been to every single BGG con.
what do you think
is
of the
your-
show?
Yeah, pick your favorite memory if you can think of one. If you had to pick one that's your favorite memory of BGG.
Oh, I
con,
have. There's one that we were set to rig a ticket draw for there was a Crokinole board. I don't know if you remember it. It was like a Celtic knot kind of board. Do you remember? I don't know if you were there were you there for that one?
Yeah, I really wanted to win that. I never win.
Yeah, so
anything.
it was purely rigged. It was the guy who won it. I think his wife came up to get it. Like, so we obviously called their number, right? And she comes up and gets it, and she has no clue. And he comes up and he goes, "You know what? I think I know what this says." And translating it, like, because it was like some, I don't know what language it was, maybe Welsh, and
Gaelic.
Gaelic, yeah. So he goes, "Oh, I think I can translate it." And he gets down on one knee and he says, "Will you marry me?" And everybody just went ape shit. I mean, it was awesome because no one knew what was going on.
That's hilarious.
Was I the jerk because
everybody
I
went-
was like I wanted to win the board and I didn't get it?
It was a really nice. It was what's the guys' names? I've drawn a blank on their names. Who's the guys that make the Crokinole boards? They used to paint them. I mean, I bought 3 of them from them every year. Why can't I remember the names?
I know what you're talking about. And I can't think of the names either.
Come on. Well, their painter stopped painting. She wanted to move on to like art teaching, so she didn't have time to paint Crokinole boards anymore. So we just stopped getting them. That was a few years back.
Damn her.
Where's her dedication? Come on.
but
Let's
I've got
go. Let's
yeah.
go. Let's go. Burn down her school so she has to. She has to come back.
Yeah.
Well, they're
Let's
probably not
go
open
burn down
anyway,
it.
so
The Holinsky brothers.
Yep. There you go.
They would make the board, and then we would send it to the artist, and she would paint it. And one of the guys in our group, Ryan Johnson, who works for Hallmark still, did 3 or 4 art shops a year, and we would put them on the Crokinole boards, and we'd give one away. And then I would keep 2, which is crazy because I have like 12 Crokinole boards here. I don't know. I mean, they're just sitting in a closet, just like lined up. I don't know. Maybe I should just auction them. But here's the thing: is the problem is they're all unique pieces of art that, at minimum, I can't sell them for anything less than like $600. So that's kind of an expensive piece.
Yeah.
To ask for
Art, that's not that expensive.
Did they
Yeah, but
remind me? Did they do one with the samurai?
I have the dragon one, and with the samurai helmet we gave away. Yeah,
That was so beautiful.
Some of my favorites have been given away. So, and I don't know who has them.
Scott, why don't you do it as part of a thing for BGG Con, whether it's like physical or virtual?
I don't know. I have to think about it.
Yeah, well, no, like I
attached
get you,
to
like I gave away a crap ton of my football jerseys, and now I'm like, oh, I've only got like 3 left.
Yeah. No,
I should probably be careful about what I do with those.
I gave one. We gave the Chinese dragon away, and then the person gave it back to us. He goes, "I have no use for this." He goes, "You should just sell it for charity." And I bought it back at the charity auction for like twice of what I paid for it. So I bought it and then paid twice again, but it was all for charity. It was
good on you, man.
Sound investment.
But I wanted it back so bad because I was like, man, this is one of my favorites. But it was my least favorite of that year.
Mm-hmm.
So
The last time I played Crokinole was in PEI at the Anne of Green Gables
the Anne of Green Gables festival,
museum-y kind of experience or whatever land.
Crokinole is an
was in,
amazing
like,
game that a lot of people don't know about. It's just hard to get boards.
Yeah.
Like at cheap prices. Like you can get a cheap board like from Canada, but like they're not good.
Well, doesn't Mayday make a cheap board? Like it's like $150 or $200.
I don't think Mayday's in business anymore.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I know
Mayday
I got one of
doesn't
their boards.
exist. They're a different name now.
Yeah, I know I got one of their boards from Sean when he worked there before he left.
Did you see the dude in Alberta that made the backyard Crokinole with the curling stones?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I saw that one. Yeah, that was great. But Crokinole, I got introduced to Crokinole, I think like my 2nd or 3rd year of like board gaming. And then like I think it was early 2000s. And we're like, how is everybody not playing this game all the time? We played it nonstop, like hours and hours and hours. It's so good. It's super strategic too. It's not just a flicking game.
No.
Yeah, but like how many people play chess nowadays, or stuff like that?
I make it a point to play chess and Go with my children.
That's because you're a nerd, Chris.
Has anybody have we all watched the Queen's Gambit yet?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's next on my list.
Yeah, no one. You haven't seen it yet? Okay,
No.
I won't spoil anything, but it's.
No, feel free to spoil it. I probably won't.
But
watch
here's
it.
you watch that show. All right, I don't want to spoil anything.
No, spoil it.
You have to watch it.
Very
but it
good.
made me want to play chess.
It does.
Kind of surprising. I was like, thought I was over my chess phase.
I mean, here's some crazy info. I was in the chess club, and that did not make me want to go back and play chess. I mean, chess. I played a ton of chess from like age 10 to about 15, 16, and I just burnt myself out on it. You just started like memorizing moves, and that's all it was. It was.
That's very much part of this movie.
Well, yeah. Exactly.
Do you remember the Searching for Bobby Fischer movie with the young kid?
Oh yeah.
There's a scene in there where they take the father to the chess club, and there's that crazy guy like muttering him to himself, and he's like, "I think I can get a pawn. Like, I think I can get a pawn if I, maybe another hour, I'll get another pawn."
So I do have to say, I had no interest in Go until I watched the anime Hikaru no Go, and I was just like, "Wow, Go is a hell of a game! Like, I need to learn this." And then
Oh,
I
Go
first-
is amazing. My old boss at TMG, Daniel, is like a really good Go player, and he asked me to play with him once, and he started teaching it to me, and oh man, I was like,
it's such a good game.
it's ridiculously good, and it's tough to explain just how good it is until
Like,
you actually sit down and play it.
It's if you understand what's actually happening, like on the field, even though it's just black and white stones and you're positioning for territory, like it is legit a battle that is happening on the field. like and if you don't get that, you are going to get encircled and flanked and just destroyed. But if you do, it's like, oh, okay, I see them, trying to come down on my left side. Like I'm going to cut that off at the pass, but now here they come from the middle. Like it, oh man, I encourage everyone to learn how to play Go. It's so good.
Another memory is the Battling Tops tournament.
Oh,
without
Not quite Go.
Yes, not quite like Go, but like
it's
a little,
almost as
kinda.
strategic.
Close. It's close.
only the
Man.
outfit that
all
they
the
wear.
costumes are, because BGG Con is not a cosplay con, right? There's very little cosplay, if any. But on Friday night at midnight, Battling Tops tournament, everybody
so
comes out.
good.
It's
So
all the
good.
all the wrestling motif.
But we even had subplots.
Yeah, there was
and-
plots and subplots and like,
Oh, so fun.
there was I could not keep up with the stories.
Scott, are you a wrestling fan?
No.
Okay.
He's just a Battling Tops fan.
But the Battling Tops, everybody would just dress up and have characters, and there would be like rivalries, and like the same characters came back every year, and sometimes they would always make the finals. So it's like, how is this possible in this seemingly not a random game of spinning tops? They would, like, the final four was always like three of the same guys and like one other person.
Well, because they cared about it.
They cared.
And
they were also good.
I'll never forget when our team went to when we finally organized it. We would get in the elevator, and every time the door opened, we would just scream out the elevator, and these normal people would just be like shell shocked looking in, and all these
it was like
wrestling.
12 of us all dressed up in some weird costume, and then it would be ding, and
so
it, like,
we would
opens,
normally, you'd open the door and like
and we all like
going on.
just scream at them, and then
That was so much
it
fun.
would close.
So normally
love
we sell out the whole hotel, but when we were at the airport has to keep a certain number of rooms reserved for the pilots and the crew.
We had so much
We
fun
could never
screwing
get
with
the
them.
whole hotel, but like it'd always be like a pilot or
like
or the crew
the bourbon drinking night when
Yeah,
the
that poor guy.
pilot came out
yes,
at like 3 o'clock in the morning and said, I have to fly to New York in 4 hours. You think you guys could keep it down? And of course, like 95% of us like, oh, we're really sorry. And then one guy goes, why don't you get another room?
That was the end of the whiskey tasting.
Yeah.
The whiskey tasting started off, the first year was so refined and it was like calm, and like maybe 30 people, maybe.
Oh, that last year they had it. It was the entire floor. It was just it just spilled out, and I'm still
guy taking a $500 bottle of whiskey and just like put it into his lips and backing it up.
No, don't do that.
So refined.
Kind of went off the rails. So the next year it was not happening.
Well, it happened. We
You
just
give everybody an inch, they take a mile. Like we couldn't do any, we couldn't like say, yeah, do it. But if we don't know about it, fine, do it. And then after that, it was like, yeah, don't do it anymore.
I have
do,
nothing. I have nothing against your like the new hotel. I mean, nothing against it, obviously. I mean, other than the fact that it does not have a glasscock room, but that is a problem. Needs to change. But no,
We can make one of those for you, Lance.
She was going to get me some glasscock signs. Actually, the original lady that we were working with at the Hyatt in DFW is back now. She quit her job teaching, and she's back at the Hyatt. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
nice now, but not nice.
Yeah. Well, no. So, but I do remember one of the really nice things about the old place that we were at was that, like, you had
We're
like
still there,
those,
by the way.
well, I know.
In the spring.
in the spring.
Is that little thing?
that cute little one that you
Yes.
That
The
family
one-
get
Baby
together.
one.
No, I mean how like every floor had
Yeah.
basically a room where people could game in, and
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
and all the way up, and then you got up to that top floor, and it was just like there was tons of rooms up there.
The 11th floor was a conference floor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it was just like, and the thing was, it was like, oh, it's like we want to play this game, and we don't want to be around 700 people making noise. Oh, well, let's just pick a floor and go there.
So I had never gone up there before, just because I never really wanted to or needed to.
You didn't want to mix with the with
In
the
our
rabbit.
No, but I had no idea the scope of how large it was.
Mhm.
So I went up there like I think the year we left, and couldn't believe it. How many people? It's like at least 300 or 400 people up there.
Well, there was
Yeah.
always the one. I mean, every Saturday night, me and why can't I think of his name?
Matthew?
No, Passport Game Studios guy, Scott.
Uh,
we would always have the wrestling pay-per-view night, and
Right.
we'd order in a bunch of pizza, and we would use one of those conference rooms. We'd set it up, and we'd sit there and watch. We watched the NXT Takeover, which was always on that evening, and just that was a great time. We'd be in there playing like simpler games, like roll and rights and things like that, where you can kind of watch wrestling and kind of just talk and whatever. Yeah, it was good times.
Good time. It's not over yet, by the way. I mean, it's still.
Well, it's not over, but I mean,
It's like we're talking about something that died.
well, okay. So, I mean, what do you think your chances are that you're able to have one live in 2021?
5%.
Really?
I think more.
I was gonna say.
I mean,
1
do you
in
guys
10.
think this vaccine is going to instantly change the world overnight?
Nope.
no.
I don't know. I mean, you need to get your rates down to like under like double digits for stuff to happen, right? Like Australia is like wide open, but their rates are like minuscule, like single digits.
I
There's contact
very
tracing.
seriously doubt we'll see a full-fledged convention in 2021.
There's an outside chance, but yeah,
Outside chance, and it would
5%,
be
5 to 10%.
it would be very slim to none.
Hey, boss. Thought for sure you were imbibing.
No, not yet.
It's too
Not
early.
yet.
Period.
Nice.
My favorite moment was in the glasscock room with it was you, Lance, Aldi, Rich was there, and we were playing. It was a Bezier game, Pharaoh's, Curse of the Pharaoh or something.
Oh my yeah, Aldi just totally schooled us at that. He like crushed us.
And then we played after that when Rich got there, Rich Sumner. We played the Usual Suspects.
That's right.
Oh, that was a nightmare.
Mm.
That game, I should not play that game. Oh, that game is
that is the only
Your
game
true
that-
colors revealed.
stereotyping the board game.
So when I brought that game out, so Usual Suspects, which I love the uncomfortableness
Yeah.
people get
It's
when they
very
play.
uncomfortable.
But like my dad's wife, her name's Sue. She after we played it once, she was like, "I don't think we should play this game anymore." It was like, "Oh, because you're having some hard truths," just like.
But that's a CMON game now, right?
Yeah, well, it was. I mean, I don't think it's.
They
Just
don't-
that whole thing of like, who do you think reads the newspaper?
We did a reprint of it,
No,
but it's not.
Who do you
currently
think
in
goes to
print.
college? Who do you think went to college?
Oh, yeah. Who
Yeah.
do you think went to college? It's like, well, not this guy. Why? Well, I mean, he just
Who's a good driver?
Yeah, who's?
They're terrible. They're terrible.
It's like
I
I'd like
have-
to abstain.
Yes.
Just like-
I had the foreign copy of it still.
well, and the thing about that was that game that was great was it wasn't so much. It also had the double layer of the fact that the person that was it was
The
like,
judge, yeah.
what do I think all of you are going to pick? What is
Yeah.
my presupposition of how you are going to interpret this? That kind of thing.
I do remember that night.
And it came
Because
with
Rich-
the hat.
Rich blurted out something
Yeah.
because, and then one of our admins walked in at that exact moment and was like, God, what did we just do? Like,
Yeah.
and I told Rich, I go, I know you were saying that like not playing the game, but saying like what the game is supposed to make you do. And she came in at the exact wrong moment. And it was like, well,
Yeah, it was. Just
Luckily, it
bad.
was not an issue. But it was that game. I don't think I'll play that game ever again.
Oh, come on,
Just-
Audie.
I don't like it. It's not good. Well, you
We'll
know
get
what?
you. We'll lock the door.
It does make you think about your own prejudices and what you and stereotypes of the world, right?
Everybody has them.
It puts
It's
it
good
on
to
you.
reflect.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question. What's a glasscock room?
Well,
If you've
those
never
who-
been to the
yeah,
glasscock room,
Well,
It's a
Matt,
rooster.
What happens in the glasscock room
Matt,
stays.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Matt,
it's-
let's just let's. I mean,
It was our war room for the convention.
I don't know if it translates into Canadian.
Yeah.
yeah.
Back then, you used to get
Glasscock,
cold
eh?
sodas instead of warm
So,
lemonade.
long story
Tepid
short,
lemonade.
basically, like, because there's a bunch of rooms on that floor that are named after certain dignitaries, and there's
It's a
just somebody whose
Business guy in Texas.
some business guy whose last
Yeah.
name was Glasscock, and so there's this basically the main, like basically all these war rooms slash personal game
they're like
rooms
breakout rooms.
slash everybody can just kind of remove themselves and have a break room like was. And then if you are lucky enough to consider Scott a friend, he'll let you come in there. You know, he'll check your badge and he'll
Yeah.
check to
It's
see
not
if you
like
got the secret tattoo on your ass.
It was nice
And
to
then-
have a private place because if I game in the open, it's hard to game
Yeah.
because everybody kind of stop by and
Oh yeah, like and they're
Which
doing
is
it
fine.
to.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're coming over to kiss the Godfather's ring, you know, and
oh,
just
they're gonna say hi.
Mm,
It's been going on for 15 years.
Lance
Lance.
puckers up.
yeah, oh yeah, totally. I'll no bones about it, my friend. You know, it's just like I am on
I
a
mean,
bound.
even though it's so big, it's like seeing everybody
Yeah.
every year is really nice.
I am on a
Yeah.
bound on this day
Kind
of
of a guarantee.
BGG Con. If you request
You come to
something from
with
me,
such a request.
why would you not come to me? Then your enemies would be my enemies.
Well, it was also stocked with snacks and drinks.
Well, that didn't hurt. That
No, it
didn't
didn't
hurt.
hurt
Did
at
not
all.
hurt at all.
Especially after since
You guys
since
cleaned me out, man. You
Did they?
especially after you ruined
yes,
the
I know, it's my fault.
exhibitor
exhibitor room.
libations center.
yes.
So
tepid-
they showed me the bill for the drinks.
Tepid lemonade.
The fact
like
that you paid that much for
20,000
lukewarm soda is beyond me.
$20,000 in cokes.
Wow.
Not that they showed me the bill. It had printed.
Yeah, but I mean,
Wait, did you say
they were
Coke
charging
or
you like
Coke?
they were
How
charging you
much was
like,
a can of
drinks.
Coke? Because they were only like 12-ounce cans.
I was like, what kind of Coke is this? Colombian?
Probably like $4.95 a Coke bot.
okay. So there's background of this, and if you've watched the album, you know the background. But I mean, basically, it's like concierge level sodas. You know, like
It was-
that's
As soon as someone took one, they like replaced it.
yeah.
Mhm.
And
They-
and
Oh,
so
yeah,
basically, what happened was I would look over there, and sometimes people that definitely weren't exhibitors were just walking in there and grabbing
Mhm.
Whatever.
grabbing whatever they wanted and walking out. And I do definitely see people who are exhibitors. I'm not going to mention names, but they would walk in there and basically they'd be at a gaming table. They're like, "Anybody want drinks? You want some snacks?" What? You know?
Like,
And then they just basically
Courtesy
get up,
BGG.
like totally like have their shirt out like this, coming out. You know, like,
You're
5
right, Scott.
cans in
Fuck
each pocket.
'em.
Right.
You're right.
You know,
Fuck
you-
them.
if
You
it's
give them
something
an
that's
inch, they
abused,
take a
it's-
foot.
it's
Who
removed. It's the
was
same-
that, Lance?
It's the same
Was it
as the
me, was
whiskey
it?
thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe
Fuck 'em.
maybe they're
I didn't realize all that
name
was going on.
rhymes with Chavis Trance or something. I don't know. But I mean,
Those were good times. And then we got lemonade instead.
oh
But it
yeah.
was- it was
lemonade.
Pink
Pink-
lemonade.
What was
Pink
that?
and yellow.
10,000 instead of 20?
Pinky.
And yellow.
Pink was only for the VIGs though.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah,
the-
just
Memories.
yeah, not as good. Not as good after that.
Not as good as the unlimited Cokes. And do they have all the
Unlimited Cokes
candy?
and full size
The
candy bars.
All the candy
Yeah.
and chips.
Oh yeah, full size Snickers,
pretzels.
snack size Doritos. Oh man, it was. I was looking over. There was a guy making omelets over there to order.
Lance, you're always bragging about how you give out full-size candy bars as a Halloween. So are you just telling us you're stealing them from the conventions?
Oh, yeah, basically.
The 1 year, but they did.
He brings
they
an
did
extra suitcase just for candy.
There you go.
I do the same thing, but then we get like 10 kids come to the house. So I figured that if they're up in the hills and they're going up a set of stairs, they might as well get a good payout.
Yeah, you make them work for it, man.
Can I
Oh,
share my
Lance,
memory? Can I share
Lance, we
another
were
memory?
talking about last couple or a little while ago about Canadian, well, Twizzlers versus Vines and all that stuff. Canadian
Yeah.
candy. Katie Sackhoff's new video is all about her trying out Canadian chocolate bars and stuff.
Oh, nice.
And the completely dressed chips or whatever it is.
All dressed.
All dressed, yeah.
She was
They're disgusting.
Those taste like
Yeah.
garbage. Who
What
eats
does it
those?
mean? What does that mean? All
It
dressed.
means like basically
So
it's every single possible flavor.
It's barbecue and salt and vinegar.
It's like an everything bagel.
And ketchup.
On one
Oh.
chip.
Potato
All
chips.
It's like because ketchup
Those
chips
are the ones that
are
are
a
great.
huge deal up there.
Ketchup chips.
Ketchup chips are awesome.
Nice.
Ugh.
And by awesome, I mean if you're keen on regurgitation.
Yeah.
Oh,
I think
good.
I'd rather take a Q-tip up the bum.
Ah, there you go. I can arrange that.
Way to go back that already.
All right, I got another memory. It's not a good. It's sort of good, but it's sort of weird. Second year BGG Con 2006. We go to Essen at the beginning. We went to Essen and just bought every game, right? So the team that went was not me. It
Try
was
that now.
Yeah.
10 pallets.
Bankruptcy in one
and-
year.
So the second year we came back and we overdid it, right? And it exceeded all of the luggage. So what they did is they took every box and cut the corners and threw out all the inserts and all of extra stuff and put every piece into a giant quart Ziploc bag, right? So all the pieces in the game in a Ziploc bag, cut the boxes, laid everything flat, and filled up 2 giant suitcases filled. Get every game home. So they come into the convention. It was like setup night, straight from the airport, dump all of the pieces on the table, and all the gamers that this was like, it was very like hands-on back then. Anybody who was just around would help like set up, like do badges or whatever. And all the gamers go, "Oh my God, what is going on?" Like they're like freaking out because who cuts all their games up, right? No one had ever seen that before. Like, we need to assemble all these tonight. So we spent like 2 hours or 3 hours, and it happened really fast because everybody's like, "Okay, this game goes with that goes with that," and it was like this massive like assembly line of like putting boxes back together and putting bits in games and bagging it all up. So that was quite a memory.
Wow.
That's cool.
That was 06, and I was mad too for a minute. I think I still have some of the games with the tape on the corners. Like anytime I remember, like I see a game with tape on the corner, like, oh, 2006.
I just saw your photos.
What do you mean by cut the corners? I understand the taking
So
everything out. but
take a box, take a game box, and cut all of the corners.
Yeah,
So
then you can make it flat.
Then you
You
can
can lay that
flatten it.
flat.
All the boxes lay flat.
And if it had
Oh,
an insert,
God.
it gets chucked. Mhm.
Yeah.
And then throw away every insert and punch every piece and throw away all that stuff.
Did you put little pieces of paper inside each of the bags to say what?
Yeah, it was Sharpie.
on the
Sharpie
bag?
on the
Yeah,
Ziplocs.
makes sense.
I mean, it was a good system, but I was kind of like,
This looks like this game.
the
Let's
fuck?
see.
yeah, like we
End
just,
up playing the pieces with the wrong game.
like, we just spent $5,000 and this is what we get. Like, it literally looked like garbage, right? 'Cause it's all mess of cardboard.
Oh my god, that's funny.
There's a couple of times I've had to open boxes and like put parts of multiple boxes and games into one to
Oh,
get
yeah,
in my luggage to take home. Yeah.
That was a system.
But I didn't cut the boxes.
Yeah, I feel like I get mad when just one corner of a box splits, and I'm like, oh
That's what I'm
boy,
saying.
well, I got to throw this away now.
All the people who came to the con early were just horrified. You should have.
Yeah.
I wish I had. This was pre-iPhone. I wish I had pictures of just all of it laid out and all the everybody's like, "What happened?"
We were driving home from Gen Con last year, and we were crossing the border, and one of my one of the guys that the guy that I was driving back with, one of his friends was like, "Hey, can you take some games back for me?" And he's like, "Yeah, sure." Yeah, it was like $1,000 worth of games.
Right. 2 giant
And
boxes.
I'm sweating bullets at the fucking border.
Oh,
'cause
to
the guy's
declare them
like-
or not?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He's like, "What do you have to declare?" I'm like, "Where were you? Board gaming convention? Do you have anything to declare? Not above our limit. Okay, have a good day." And I was just like, "Oh my god, I'm like a wet puddle."
That's the most wholesome, nervous border.
Yeah, I think the
Smuggling milk, eh?
My ass.
I think the Mountie would let you go on board games.
Yeah.
It was kind of like
I feel sorry for you.
we said yes to the guy. The guy's like, great. So he reaches in his car and he pulls out 2 bags. And he reaches in again, he pulls out 2 more bags. And he just it's like what are you doing?
I don't think board games are dutiable, at least in the US, because they always said, do you have cigarettes or what was it? Alcohol.
Yep.
And you're like, no.
Yeah.
And they're like, okay.
For us, it's whatever you buy.
$5,000
Anything. Board games. Yeah. So if you're there for like 2 days, you get like
anything.
a couple $100. If you're there for a week, it's like, $800 or $900.
They did scan my bags one year. It was really sucky because it was a year where I was sick coming home. I think it was the swine flu year, and I think I had it. It was felt terrible, and they're like, go over there. Like they write something on my what do you call it, immigration form, and then we went off to this room, and it was like a quarter mile away. Dallas is massive, right? So we would walk and walk and walk, and we go in, and there's these huge X-ray machines, and they put it in there, put our bags in there, and they're like, scan it, and they're like, yep, it's that bag. And I'm like, shit, what do I have? Like they pull it out, it's like a board game and a computer laptop. I'm like, really? I got targeted for that apparently.
Like 3 times that I've gone through security that I've had games in my carry-on, I have been pulled aside and said, what's in here? And then they're like opening the boxes and pieces are falling out. And I'm going,
Try going through security with a copy of Cash and Guns that you brought back from Gen Con. Yep, it happened to me once.
Pre-2001, that was fine.
Yeah, I demoed for Asmodee at Gen Con in 2014, and they gave me a copy of Cash and Guns. I threw it in my luggage, didn't even think about it. About it. They're like, pulling me aside, and they're opening it up. And then when they realized it was foam, they're like, okay, well, you can go through, but keeping our eye on you. Okay.
2000, there was a game called Pass the Bomb. You guys know that one?
Yeah.
Take the ticking bomb. It looked like the, TNT, the old cartoon.
The wire and the timer.
Yeah, and it was like a word game. But I remember people coming back with that, getting asked about it.
Yeah.
It would show up.
They will ask you about painted miniatures as well. If you have one of those, traveling cases, they has the foam containers with your painted plastic and pewter miniatures.
Ooh, the metal. Yeah.
What's in there? I'm just like, please don't break my miniatures.
I watched a guy's account on YouTube about his custom wormwood DM screen with inlay and all this stuff being disassembled at the border because it was hiding something
inside the furniture or the game.
It was like thousands of dollars for this DM screen.
That sucks.
One time when I was actually performing in Canada, one time I was coming back, and you have to go up to those little like kiosk machines and put in some information. They take a picture. And no exaggeration, in my picture, I just went like this. Like, who cares, right? Like, big deal.
They do.
And I hand the form to a customs agent, and he literally scowls at it, and he looks at me and he says, you should really take this more seriously. And I was like, come on, man, I'm a comedian. I'm not allowed to be serious. And then, no joke, he went, I'm going to need backup on booth 7. They brought someone else out.
We need to do a strip search.
I
Check his anal cavity.
Yeah, I have a whole bit about this on my album, but it was like a true story where this guy was like, why should I let you in? And I was like, why are you taking this so seriously? Like, I'm allowed to be silly in my photo. Like, he was like, no. Well, why should I? He was like, if you don't take this seriously, why should I take you seriously? And I was like, what is happening right now? Like, that's not a prerequisite to get back into the fucking country where I live. I don't have to be serious to get back into my own country.
Like, was this a U.S. customs agent or?
Yeah, it was a U.S. customs agent.
Coming back in.
Oh God!
Maybe they just didn't want you back.
I guarantee you that dude thought he was the best player on his team in high school football.
Oh, for sure. And I had to talk to him for like at least 10 minutes. I was
If
there.
it happens again,
Just
Grant,
do they
you
start
come
firing those
live with
random
us. We're in
questions?
Ottawa. We're good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man.
I accidentally went through the. Well, I didn't accidentally do it. I went through the computer twice, and that was a big deal. That was a problem. When I went into Canada, it's great. Going into Canada is great. It's all automated. Everything's computer, and then you walk up and hand the form, and you walk right out. And I hand the form to the guy. Well, I go to the thing, and it didn't print me a thing. Right? It didn't print a printout. And I asked, I didn't get a printout. She goes, oh, just do another one. So I went to another computer and got the printout. Went up to the customs officer, immigration, going into Canada, and he's like, there's a problem here. And I go, huh? I go, what could it be? He goes, hold on. Literally 10 minutes of time just standing there waiting. Did you go through the computer twice? Yeah. Well, the printer was broken. Oh, I thought I was in trouble. I was like, am I getting into Canada or I'm going back home? So yeah, it was kind of, I'm like, that has to happen more than one time a day, right?
Oh, totally. I mean,
Someone going through the
I'm
computer
sure,
twice.
yeah.
I had one time when I was flying back from Japan, they pulled me aside in the Tokyo airport. I still have no idea why. Like, they never told me anything, but they pulled me into a back room. This was like, we were on Okinawa, so we flew from Okinawa to Tokyo, and Tokyo was our like layover, and I was there with a buddy, and they pulled me into like a back room, and I just sat there for like 30 minutes. And before they pulled me in, I told my buddy, I was like, well, you should just get on the flight. Like, I don't know, at some point, just get on the flight. And I sat in that room for like 30 minutes. They never said anything to me while I was there. They were over there talking amongst themselves, never said anything to me, never told me why I was released, and just came over like 30 minutes later and was like, all right, you can go. And I was like, okay. I still have no idea what happened.
That sounds like my Prague. Did I tell you guys my Prague story? First time ever rented a car in Europe, right? Normally we just take the trains because trains are awesome in Europe. We're like, oh, if we get a car, we can just go anywhere we want. We don't have to wait for the train schedule. We don't have to like put our luggage on the train. Like, what is a pain in the ass? Like, rent a car. Like, okay, rent a car, driving out of Prague, going to Berlin. 5 minutes out of the city of Prague, a car pulls in front of us and it's got a little really rinky dink LED. It says pull over and arrows pointing to the right. And Lincoln is driving and he's like, I don't know what this is. And he tries to go around him and the guys cut us off, right? Like, they're like, they're like, we're thinking it's like just someone messing with us. This is not a police car in front of us. It's an unmarked car. I'm like, I guess we just pull over. So we pull over. It is two policemen from Czech Republic. They go, passports, take our passports. We're like, what the hell is going on? Take our passports, go back to their car, which is like this piece of shit. I don't know what it was. And we sit there and we're sitting there for at least 20 minutes. And Lincoln is flipping out. He's like, what's going on? What are they doing? What did I do wrong? Right. And I'm like, look, I don't know, man. Let's just ride it out. We're in we're sort of in a place where we're okay. Right. It's a safe place. And they come back. It was about 25 minutes. Come back, they hand us our passports, go. Like, Lincoln goes, what was wrong? He goes, they go. And I'm like, Lincoln, let's just go. And let's just get out of here. Like, something happened. Who knows what? And we left. So I talked to my, the guys from Czech Games. They're like, oh yeah, they were looking for bribes.
Oh, interesting.
A lot of German people travel to Czech Republic without passports, which they're not supposed to do. So what they do is they catch people going back. It had German plates on the car, when we rented. So we think, this is all, maybe, that they were looking for a bribe if our passports weren't good. So that was fun. Not. I'm like, we're never driving in Europe again. Screw this.
One of the easiest.
But it was a moment.
Every year is.
Forrest, have you ever been to BGG Con?
I have not.
So what's your favorite memory?
Going to BGG Con online this weekend, baby.
That's right.
Tomorrow.
Is it this weekend?
It started today.
Yeah, it started. Yeah.
So wanted to go, but
no time.
Oh my God. I've been running full straight down the road for like 4 or 5 days now, and I think I get a day off on Saturday, maybe Sunday, and I'm like, this is horrendous. It's like good, fulfilling work and all that bullshit, but like I started to do it work on Saturday with this one company, and it was like a 10-hour day on Saturday.
Is this in-person stuff?
It was in person.
Yeah.
For Saturday, Sunday, we filmed a theater piece.
Okay.
And then on this same weekend, the company hired me for a separate project. So I'm working with a company in LA, Cornerstone Theater, for their show. And I'm doing all these things, editing videos, subtitling videos, and their schedule is all in.
Yeah. Well, you got to take it, right? You've been looking.
Yeah. And it was like good paying. It's good work, and the company that I'm doing it for is got a lot of work coming to them. And so it was, but I want to say I've gotten 4 hours of sleep max every day for the past 5-6 days. Ooh. And I'm just like, and I'm staying up waiting for my boss to pretty much tell me that I can go to sleep because he's finished with me. And like the edits that I sent today are good and I don't need to do any more. And until then, I'm just like, I'm dying. I just want to sleep, but I need your like, okay, because the show opens tomorrow. And if I don't have, like, if he needs edits, I need to do them now to send them to him. And I'm just like, please tell me soon that I'm good to go to sleep. And then Devin's work has got some issues with one of their venues, so they're clearing it all out. But that was, again, like a super last minute thing where, like, they call.
And we lost her.
3 p.m. going, can you come in tomorrow and Thursday for like 9 to 6 doing like heavy manual labor? And I'm like, sure. Like, sure. And I'm just like, no, this was a horrible idea. Why would I say that this was a good idea?
What is heavy manual labor in theater? Like, don't they usually use union people for that?
It's non-union.
Nothing like that?
Like, yeah, not really. Because if
like,
you're
what happens if you get hurt?
I'm on a W-2, so we have workers' comp and stuff like that.
Gotcha.
But it's not like heavy, nothing over 100 pounds. But, you know.
It's not light.
No. Speakers are mainly the heaviest thing that we lift. And, you know, subwoofers weigh about 100 pounds, the ones that we have. But we have to carry them downstairs.
Is that a person or combined?
We normally do a team lift, so they're about 100 pounds with a team lift.
That ain't bad.
No, it's not bad. It's just one of those.
Yeah.
When 4 or 5 months ago, when I was doing this every day,
yeah,
I would totally be down for that. After not doing it for 4 or 5 months, I am dead. Like, I was like climbing up and down the ladders and lifting the 20-pound lights and was like, oh my God, I'm not prepared for this. But it's going to be a week of like shit. And then Thanksgiving and nothing else after that. Great.
What are people doing for Thanksgiving?
Watching football, eating turkey, and then passing out.
Yes, having my mother over, and so I'll start drinking early.
I'm going home, playing board games, and eating turkey.
Stop it.
Matt's beating the shit out of his cats.
Beat the shit out of
cats.
I was really watching, but they're really fighting out there.
Oh man, Fight Club.
Yeah, I know.
Rules of Fight Club.
We actually canceled our get together it's people who are out of state coming down, meeting other people on the way. I'm like, no.
Yeah, my
I mean, it's
brother's
family, but like, I'm sorry, draw the line.
my brother's family is sick. They don't know what it is yet, so we're up in the air.
If I'm going non-traditional, I'm making crab cioppino.
Nice.
My grandmother's recipe.
Oh.
Even better.
Matt, what is your Thanksgiving?
You already had it. It was a while ago. October sometime?
Yeah.
Was it?
October.
Yeah.
Do they call it Thanksgiving?
Yeah, they do.
You do?
What is the meaning of behind it? Is it the same as ours, or what ours is supposed to be?
I don't
Similar.
know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't know.
In fact, I was talking to a Canadian earlier today who was talking about it.
I mean, we didn't have people coming over from like, Plymouth Rock and all that stuff, but yeah, good question.
Any Canadians out there?
Yeah, they're too good for our show.
Yeah.
Probably.
They're only slumming when they do it on this show.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Shane, do you have a favorite BGG Con memory?
It might just be that whiskey night that.
It was pretty. That was crazy.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie.
I heard stories.
I finally had to be done when I was like, okay, well, you know what? I'm not even gonna say it. I'm not gonna say what made me go to bed that night. But it was not. It was like this is like I was like, this is too much. This is too much. I gotta go.
Quite the rager.
It was getting
I wasn't there.
Surreal, and yeah, no, it was. I was like, I don't want to be around for this in case in the morning when people start talking about things that happened at whiskey night. I don't want to be brought up in the same breath as what's going on right here. So I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah.
I remember getting roped into a game by Roger Leroux of Secret Hitler at midnight. Scott, I think
I remember that game. Yes, I was falling asleep at the table.
We ended up playing like three times in a row.
Yes, and I think I was like the bad guy like 3 times in a row, which is really sucky because you really have to pay attention if you're bad, evil or whatever. Oh my gosh, fascist.
I've never been to
fascist versus
Con, but at like Gen Con and PAX and stuff like that, I never understood how people were. Like I'd be coming out from the bar or whatever at like 1 a.m, how they're still playing games in the hallways.
Mm-hmm.
I don't get that.
I go for pure comfort, man. That's why it's in a hotel.
Totally.
Like I want to play a game where there's a carpet, good chairs,
sitting in a chair, at a table,
sitting in a chair,
have a nice drink.
And I will say the old school late night games of Werewolf at Gen Con, which they completely ruined by starting to charge, even though I'm not even getting on that. Those are special. Like when you get a 50-player game of Werewolf, like I'll stay up an extra hour for that. I mean, those are like those games that you're never gonna get to play except in that situation. But other than that,
I've never played one.
I mean,
Actually, I haven't.
Nobody believes you looking like you are right now, saying you want to stay awake.
Yeah, this is just comfort, baby. I'm not even tired.
How many times have you slept in the bathtub at Gen Con?
I've been pretty fortunate. I mean, we've had like 6, 7, 8 people in a room before.
I know when you were saying how many people you had in the room, like someone's sleeping in the bathtub, right?
Oh yeah, we'll have somebody sleeping in the bathtub. I mean, I'm the face, baby. I'm Bauer, a Bauer's Game Corner. I don't sleep in the bathtub. I sleep on the floor.
You sleep in the
bed. He sleeps on top of the air conditioner.
I get the air mattress. We go VIP.
The first year I went,
the person paying gets the beds, right?
I would hope so.
The first year I went, I was working at a museum and they paid for me to go, so I stayed in one of the train cars.
Always wanted to stay in one of those train cars.
It was fun.
Are they all right?
Yeah, it was good. But mind you, like it was me and a buddy, and we each had a bed, and and there's like this much room between the end of the bed and the wall
Where do you put your suitcase?
on the side.
Okay, there's room for that. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's long. It's just not very wide across.
That was a real eye opener. First time I went to London, we couldn't fit our suitcases in the room.
Really?
So small. The rooms were so small. We could not fit this. We had to check them down. So we unpacked all our clothes and checked our suitcases in at the desk.
Is that a North American thing, do you think?
Well, this was in London.
No, I know, but is that a coming from North American thing?
Yeah, I think Americans are very spoiled with hotels. Like, traveled.
Hey,
I wouldn't say extensively, but quite a bit in Europe, and they're all crap.
Well, here too. I mean, we got
even the good hotels. Yeah.
Aldi, can I ask you whatever happened with the Essen hotel situation?
It's not concluded yet.
Oh yeah.
My opinion.
Hey, check it out. Check it, Aldi. They have sleeves of stroopwafels at my Costco.
Wow. Do they taste
like you can get like it's 50 stroopwafels for like $6.
Do they taste good?
Oh, yeah.
Oh God, they're great.
Yeah. See, I got a sleeve of them. My wife bought me one from the dollar store, and it sucked.
Well, I got a sleeve of them at the dollar store. I think you have your answer right there.
Yeah, hey, I'm just saying, for like $6 versus, I mean, our dollar stores still charge like $3 or $4 for some stuff.
Well, in Canadian money, that's like a quarter.
I mean, I think that what Costco's carrying is like a really famous brand, because that's the same brand that they were selling when I was leaving Holland in the airport.
Yeah.
Like, that's the same brand of.
Where are those made, Lance? Does it say where they're made?
China.
It's worth getting a real one.
Original stroopwafels.
Yeah, but
Toasted
where?
waffle treats from the Holland, from the Netherlands or whatever.
Oh, it says from the Netherlands. Made in Netherlands. Okay.
Yeah.
I think those are legit.
Well, they taste good. So,
I mean, they're probably not as good as
bag
like,
again,
if you went
Lance?
to, like a bakery or something. But
what'd you say there, Forrest?
You hold up that bag again? I just want to see it. My wife's going to Costco tomorrow.
Yeah, they're over by like the cakes and stuff is where I found them.
Ooh. Original stroopwafel. Okay, cool.
And I like the ones that are like so soft and like caramely.
Yeah, these are
sort of soaked in kind of bit. Yeah.
These are
a little dry.
These are a little more. These I think are the ones you're supposed to put over your hot drink. Over your mug with a hot drink.
Steam the staleness out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
not stale.
Those are really good. I like the really small ones that Trader Joe's has in the bag. Have you had those?
Yep, I've had those. The bite-sized ones.
Yeah,
they're good. That's a quality snack.
Quality.
Or a meal. I don't know. Cassandra, you
talk about a game.
You look like you're gonna pass out. You should just go to bed, young lady.
She said she can't. She's waiting on the dude to tell her to go to bed.
That's the Alaboom.
Yeah. Until then, she's here to torment you.
Torment you.
Can I talk about a game?
No.
Yeah, but I played a game. It might be it's one of my game of the years, top 5, guaranteed.
Then definitely no.
You just said that last week about another game. I'm confused.
Every week he has a game of the year.
He's got a top 100.
All we want to hear from you, Forrest, is Taco Bell stories and Xbox stories. That's it.
Doritos.
Stay in your lane, buddy. Stay in your lane.
Doritos.
Doritos. Yeah, Doritos too. We can count Doritos.
Did anybody
remember for like 6 months he was just eating a bag of Doritos every single time he came out?
No, it was a Tupperware Doritos. He had like converted them all into Tupperware and Ziploc bags. And
you try storing $1,000 worth of Doritos, Pete. It's not easy.
You make it sound like you stole them off of a truck.
$20.
$20. No, well, now you have to talk about the game.
Yeah, okay.
We were just kidding, right?
For Glory from Spielcraft Games. 2-player deck building Roman gladiator game. Absolutely.
Builders. Oh God, I can't stand deck builders.
Here's the thing: the deck building is the first half. The second half is the gladiatorial combat, and it's oh my gosh, it's so good. Like
I don't know about that, but if you've ever played Carthage, that's an amazing gladiator deck building game.
Carthage?
Carthage.
Never heard of it. 4
I will admit, Carthage wasn't horrible in my couple plays of it.
It's one of my top 5 2-player games I think I've ever played. It's up there with like Mage Wars, Seven Wonders Duel. It's just I can't wait to get it back to the table. It's so good, and there's just every little aspect of it. The more I think about it, the more it's like, ooh, there's some strategy here. Oh, there's some like strategy leaking, just oozing out of every orifice.
Can I mention that I'm still waiting for Dwellings of Eldervale to show up?
Oh, mine was here last week.
Mine just showed up today. I was a little shocked at the size of the box, actually.
It is pretty giant, isn't it?
Is it as big as the Tidal Blood game?
I don't know about that, but it's comparable to Gloomhaven size box.
Yeah, it's in that
a
order,
Gloomhaven size box.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's
Yeah,
pretty
I
huge.
am. I mean, I know. It's just one of those things where it's like the people that are sending that out, they're like, I how do I put this? I can't really say how I know, but I also know that like it's like judging by the numbers they're reporting, where they say, oh, we've got half of our US shipments out, and like, okay, well, you said you had them on this day, and you started shipping them 3 days later. It's like they're averaging maybe 100 games a day. It's just like, who is, I don't know. I mean,
who's running this show?
Yeah, I know. And they even joked, I know you're used to like QML with them getting all those out right away. Ha 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 ha. You know, it's just like, yeah, we are. You know, just like,
has anybody got Etherfields yet?
I've heard a few people have gotten it.
I've not. Yeah, okay. I think the only new release I've gotten is the Tidal Blood game.
I mean, not to toot our own horn, but I mean, like D6 is like, I know that they recently got like a 4,000 one, and it was done in like 2 days out the door.
4,000 in 2 days. Wow.
Yeah.
They got a massive staff that they can
how many
follow.
people? Yeah, about to say how many people is that?
Yeah, the warehouse is like,
I mean, they basically just use like, they have to know in advance that something's coming.
Yeah.
Then they have like, what do you call it? You know, they can basically
staff up.
Bring on some staff for a few days just to, because I mean, these are pretty basic jobs, right? Like take this item, put in box, close box,
tape,
sticker on box. So
yeah, so I know that they did a Game Brewer one that was like 4,200 or something like that, and it was 2 days done. Adios. See you later. Not that everybody has to do it that fast.
Playing this game.
I don't know. This is I was lucky enough to play Dwellings a couple of times because there was a local play tester group that that were given a copy by Breaking Games, and so they had me join them a couple of times and play the games with them.
Yeah.
And I just really, really enjoyed the game, and so I've been kind of jonesing for it. I don't know how or when.
Did you back the one with the chip, the microchip in there that played?
Yeah, I of course went with for the.
Of course. Okay. Oh, did you back?
If you're gonna grunt, you might as well grunt big, right?
Sure. I think it's a innovative idea.
What's the microchip?
So
like
it plays
literally
sounds.
when you put the monster on its base, it makes a roar noise for the monster.
That's cool.
That's it.
I think they did something like 150 new different sounds or something like that. They said.
Yeah, I mean they each
Like
have
a lot.
multiple different. I mean it does nothing other than just because.
Yeah, it's an immersion thing.
But also, what was it? They had a thing in there where you can't say anything about it. It's like super secret. But there was basically there's something within the box that they didn't tell anybody was going to be in the box, and it's like a super secret thing, and they're basically like swearing everybody to secrecy that they can't reveal what it is. They have to give the people that backed it enough time to actually get it. And it's like, and
has anybody found this secret yet?
Yeah, everybody has. Everybody's like alluding to the secret. Oh, it's the secret thing that they added, and just like that nobody thought they were going to get. And
All
it
the
was like
backers?
Yeah.
Let's do it on the boom. Let's bust it
I
open.
know.
Everybody's
But how is it if it's out there? How can it be secret now?
Because anytime that somebody posted on like the official Facebook page for it, they delete it.
Well, they don't
And
get to
somebody
delete
posted
BGG
something on
threads.
Board Game Geek about it, and they
They-
requested the thread be deleted,
Oh,
and the people deleted it for them. And so,
What's the name of this game?
Dwellings of Elder Vale.
Yeah, I haven't played mine yet. I haven't even punched it yet because I also got Alter Quest and
Oh my god, that's a huge ass box.
the Alter Quest is a
Boxes.
huge box. I got Dwellings, Fantasy Brawl, and freaking there was a fourth one too. I can't remember what it was. Tidal Blades.
Ooh, I played that last week.
Fucking
What
enormous.
was the other one?
It's good. I'd say it's great after
Yeah.
one play. I don't think it's
Top 5.
no.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Tidal Blades was good. It was
might
really
be my
good.
top 10 of the year, maybe, but no. Like For Glory, like legit, like just it's up there with The Crew. You know, it's rubbing elbows with but nah, Tidal Blades was a bit much, but it was good.
I liked it. I like Tidal Blades. It's a little on the heavy side for me, but I liked it. Alter Quest I liked a lot. The rule book wasn't great, but the game was good once we figured out the rules. So I enjoyed that.
Masters Fantasy.
Yeah, it's Street Masters Brook City style
awesome.
game.
I'm excited.
Yeah, which is a great system, but it works really well in the fantasy setting. So I enjoyed that, but I haven't gotten Super Fantasy Brawl or Dwellings of Everdale to the table yet. Probably because I spent last weekend playing the other two. So I'm looking forward to maybe next weekend getting one of those to the table.
Somebody posted today looking for help from a graphic designer who had experience and could do the work in Corel Draw.
Ooh.
Corel Draw, I haven't heard that in
Is
forever.
it still around?
Corel Draw.
Wow,
Windows
that's
10.
bringing back memories of the 80s and 90s.
Can I download GIMP?
Corel's here in Ottawa. That's where they started, and that's where the business was.
That's
But
where
here's
we're
the
gonna
best.
die.
There's a market for an image graphics program that you don't have to subscribe to, like Photoshop. Now you have to subscribe to Photoshop.
Yeah.
You do, but
Everything is a monthly or yearly subscription now.
just use
Yep.
CS6 or something.
How else are they going to get your money?
Mm-hmm. Used to be able to buy Windows. Now you have to pay the 365 bill.
Yeah.
For
But this
365
guy,
days.
I commented saying, the industry standard is pretty much Adobe, and you may run into issues, A, not finding too many people answering your ad, and B, when it comes time
Printers.
to produce this thing, if you're trying to get it produced by a manufacturer and printer, they may have some printing issues because you've set it up in CorelDRAW.
I
And then
found
you
the
deleted
secret thread there, Lance, by the way.
What?
I found the secret thread.
Oh, yeah? Well, good for you. What is it?
I'm not saying. You
Put the
told me
link in.
you not
Put
to
the
say
link
it.
You
in.
posted in the chat. Now I gotta know.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it in the video tomorrow. I'm just gonna drop it in a random video, completely unrelated to Dwellings of Everdale. I'm gonna drop it in there.
Yeah.
No,
Why
but
you
put in the
gotta
chat,
be?
I gotta know.
Why you gotta be Mr. I gotta know?
Because you made it. You made it like this. Now I gotta know.
This is on you, Lance.
This
I don't
is.
understand. Is the
I have
game
not
out?
read this thread.
Is the game out?
Yeah,
People
I've had
have-
mine for like a week now.
It's not fully fulfilled though.
Oh, come on. Just because somebody in Kuwait doesn't have it doesn't mean
I
we
don't-
can't talk about it.
I don't have it.
Well, then get the fuck out of Kuwait.
Dallas, it's a hub. I don't understand it. I can order toothpaste from Amazon and it gets here in 2 hours. It's how connected Dallas is. I posted the thread, by the way. I did not read
If
it.
they hide something secret in your toothpaste, you'll probably be pissed though.
I know I would be.
Don't tell anybody
Little-
about it, but we
A
hid
little
something.
prep H swap.
Alexa's planting a chip in you.
Warp's Edge is pretty darn good. If anybody's solo gaming. Did I talk about that last week? I can't remember.
I saw your pictures. Look cool.
It's great. It's very
Remember
good.
Jeremy talking about
It's
it.
a solo only game. I mean, you can play it co-op, right? But there's no turns, right? It's always just one player. So you're piloting a spaceship. It's got special powers. All the powers are different. I think there's like maybe 30 different powers in the game. Seems like that. Maybe 20 to 30 powers. Your ship will only have POWER, one for every letter. So 5 different powers that you bag build. It's bag building. And then you defeat waves of ships, and you have to defeat all the ships to attack the mothership. Typically, every mothership has different roles, so pretty cool. I think there's 6 different motherships, 4 to 6 different fighters. I think it's 4. So it's got a lot of cool replayability, and the powers are fun, and it's just a good game.
Like a video game.
It is video game-esque. Yeah, it's like Last Starfighter. I think it's sort of like the theme of it. You're one ship fighting for humanity.
Oh, that's the surprise is this. Yeah, whatever. That surprise is lame. I mean, it's awesome, but it's like,
Is it a severed finger?
see,
that's-
now
I'll
that would
get you.
be awesome.
That's
That
my
would be
guess.
awesome.
It's a
Not a
severed
severed
glasscock.
I'll put it like this.
Oh.
I think
Tail.
every single person here, if they were given 5 guesses, would probably guess it in the first 5 guesses.
Oh yeah.
It's
I
a
mean,
pinky
it's not making it out like it's a big deal.
Well,
Well, it's not like Dorito level big deal, but it's a deal.
If it were a bag
like
of
free
Doritos,
Xbox.
how awesome would that be?
Is there
Like
a
if
free
you opened up your
Xbox?
bag and there was a mini bag, you'd be like, "This is fucking great."
That's weird. I think I would throw that Dorito bag away and be
I would
like,
laugh my ass off if some publisher
If it
made
was
a mini
a
bag of
Dwellings of
Doritos and hit 'em in
Everdale
Forces
that
game.
bag of burritos, you would not throw. You'd be like, "Wow,
You said
Dwellings of
bag of
Everdale bag of
Burritos?
burritos."
that's been. How long has it been in there?
Well, I don't know,
Like,
6 months.
is it a strange flavor? Is there? No. That's
Don't
not
buy it at a
happening.
retail place. Buy it like off Kickstarter, and you're like 3 months max.
There you go. I'd eat the chips.
I eat a 3-month-old Dorito in a second.
Yeah, that's. I mean, they'll last like 2
easily.
years or something.
Yeah.
At least.
Not if the bag was open.
so many chemicals in this thing.
And if you
Yeah,
can't,
yeah,
you can
yeah.
use them as a fire starter.
Well, I'll tell you what. This is actually surprisingly in my wheelhouse. They last about 4 to 6 months if you take them out of the bag and put them into a gallon Ziploc bag.
Which most people don't.
That's
Well, I've done
weird.
Who puts,
Forrest.
what, you take them out of their regular bag, put them in a Ziploc bag, and then don't eat them for 6 months? Who
Well,
does that?
I had to take them out of the bag to get the codes, Shane.
He
Jeez.
bought $1,000 worth of Doritos.
He won $1
Shane,
million worth of
to
Xbox.
win like 2 Xboxes. So he
I
basically
made
paid
a
for the
lot of
Xboxes.
money. I made a good chunk of money, and I got Xboxes out of that deal.
This
So,
is actually a real thing?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It was.
Last year.
You
It was
can't
the-
you can't
You bought-
deny the
How much money did you spend on Doritos?
I spent. I didn't keep track of it. I really wish I would have. I probably spent $1,000 to $1,500 on Doritos.
For what purpose? Just to win?
To win an
Well,
Xbox.
Shane, they had a special type of Doritos called Dorito Roulettes, which had these code. All the Doritos had these codes in it to help you get Xboxes. But Dorito Roulette chips were these special types of really crappy chips that had like 3 different spice flavors in there, and they gave you 4 times the code. So if you bought, somebody on Reddit figured out that if you bought all these, it was like printing money because everybody wants these codes. And it was a really good way to win Xboxes. So I won some Xboxes, and then I realized that I could just cut out the middleman and start winning. Selling the codes, so I just started selling the codes, and I had I had $1,000 to $1,500 worth of Doritos, and I
Did
went
you
to
eat-
all
did
my
you eat-
local stores and bought them out, and drove all the way. I
Did you
drove
end up eating all those Doritos?
over time, and I gave away gallons of them. Whenever people would come over to my house, I'd offer them a gallon of Doritos on
I was
the way
going to say, I
out.
feel like if you ate all those yourself, you'd probably be dead today. You
I'd
definitely
chip
have
up a
cancer
year.
from it.
Super size me Doritos edition.
You're like Laszlo in Real Genius. Remember that?
It's called Russian roulette chips.
I'm gonna win 94% of the prizes.
You did a
enter
real
as many
genius
times
quote,
as you'd
Aldi.
like.
That is amazing that you pulled Real Genius into this episode.
Oh, I know.
That
Laszlo,
is
I think about Laszlo all the time.
Oh, I love
Anytime
that
there's
shit.
something like that, you gotta have Laszlo it. Yeah.
So how much?
And
did
that's
you
and
charge
that's
for
based
those?
on the whole idea of that one guy who figured out how to get all the frequent flyer miles. That's a real thing. That like, and I forget. And
Tweak
then
the
there's that one Adam Sandler movie that it isn't an Adam Sandler movie. He plays like the guy that's kind of like weird and he's chasing the girl and he's got all
That's
the
every Adam Sandler.
Every
movie.
Adam
It's
Sandler.
everyone.
no, it's not by Adam Sandler. Like somebody actually Punch Drunk Love. Is that maybe?
Yep,
what
that
it
was
is?
it.
Yeah. So anyway, there's a subscript in there of like basically there was a thing that said you could get frequent flyer miles if you purchased a certain types of items, and one of the items was a pudding pop. But what they didn't realize was that you could buy a 4-pack of pudding pops, and each individual pudding pop inside the 4-pack was the equivalent of like 100 miles or something like that. So he was able to spend like basically a $1 and get like 1,000, or it was like some ridiculous amount of frequent flyer miles. So he just bought them all up, and he just, he accumulated literally like enough frequent flyer miles that he never have to pay for a plane ticket again for pennies on the dollar.
That was a good move.
But that actually it's based on a real guy who really did that figured out how to game the system.
I wish Laszlo was a real guy. I want to believe it that there's a Laszlo out there.
But Forrest, how much did you charge for these codes?
I think I remember because I was selling them online.
Why would you buy the code? Was it just worth points, or what was it?
Well, how it would work is you would enter a code, and it would give you, I think it was between like 200 to 1,000 points. And so some people would just sell the points raw, and then some people would sell the codes, and people would be like, oh, if you enter the code, then you might get 1,000 points or whatever it was. I think I was selling it for about $2 to $5 a code. Towards the end, the codes were worth less as more people had already started to win. But I made like legit, I made some damn good money, and I had a boatload of chips and the Xboxes. It was good times.
And $20 is $20. No, I mean, what was the not to sit there and keep hammering on this, but I mean, what did you do with the Xboxes then? And why didn't you do it? Why didn't you? There was nothing like that for this time around for the new systems.
Well, no, when they can sell those things at $1,000 a pop, they're not giving that stuff away.
This time they did a Taco Bell thing, which I actually won one through the Taco Bell scheme because there was like a certain time to enter, and I won, and my buddy Eric, who's my camera guy, won one as well. But I didn't have the money to invest in the Taco Bell this time, so I didn't win anything on Taco Bell, and they didn't really have a Doritos giveaway code this time.
Oh, you won the new Xbox?
No, I actually I don't even want to go into it, but yeah, I paid for a monthly subscription for my son where they would upgrade our Xbox, and then we get the new Xbox when it first came out, but Amazon pulled out the rug from underneath us. So now I have to try and scrounge to get an Xbox, but eventually when we can find an Xbox, we can get it for free, even though we paid $30 a month for 2 years.
And that's just that. That was the what is their reasoning why they're allowed to do that?
Amazon?
Yeah.
Because they're Amazon and you can go piss off.
They do.
What are you going to do, Sam?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Same reason
Walmart
they can
just
break a
said that they're
street
going to
date
have
without
some
getting any.
tomorrow at 3 p.m. So I'm going to be there at 2:59, refreshing as fast as I can, and hopefully snag one. But my hopes are low.
Is this for an
Did you see what
Xbox?
they did in the UK with the Sony release?
No, this is the new Xbox. Yeah.
Well, for the PS5, the release that they changed all the underground signs from a circle to all the different.
Yeah,
symbols.
they did all the signs. It was cool.
That was pretty awesome.
Forrest, check out stockinformer.com.
Stock Informer?
Yeah.
Yeah, or Pop Finder.
It'll alert you when they go up in certain places.
Pop Finder also does it too. It's a site for Funko Pops, but they also do like pop culture stuff. So they do video game consoles. It'll tell you all the stock levels at Target, Walmart, Best Buy.
I did that with the Doritos. Actually, I had a different website where they told me
Dorito
exactly
Finder.
how many were in stock.
Only you.
Dorito Informer.
Dorito Informer.
Insider.
Show me where them cool ranches are, baby. Show me
the taco flavor.
Oh, I love tacos.
Well, it says right here, PlayStation 5s are in stock on eBay. I don't know why everybody's complaining.
You got $2,000.
If you want to spend that Dorito money, I'll sell you my Xbox or PlayStation for $1,000.
People that are spending $2,000 on a PS5 don't realize the amount of PC they could get for that kind of money.
I know.
So crazy.
Yeah, I mean, like I was I started playing Fallout 4 again, and then somebody was like, "Oh, hey, somebody mentioned me. You should really download this one mod or whatever for it. Like there's like this homemade mod that somebody made that basically the unofficial patch which fixes tons of stuff." And like, yeah, sure enough. And then I just dove into all these mods for Fallout 4. It's like it's a whole new game, even though I've played the whole game like through 2-3 times, and now it's like, oh, well, I can install all this stuff and it's a brand new game. And yeah, I mean, whatever.
Those mods are great. I was actually watching a video last week while I was doing dishes that was of Oblivion, but they had it modded so that 8 cheese wheels would appear every second.
I saw that one.
It was great.
The
And I
whole
was like,
mountain.
why am I watching this?
1,000 cheese wheels falling down a mountain. It's hilarious.
Yeah. And he was pretending like he was Santa, and it was like, this is beautiful. This is what you're for.
Cheese wheels for
Entertainment has
everyone.
evolved.
But yeah, the hype on the new consoles is ridiculous. I've had local people offering me $800-900 for mine, and it's just nuts.
It's the
They're
same
just-
thing every time they come out, though.
Every time.
Was it always this bad with the hype?
The last 2 generations have been. It wasn't necessarily back when like PS1 and original Xbox came out, but like since the 360 and PS2, they've been really hard to get. They always are on launch day.
I walked into a GameStop, bought the Dreamcast.
I did too. I love
Day
my
one.
Dreamcast.
Day
I
one.
love the Dreamcast.
I still got my Dreamcast.
That was a different time.
Play some Power Stone every now and then. Ooh.
Mm-hmm. But yeah.
Okay, so I got a Kickstarter that I was curious you guys want to check out if you want to do like just to look at it together, because it is really bad. It's that new board game console, the Square One. Have you guys seen this?
What?
Yes.
Oh,
I haven't.
man, it is a real
Board
shit.
Share your
game
screen.
console.
Come on,
We've
pull
done-
it up
share
for
your
us.
screen.
Share your
We've
screen.
done-
What? I'm
6 hours
busy.
to
I'm
watch
doing
them.
stuff. I'm
You
finding.
can't show the
extras,
porn.
posting
Come on
videos.
now.
Come on, share your screen.
All right, fine. Jesus.
Turn off the Dorito porn.
Yeah, turn off the Dorito
All
porn.
right, there we go.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, it's Cool Ranch.
Before you start this,
Ooh.
before you bag on this, I think this thing has a lot of potential.
I think it
You
does too.
say
But
that about anything.
I'm looking just at the purpose of the Kickstarter, Scott.
Oh,
And
okay.
you have to pay $600, and they tell you. I don't want to get
Yeah,
into
go
it.
for it. Go for it. Start.
Yeah.
I'm not showing the
Forrest.
video. I'm just
Take
showing
the lead,
actual
Forrest.
Kickstarter.
Take the lead on this one.
Why aren't you sharing your screen, Forrest?
I don't know. There's buttons everywhere. I don't know what they all do. I'm
The
in a
green
Pop-O
button that
pillow.
says share screen.
All right.
The only
record.
thing that's colored.
The only thing that doesn't have naked ladies on it right now. Find that one.
All right. Hide self view. Mute my audio. I don't. God.
Bottom middle, Forrest. Bottom middle.
Oh, green.
There's screen. Okay, I see it. There you go. Screen. There we go.
Ah, King Fat had the good line. He said, "Forget all dressed chips. It's no dressed."
So this is the Square One console. I won't go into the video, but the main issue that I have with this is right now you get the minimum you can get it for is $593 US. And so you're like, all right, what games are you gonna get? Right? Comes with 10 games. So it's like, all right, the 10 games are gonna make or break it.
How can I see anything since you're scrolling through this at 7,000 miles an hour?
What?
Have you not learned anything when we do this? When other people do this?
What? No, I haven't. Oh, here it is. So you get air hockey, snakes and ladders, checkers, Chinese checkers, Ludo, dodgeball, one original game developed in-house. You want to know what the other 3 games are? Fuck off. We're not telling you. Oh, if you want to pay for the special dice edition, it will give you 5 additional dice games. You want to know what those 5 dice games are? You can fuck right off. We're not telling you what the 5 dice games are either. So if you spend the $600+ they're not telling you what 8 of the games are, and 6 of the games are shit you're not going to want to play, and one of the games is designed in-house, and it looks cool, but it's like, how, like, ugh.
And yet, $150,000 worth of people said, "Whatever, I'll take her chance."
But that's because it's 268 backers, though. It's just. I agree, Scott. And I watched the video, and I shot like a 20-minute video on it, and I really digged into it. And it's got a lot of potential. It looks really cool.
Well, it
But-
also has the card sensors all around the sides and stuff.
Yeah, it's great. They did like what they do with Drop Mix. Have you ever played Drop Mix, where it reads the card and it's really cool?
Yeah.
But like this needed 6 more months to a year of polish, and I just think they're like, oh shit, Pete's gonna kick our ass with whatever CMON's coming out. You know, they got other companies doing the same thing, and I think they rushed it out, man.
Here's my thought on this. I realize that this is like a whatever, like we're trending towards more gadgety things, and again, the proof is in the pudding, right? 160 grand is, you know, that people are getting for that one. But I look at that and I say, how is that better than me having the board game on the table in front of me and just playing the game with my friends? I mean, what is that doing for me? That like, it tells me what the dice are. The last time I checked, I can still read the dice.
I can tell you.
Well,
I don't want to tell you though.
Why?
You have to think of games that aren't made yet, like different like dynamic programming games where things you do in the game can affect the game itself, right?
Okay, well,
Like,
those don't
let's say
exist.
let's say you're going down
you're saying that eventually we'll have games that'll make it good. Well,
you have
excuse me, I'm not going to drop $600 on something for
Sure.
a game that might exist in the future.
Wait. How many times have you done this before, though?
I guarantee you.
Arc.
If Zombicide, and I'm going to be perfectly honest, if Zombicide was on that thing, it'd be $1 million right now.
Yeah,
I guarantee you. They just don't have the killer game.
I would tell you this as someone who played a thing that is supposed to be coming that is similar to this. If you do it right with the right title, it can be a fucking home run and nobody would ask questions at all. Like,
I agree.
At all. Like, I experienced one of these games and I was just like, yeah, they figured it out. And I was actually like trying to fuck up the whole demo. Like, I was like, you know what? Everybody was childish in the room. Everybody in the room was skeptic. So I was like, I'm just going to throw these dice over here. And I threw the dice over there and they registered right there. And they lit up and it was kind of cool. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. You know, so there's a lot of opportunity, but I also think it will be a mix of having the right first title, but also having a new title, just like when you buy a new game console, something that really, you know, like something that
needs killer app,
DualShock, something that sells the haptic feedback, you know, of a PS,
which is awesome.
But
yeah,
but I know that's coming. It's just the problem of just like the first, whatever the first app game was, it's like you got to see it work. And you also got to know that like somebody's got to create something that is a board game on its own away from familiarity. They just need a big one to kind of Trojan horse it in first, you know, like that's the thing. It's got to be executed really well right out the gate because people need something to say, proof of concept. I love this game or I loved this game and they somehow refreshed it, you know, in a different way.
They had two big games that were launched with this one, which was what's that one from Peterson? Cthulhu Wars and Not Alone are the two biggest games. And they also had The Crew, but really, I mean, The Crew it's cards.
Yeah, but the crew would be a good game to play if you're playing with friends, you know, like it's fine. Like the thing is that like if you're buying, I'm trying to figure out if there's a way that this makes sense to me, but like people pay for innovation, man. They want to be the first to be part of it. That's just that's actually just the basics of it all. Early like people will pay another $1,200 within the same year for minimal incremental changes and sign up for that.
Typically, though, for something like that, it needs to be something that kind of blows you away.
Yes.
For you to be an early adopter, right? Like it's got to be something that like makes you go, oh my god, you know, like virtual reality, you know, VR headsets and stuff like that, where you're just like, oh my god, I don't know, like for this, I just don't like, I don't know, how do you? Certainly, what I've seen in this particular Kickstarter, there's nothing there that's like mind blowing.
Yeah.
I think Tilt 5 does it much better. Tilt 5, if you haven't checked that out, that I got a chance to try those out. That was like, damn, this is cool. This looks great. And I have no doubt in my mind that it's going to be very cool. But I'm just saying from a strictly like, hey, $600, like I could see this not happening. And it wouldn't shock any of us if they're like, oh, it just didn't end up happening. And they just ran away with the money on accident because of it. You know,
on accident.
Even if they do complete and they send them out, you're looking at less than 300 people that are bought in at this point. Where's the support for it down the line?
Right.
Bingo. But that's one of the cool things is that one of the bottom levels, it's $1,000. Oh, and it's sold. One of them is a developer kit where you can develop your own games and sell your own stuff. And that's like really cool. And it has a lot of really cool ideas that get me excited. It's just the implementation. And like, I'll put it like this. If a big company would have put out this, it would have wowed me. Like the video itself has subtitles for like a solid minute and a half. And I'm just like, no. And like during the subtitles, it's not like anything mind blowing was said. It was just the developer wanted to talk on the video. And it's like, no, just pay somebody else to say what the hell you're saying. And then like I clicked down to some more videos and there were more subtitles. And it's like, no, I'm here on Kickstarter because I don't want to read. I want to watch videos.
Yeah, they sent us some info earlier this year, I think. We had several of those types of stuff because I think there was just going to be about like a wave of them this summer. And like a wave of them coming to Kickstarter this summer or shipping from some ones that we didn't even know about before. And then Taburu was kind of in the works as well too. And we had saw that one last year. And I thought this one was interesting. I just remembered like when I heard that name, I was like, oh, that was pretty interesting because the card slots, this one was different. I think it had the slots in it for this one.
Yeah, around the outside.
Yeah, they go around the outside.
So it had some idea where you had like lanes and stuff like that. And I was like, oh, okay. Because they have something like that at Dave & Buster's. They have some idea that's like that Dave & Buster's, and my kid liked that lane kind of specific type thing. But I've found that all of these board game tables have this thing of like they have a what's that card game? What's the card game that Hearthstone? They have a Hearthstone type of game. They have a game where you put cards on that like shoots magical spells when you put them on there. So it's like a war card game where there's like a card register. But other than that, like they all share those same elements. They don't do anything truly dynamic except for when I saw Taburu, which that's all I can say. I saw Taburu and I experienced it, and it's better than all of them. It's got to be better than all of them.
Taburu is not in the same ballpark as these. Taburu is not a screen-based board, is it? I thought it was like you put stuff on the board.
But I just feel like it's just a whole better situation of where
but you got to get the cardboard, right? Otherwise it's a big piece of black plastic, right? Like you put the boards on top of it, which is fine, but it's not in the same ballpark as these. It's a purely digital board.
But that's like those are like tablet.
Yeah, it's a giant tablet.
Yeah, it's tablet. There was another one. What was the other one that I remember? That one actually was pretty exciting because they had like Carcassonne, they had Carcassonne, Catan.
Was it the one from Pinball or from the Arcade 1-Up guys? There's a big another big tablet.
It's not that one either. Let me see if I have the rep's name. I'll see if I can find it.
Someone's gonna win this
because it was pretty cool, and we were gonna do something for it. I was like, okay, and then I didn't hear anything about it. Like it didn't show up at all anymore. Let me see.
So the one cool thing about this, the game that we played on stream was a lighthouse lighting up parts of the board.
That game looks really cool. It looks family weight, but that game looks cool.
It's a family game. Yeah, and you move your ships around and you pick up gems. Like you watch the board, you see where the gems are, and then you move your ship. Yeah, it's a bit of a memory game. But then there's special powers. It was perfectly fine. But that just touches the surface of what can be done there.
I agree with Jeremy. It needed a killer app to come out the gate.
Yeah, for sure. And the one that has the killer app will win.
Yep.
And I think Zombicide will win.
Well, here's the thing.
Already has like 1 million users.
You know what also would be great? If you told me what games I'm getting when I spend $600. Like,
yeah, that's a little bit of a mistake.
On. Like, you're giving me...
You got to wait for all those things to be developed. Right? Because those are all developers making games, not the base company.
No, they're doing a bunch of it in-house. Like, they showed that in the Kickstarter video. Like, that was cool. Like, they got a team of people working. It's like... You know, and they didn't even highlight the crew either. That was the other thing. Like the crew, like give me like some sexy crew footage.
How are they paying for this with only making how much do they make right now?
It says they only need $50,000, which I'm calling bullshit on that.
That's one programmer salary. That's like half a programmer salary, honestly.
Well, that's just it. It's like you always, whenever something like funds like this, and you're thinking that doesn't sound like. I know you always wonder. It's like if they're like crossing their fingers and saying we need this to hit $400,000.
Oh yeah, the thing is, all their pledges right now are early birds. Every single one of them is an early bird. They haven't even hit all their early birds to unveil their regular. I did a video on the Harry Potter one too. Same one. That is so shady. They went from asking for $400,000 last week. This week they came back and said, "You know what, fam? We need 50 grand. We're good with 50 grand."
What is this? There's a Kickstarter for that?
Yeah, check out my Kickstarter critique on that one, Shane. I'll cover your game. When's your game coming out? What was that, tomorrow, Lance?
You're launching a game tomorrow. You did one for Campaign Trail already.
No, you said you wanted another one done, didn't you?
No?
I could have swore you did.
No, I asked you to do one on Campaign Trail, which you did.
Oh, I thought there was another one you just messaged me about.
No. Jeez. Go have some more
Stay
Doritos.
on the Kickstarter, okay.
Hey, when we're at a point where there's a lot of people getting like
Aldi,
we're
why
going
you
back
blushing?
to this point again with this Kickstarter stuff, with the goals not matching what the publisher actually wants. And we had just had a pod talking about that, like where there's a level, like consumers are becoming a little bit more, savvy and a little bit more tight with their dollars in a sense, because they want to know what's up. Like they have more questions now than ever. Even if they do still throw money at you, they still have questions of like, what are you doing? And why is this that much? And da-da-da-da. And I'm just, the one thing I think that it's weird, you can tell which games they're choosing this for, but it's like, I think we all know at this point that like a lot of the estimates there is really just a game. It's just a game as much as this funded in less than 2 hours. And this, like that language, and even, like I said, even the language of, hey, I need this actual amount of money is kind of a farce, no matter what. There's very few publishers that would write the exact money they need to cross the line in order to publish this game and ship it to backers. And I think most people are aware of that now. And I just don't know why it's a big deal. I don't even know why it's even a big deal anymore.
I feel like it's
actually the publisher's fault if they don't market, like strategize towards whatever they want to get across. Like, because if you miss on that, like what was that one really big company that made a total miss? It was like in the middle of the year, and they put this ridiculously high funding goal. Oh, Sheol. I did a preview for him. Sheol. It was 300,000, and they never really explained why they needed 300,000, but that's what they were shooting for to cross that line, and it took so much effort. But for some reason, people believe that they were like telling the truth of how much the game was going to cost, more than anybody I've ever heard before. And asking for $120 for a game that they haven't even published a game before. And I just thought to myself, like, I think gamers know this stuff now. So why is it even brought up anymore? Like, why is that?
What do we bring what up specifically?
The funding goal thing. Like, oh, they're just trying to trick us into thinking like they, or they're lowballing too much. So then why did they cancel their Kickstarter? Or
well, here's the thing,
too high. I'm like, we've had this discussion since forever.
I'll tell you why, because it feels really crappy to have the rug pulled out underneath you. And if you're like, all right, we hit the funded goal, this should get made, and then it's like, oh, we're not actually going to make it because we didn't hit what our real funding goal was.
How often does that happen now?
I don't know.
I'm gonna tell you right now, and this
now,
is, and
like,
Shane can maybe
like
back me
now,
up on this.
Like
No, I'll tell you. I mean, and like it's everybody goes into a situation knowing exactly what it's going to cost, and if you don't, you're an idiot. I mean,
right.
Shane has taught me that. Like if you know that the game.
Yeah, I was thinking.
No. I mean, no. It's like, okay, if you're gonna print this game and you've gotten all the quotes and everything like that, so it's like, oh, okay, well, we need 24 grand to make this game, right, and get it shipped over. So do those people say 24 grand for that price? No. Right. I mean, if they're smart, they say 10. So then they can say funded in 2 hours, because for some reason is. That's pledge confirmation, right? People are like,
it is right.
Oh,
it is.
Yep.
It funded
That's
in 2
another
hours.
form of
That's
marketing.
Right. It's part of
And
marketing. It's fine.
And the thing is that if you don't hit that 24 grand, I mean, that's when people will say, yeah, you know what, we're gonna retool and we'll come back.
Right.
You know, and that's industry speak for we're gonna lose money if we print this game right now. So we're going to take a step back and we're gonna come back to it later.
Right.
We pulled the game after it double funded in 24 hours. We were like 60 grand on the second day and 2 times past our funding, and I pulled it. The reason I did was because I could have easily made the game for 60 grand. I could have easily made the game. I could have made the game for 30 grand. That really wasn't the issue. The issue was the results of that start were far less than my expectations were.
Yes.
And it was and when I looked at it, I was like, I think we made some errors. And I think if we stop in 1 week from now, relaunch with giving people more stuff up front, because that was our biggest issue, that we should have a better start because they can see more of the stuff that they're getting up front. But it wasn't for any reason that like it wasn't funding enough or whatever. It's just that I thought we made a mistake and I thought we could do better. Turns out I was wrong. We did about the same amount regardless.
But you know what though? Like that's the new backer disconnect though. Like, so I've had several publishers, pretty well respected publishers, pull stuff like right before they funded, or it did fund sort of in the same window you did, like sort of the same window you're saying. And it's just crazy how people still see that as a slap in the face. I'm like, more than likely, actually, I can't even think of a situation to counter this. They are going to come back with a lower funding goal, or they're going to come back with more in their hands to give to you in the box already. Come with more to give you in the box.
Which they had already planned on anyway in our case. We just were like, we're going to unlock this in the campaign anyway. Let's just give it to them from the beginning.
Right.
And it'll bring more people basically to open their wallets then and there.
Yeah. And the thing is that and there's a lot of those things too, where it's like, I mean, stretch goals are rarely actually true stretch goals, right?
Well, they also could cost you, so you don't want to be stretching it too far.
Well, no, but I mean, like any publisher that knows what they're doing has said, okay, well, if we hit, $97,000, we can add this thing, and it won't bottom line us too much. But as Shane has told me many times, cards are cheap. It's like we had to use that part of the sheet anyway for that card, so what does it matter? It's a piece of art, slap it in there. I mean, people get excited when stuff gets released, right? And they get jazzed. They're like, yeah,
people would rather have another card than listen to upgraded card stock again, right?
Hey, don't you knock the box sleeve.
Right. But and the crazy part about that is that like you would think people would really get tired of that and like beat you up about it, while they're like really getting angry about the card that's $5,000 away towards the end of the campaign. Like, I'd be like, why can't I have the fucking card? Like way back.
Remember back like 4 or 5 years ago?
Bilbo Baggins knockoff guy.
How many people do you think?
Kevin, it's good to see you, brother. Get some sleep.
You too. You have a great night. Thanks.
Take care.
Remember 4 or 5 years ago when like a stretch goal like was something massive? Like it was like, oh, you know what?
Oh shit!
Forget about those cardboard tokens. We're upgrading them all to wood. And you're like, holy crap, that's actually something really important. That's amazing, right?
Lance, that's why. Wait, hold on. That's why we are. That's where we got what we got to, because it'd be like, hey, first stretch goal is a full campaign. Yeah. Second stretch goal, 45 more minis.
No. So then you're like, okay,
secret box campaign.
But then people realize, no, whoa. Why are we doing that when we can just say, hey, here's this boring game that you can get for the retail version, But here's the exclusive Kickstarter one. That look at all these cool wooden pieces and everything that are in here.
Deluxified almost.
Wouldn't you rather
Yeah.
have this deluxe version of the game? I mean, it's all marketing, right? I mean, it's just
Care about
like
this, though anymore.
what?
I find it exhausting.
Yeah.
To
Yeah,
care about
it is.
I think this group is very disconnected from the average gamer, though. I think they really do. I think a lot, and the fact that they have these daily unlocks really says a lot. The fact that people are like, they get on there, they check every couple days, like, oh, there's a new thing, and they get excited. I think we're disconnected. We're a bunch of old lances.
Do you really think that?
We're a bunch of lances.
People,
Mike should. God damn it!
if you're already backed,
Notice
what
how
do you
there's no
care?
gray in the hair. You know, it's all
They-
it's the
It's
beard.
all in the beard.
I think the stretch goal unlocks is only good for the person who hasn't backed yet. The people who backed, who cares? You already got their money.
Mhm.
They're already in. Like,
I think people
why would you
people
get- why would I-
regularly come back. People regularly come back and look at like the stuff that you unlock.
Do you have any stats on that kind of stuff? They don't give you any stats, like how many times a single backer came to your site or came
Like
or-
comes back to
That'd
the
be
page.
interesting.
Yeah,
That'd be really interesting. Like return rates.
I straight up.
I think Google Analytics will give you cohort information.
I think I back a game. I look at it somewhere in the last 5 days or so, maybe just like to see like, oh, okay, like, oh shit. They're like, oh, wow, they may unlock this huge ass thing. And then like, I'll scan through the one where they say, hey, they unlocked, like, hey, we unlocked this last stretch goal, or hey, this is when the pledge manager's coming. Fill out that pledge manager. And then I don't even look at stuff until it ships. Like until it says it's on the boat.
In my opinion, by and large,
I'm looking at it. If it says it's arriving at the fulfillment center, I'm looking at it, and that's about it. Like
I mean, based on the comments, and you can see who, like, the people that are invested enough to actually like comment during the campaign and whatnot. I mean, that's only a small percentage of the people that actually back.
Mhm. It's the same 30 people commenting and talking to each other.
Right, which means
Yeah.
I think that those are the people that come back and check all the time.
Yeah.
But I do think most people go, this looks cool, and then they fire and forget, right? They just like whatever.
They back it or they hit the
Yeah.
remind me in 48 hours
Right.
reminder, and that's it. And then they don't think about it until they get the notification or it
Right.
funds. That's
Yeah.
what I do. The only
Yep.
time I check is if I hear that there's a new add-on and I want to throw it in my upfront pledge versus pledge manager. Other than that, I don't look at anything after I back.
And here's the
used
thing
to
about
do
that
$1
48 hour. This is how I've gotten. And I don't back much anymore, but if I see something is launched, I go and I look at it, and I see if there's an early bird. And if there's an early bird, I consider backing it.
Yeah.
If there isn't an early bird, 48 hour, baby. I'll see you later. There's no reason for me to back right now. I might as well just wait.
Wait and see what.
And you don't help, Lance.
No, I don't.
Because
and
that
I was
doesn't
gonna say-
generate any like
It doesn't
numbers.
campaign
But
like
I
that.
think
Funded in
more and
5
more
minutes.
people do it like we do. Look what that Freedom Force or whatever did in the last 48 hours.
Yeah, they
were
went
like-
from like 600 grand to like almost $1 million.
yeah.
Chip
Freedom
Theory's
5.
about to do that right now. Like they're about to finish off. 38% of their backers are at $5. It was like at some point. Like I was like, what? 30? Like at Chip Theory, they said they had like 30. It was like 35 to 38% of their backers at one time were $5 backers. And this is from Chip Theory Games. So they had a ridiculous amount of like skepticism, and I don't know why. It's such a respected company, but they actually put a game on Kickstarter that would be like a game you put on Kickstarter, one that still needs work. And it's, like,
And I think that was where a lot of the issues came. Like
people were like,
what I saw was like,
oh my God, a game that needs work? Like it needs development? Oh my God. But whatever.
That's a big switch too. There's no longer the dollar pledge. I mean, and this is like, everybody's like $5 to get in the pledge manager. Why? Because you're more willing to finish off your pledge if you give $5 than you are if you're willing,
You'll
How
go
has
back and look at
Kickstarter
it.
not slapped that down yet?
What's that?
How has Kickstarter not slapped down the pledge manager?
Oh, I think it has
They
something to do
don't
with this.
care.
Yeah, I was gonna
This.
say money.
No, they're not making money on a pledge manager pledge.
Yeah, but they make the $5.
Kickstarter.
$5, baby.
As Lance,
They
Kickstarter makes
only get their
$1
percentage of that
on your
$5.
or
40
they,
cents is 40 cents is 40. No, sorry. That's not true. 25 cents.
yeah, 25 cents. So why would they allow that? I don't know.
Because so many people do it.
That steps the whole system.
Because
Yeah,
if
so
they
many
get
people
that
do it.
strict, people are just going to leave the platform and do their own thing, like Hasbro Pulse is doing, and like other companies are doing.
Well, they do have add-ons now.
I mean, and the thing about the add-ons is that I mean, I remember Shane and I talked about that, and we're like, yeah, there's no way we're doing add-ons through.
Yeah,
why would you
pay Kickstarter extra money for something that you're going to put in a pledge? Now a free.
Well, you know what?
free
Like,
pledge
I think it's one of those things where it's like if they actually worked on actually improving their UI to create a page at any point in the last like half a dozen years, yeah, I mean, maybe.
I do wonder what they do with that money because it certainly
Why
doesn't go
fix
into
it if
the
it
I'm
ain't
telling you,
broke?
it's hookers and blow. Hookers and blow.
Mhm.
I think
I know
think
all
the people-
that board
I
game
think the-
promotion they go into. They go to every convention and they live stream and they show off all the games and they do all kinds of crazy media promotion.
I think
I'm being
that's-
facetious, by the way.
Oh, I was like, what are you talking about? I've never seen
That would be
anything.
Exactly.
BGG.
What are you talking? No, I'm not trying to say we're awesome or anything like that, but I'm just saying like if the board game industry is your biggest industry and you don't put any money back in it, like how much money has Kickstarter put into the board game industry, do you think?
Almost nothing.
Any?
Zero.
For example, for
Take-
example, no. For example, so like Richard, they actually reached out to Richard, and he could probably back this up if he was here. But they reached out to Richard, and this isn't really maybe my story to tell, but basically they reached
Kickstarter?
out and they said, "Hey, would you?" Yeah, they reached out to him. It's like, how about if you did a video for us, like once a month, that highlighted tabletop games that you think are cool, that we would give the Project We Love designation, and then we'll you'll do that video. You'll be supported by us. We'll pay you for the video, the whole 9 yards, whatever. So he reached out to me and he was like, oh, it's like, would you want us to do something? I was like, yeah, absolutely. We would do that. And then I was like, so I kind of waited and I was like, just let me know what you need. And so like one of his underlings reached out and they said, yeah, absolutely. It's like, I just need some art assets so we could make the video. And I was like, sounds good. And there was going to be like kind of a roundtable discussion. And then Kickstarter, they said, like, they emailed them once. They said, sounds good. Kickstarter emailed the givens, like to discuss like terms of how it would work and which games to use. And they said, yeah. They wrote him a third email and said, these are the games we suggest, but you can do whatever you want. They said, cool. And then I sat back and I was like, hey, have you heard anything? Oh, we're waiting for Kickstarter to let us know when they want the video done by. Then like 2 weeks go by, 3 weeks go by. I was like, we're running the campaign now. Have you heard anything? Nope. We're still waiting to hear something. It was just kind of like, yeah, it's like Kickstarter just stopped responding to their emails about it. Not like there was never a, oh, sorry, we decided not to do
they did
this.
lay off like 40% of this force.
Yeah,
Well, I mean,
They probably
okay.
laid off the people that were responsible for running that.
I mean,
Like,
It's like
lay off
part of
people wouldn't give a shit.
And that's the part. That's what you would lay off is this like floofy video potentially thing. That's where you would make the cut.
I mean, I have known people that have needed to get a hold of somebody at Kickstarter. Like
Yeah.
I've heard this from everybody, and they just do not respond to anybody.
Don't respond.
Nope.
It just feels to me like they make the money that they're making and they're happy with it, and they're like, we're just not willing to put anything else into this.
With you, there's no competition.
That's why I think GameFound is going to do really well. They're carving what they carve out. Like they're going to carve something out.
Fuck you, Jeremy. You don't know what you're talking about, man.
You have
They are going to.
no idea.
No,
Get
this
out your
is
ass.
this
You
is what
got
I'll say. This is what I'll say. It's not going to be Kickstarter. Kickstarter is a gigantic business that's bigger than board gaming. It just happens to be that board games makes them a shit ton of money.
Okay.
But there's money to be made. I mean, that means you don't know business if you don't know that Kickstarter.
All right. I'm just.
What I'm saying
gonna
is
say,
that
What you think?
board
Shane,
game
do you want the
business-
floor on this one, or can
No,
I
but-
take it?
But I'm
make
curious
board
why.
game specific
No,
business.
I'll just say
You've done
one
it
thing.
well.
I will just say one thing. You should go ahead and intimately get involved with their pledge manager and use it, and then come back and tell me that you think that they've got what it takes to compete with Kickstarter on any level.
I think they do have what it takes to beg with Kickstarter on a lot of levels, but I don't know the entire process.
If they can't make pledge manager software work, like
So
That's
I'm gonna. I'll say this, and it's just like it's, and I have nothing but love for Ryan Schoon. He's a good friend and he's an employee. And whenever I've had a problem or an issue with GameFound, he has been right there. Hey, what do you need? How can I fix this? How can I make this work? So this has nothing to do with him. But good night, Cassandra.
Good night.
Right.
Get some
Enjoy
sleep.
your rest.
I was in Cassandra. Okay, she left already. Scott, she was like waiting for like she was her videos to be accepted. Like it sounds like maybe YouTube or BGG. I don't know if you set her up with the automatic
I have
acceptance.
not set her up with the automatic acceptance.
Well, maybe you should do that. But anyway, no, I mean like GameFound works, and unlike other pledge managers, they do not take any money, right? It's free. It's a completely free platform to use. So the price is right? But it is the most convoluted user interface. I mean, to just do the most basic of things. It's like, oh, how do I even do this, Ryan? Oh, you have to click on this. You have to go into this subtable. Then you have to click on this and highlight it here.
Look,
Now,
all I
go
wanted
back
to
out.
do was add an item to a guy's cart. That's it.
Yeah, that's all I wanted. And it's just like, oh no, it's a 7-minute process for each one of those that you want to do that.
If
for.
they figure out all the
I've got 1,000 backers. Can I just do it in a batch? No. It's like, oh, okay.
Here's the deal. They're
I
gonna
think-
figure out all that stuff.
Like
right?
I think they're gonna figure all that stuff out from what I've seen
Well, if
already.
they don't, they'll die. So I
But
mean, they have to.
I think they're gonna figure out stuff from the stuff I've seen already. What I will say though is there's going to be a learning curve than the lazy curve of what you're used to, right? It's going to be different. It's not going to be a mixed bag of the same with different companies, so you can decide what fees you want to pay here and what do you want to do here for this and that. I get it, but what I'm saying is that they've made it, especially on the user side, what they're trying to do to make it more comfortable and attractive to be there more on their page more of the time, which I think will in turn make more money for publishers. It won't compare to Kickstarter. It just won't, because Kickstarter just has people just clicking on Kickstarter, right? Like not just board gamers, people just clicking on Kickstarter. You get money from those people too. You just, I don't know how you track that part, but I know you make successful campaigns from not just board gamers. You get some money from other random people just popping up on your page.
Oh, let me just say out loud here. I want them to succeed. I mean, I want GameFound to work because I think the best thing that could happen is for there to be more than one option for crowdfunding to go to, and Indiegogo doesn't count, right?
Right,
But the
Why
fact,
doesn't Indiegogo count?
because they've had how many years and nobody cares. When's the
It's
last time you went to Indiegogo to check and see how many board games they had on there?
You should see what
The new
Blacklist Games is
Street
doing.
Masters
You
is
should
on
see
there.
what Blacklist Games is doing, and it just shows you like that platform just does not work right. It does not work right for the user. It just doesn't. Like they're
It's-
running
Are they
campaigns
not happy with that?
and stuff, and it's just really confusing for the user.
It's like when I see somebody actually listed, like I got an email for an update for the Who Goes There expansion, and they're like, you can check out the components video here on Vimeo. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Just like-
Jeez.
It's funny how a superior product does not work over YouTube.
Did you think that do you think that in terms of Indiegogo, do you think many people like the fact that you don't have to fund to actually get your money is a
I think
deterrent?
that's part of the secret sauce that Indiegogo misses, because almost
yeah, like you get 60%
There's
of
no-
their money
there's no FOMO.
instead of
there's no like make it or
You
break
get-
it.
Right, you get the it's like, okay, I'm gonna get
pre-order system,
money and
yeah.
then
But I think you could do that in Kickstarter as well. Just nobody does it.
Really? All or
I
nothing?
think-
They do nothing.
They used to have at least the last. I mean, I haven't completely set up a Kickstarter page in a while, but they used to have an option in there that was like not all or nothing.
Partial.
Yeah.
But
But nobody uses it.
I actually have to pay pledge. Wait, am I really signed up?
Well,
for this
and
now?
that's the reason why people don't like Indiegogo, right? The most common
That's
complaint
fucking
about
hilarious.
Indiegogo is that they take your money right away. It's just like, okay, I'll back this for $20. Thank you. We'll take that $20. You're like, no. I might change my mind in the next 17 days. You know.
Nope.
That's
I might grow a pair and jump out of this.
It's good for the publisher, but I don't know if it creates the sense of fail.
Well, is it good for the publisher if they get a lot of refund requests after the campaign is closing to its end?
Maybe not. Yeah.
And they have to deal with all that crap versus just not collecting it in the first place.
Yeah.
I just don't see it. It is going to take so long for people to chip away at the mountain that is Kickstarter.
Won't take that long.
Oh,
No,
yes.
it'll
Okay.
take a
Okay.
while.
Prognostications. Let's do it right now.
It won't take that long. You get the top 10 out of Kickstarter, they're gone.
Yeah,
Like
they're
it's
gone.
hurt.
No, I even said the other day, like, what if Game Found?
You get Seaman off there to save.
I was just gonna say, what if Game
$250,000
Found?
fees.
What if Game Found approached Cool Mini or Not? I'm not saying they do this, but they approached Cool Mini or Not and they said, we want to do your pledge manager, or we want you to do your crowdfunding through us. We're not going to take any of the money, and we're actually going to pay you if you come and do it for like the first 5 projects you do with us. We'll pay you $10,000, and we won't take any of the money or something. I'm not saying that's what it would take or whatever.
Yeah.
But I mean, if they went to Cool Mini or Not and Mythic Games,
Awaken Realms.
You know, they went to Gloomhaven. If they
Epic.
went. What? Tiny Epic.
Tiny Epic guys.
They went to the guys that are like
Not that many.
Yeah, I mean, and Kickstarter actually saw like the fact that they were like, oh wow, like we can't count on $3 million projects a year from Cool Mini or Not. I mean, maybe then they take notice, right?
Here's what I'll say about it. I'm looking at the numbers right now because it breaks it down because you're talking about Kickstarter as a whole. Design makes the most. Games is number 2, but I really wish it split it up between tabletop games and the other things, because it says right now there's $13.3 million invested into games in general on Kickstarter, like right this very second.
Yeah,
so it's number 2, which is not nothing, but I just have a hard time thinking it would sink the Titanic. You know what I'm saying?
Shane, you were saying something. What were you saying?
No, who is it? What company is it that's doing Game Found? I thought it was Mythic.
It's Awaken Realms.
Thank you.
Is it Awaken Realms or is it Mythic?
Awaken Realms.
Maybe I'm.
Yep. They were two separate companies. He basically decided to make it a separate. So now it's Awaken Realms, Game Found.
Got it.
Yeah.
If you guys had a problem with Kickstarter, how do you do it? Like, I guess you don't have problems with Kickstarter, right? So you don't have like a customer service like Ryan person.
Well, Ryan and Martin, but Martin left. How about the fact that the Crowdox and BackerKit merged?
And you wonder why?
Well, I mean, and that had to be. I mean, nothing against
Found
Crowdox. I like Chandler a great deal, and I don't know anybody else who really runs the show there. But I mean, obviously, BackerKit was the Pac-Man who ate the pellet who came by and and I do know for a fact. Well, I mean, I shouldn't say for fact, but I do know that the idea behind Crowdox being made was it was basically 2 guys that were programmers that were like saying, what if we made this? I bet we can make some money. And I bet you from the idea that they were like kind of 2 like web developer entrepreneur guys, they were like, maybe if we get big enough, somebody will come and buy it from us, kind of thing. So
yeah, I mean that makes sense too. I mean, shit, you got to get this paper, dude.
The dream.
That's the dream, dog. You
Make
run
something
business,
worth buying out on.
Buys it for a good price. Let's go buy a boat, baby. Let's go.
Ask Shane.
Let's go buy a fucking boat, bro.
Ask Shane what next day action is going to be after the company comes and buys him out.
Well,
Look, don't go spreading that around, or whoever buys the company will be like, you can't do that.
Oh, geez. Was he going to jump in a hot tub full of dollar bills naked or something?
No.
Shane,
Well,
Shane,
I mean, I guess that could
you
be
got to
part
walk
of
out with your pants on, man. You can't just take your pants off right now because you're rich, man. Like, you can't.
That's not written anywhere.
He's like, I still got my finger on it.
I'm gonna burn some bridges. That's all.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking
Oh,
about.
tell you like it is.
On his way to his private island, he'll be like flipping the bird.
Exactly. I'm gonna be like, later.
Bridges are overrated. When you got a helicopter, you don't need a bridge.
Oh my god.
I mean, haven't you like? I mean, this is. I mean, I can't imagine. It just seems like recently or whatever. It just seems like, this. I mean, everybody's nerves are frazzled. As I've said this a million times over, and I'm gonna go back to the well on this. I mean, it really does feel like this whole this 9 months of. Like, where did he go? My boss just left.
Where'd he go?
He just texted me. He just said 10-1 says his
Phone good?
laptop died.
Laptop died.
I thought he was giving us the finger.
Yeah. Maybe we're the bridges that are being burnt. He's like, fuck you guys. I'm
Hold on a
out.
second.
I think it hit higher tonight.
That was a preview.
Yeah, it's a preview
It's the
bird
war-
flipping.
It's a no, what was I saying? Okay, no, I mean, like this. I mean, I don't know. Everybody's on edge. I mean, it's just this whole.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I lost a year of work, a life.
Well, you know, a lot of people lost their lives.
Yeah, a lot of people lost their lives. Way better
Yeah.
than those people. But yeah, it just feels like life's on pause, right?
Well, it'll get, well, a couple years we'll look back on this and say, yeah, it wasn't that bad. It's what
Oh,
we
God.
do.
Are
I
you
hope
insane?
I hope not.
They did it in 19. Every 100 years, this country has a pandemic.
Yeah, and nobody looked back at it with this some fondness of like
Right.
as they have their
will.
snifter of brandy going. It wasn't the
2020.
But I'm
It
saying,
was aight.
My grandparents
Sorry.
died. Not that bad.
I hate. I'm going to be devil's advocate here.
You wanna buy
I
a
think
t-shirt
a
with
lot
that
of
on there?
people.
It's Scott,
what I'm
Scott,
saying
buy a
is they
t-shirt
will
with
say it's not as bad as we thought it was at the time.
aight.
I think a lot of people are going to use this opportunity to improve themselves, to improve their families, to improve their relationships. And I know for me personally, I am going to make 2020 be the year that completely changes my life for the better. It is going to be a launching pad. And the only reason that the opportunities were presented to me was unfortunately because of the pandemic. And I think a lot of people are going to do that.
Yeah.
A lot of people aren't going to do that, but I think you're going to see a lot of people do that.
I would say this year is an opportunity. Well, first of all, survive. First of all,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wash
Dude,
your hands, wear your mask.
like we've been telling people when I tell people because I'm in charge of employee development at a hospital. I say, man, it's time to reinvent yourself. Like it's time to reevaluate and reinvent, and it's also time to experiment because you may not have a job. Like you may not have the same licenses. Things are being taken away from you. Things are being cut. So it's time to like redefine, be innovative as possible, try some new things because people are like ready to try some new shit. They don't know what the hell to do. Like they're waiting for people. And like when we had the shutdowns, when we had like, the stock market crash, the housing crash, a lot of good ideas came out of that. And I think I'm hoping that since this period is going to be longer than expected, and it's just getting like kind of it's finding a new peak that we haven't experienced yet. It's like I'm hoping that new ideas come from this, like that will start to create a new normal, whatever that new normal is, and it won't be all bad.
Never seeing anybody in person and just
It'll pass.
Just
of
going
course
back
it
and
will
playing
because
Fallout 4 again.
eventually
Of
we'll
course it
run out of enough people that
Of course it will.
Well, we're just in the herd either way. I mean,
I love it. You are dark as fuck. I love you.
I'm Irish, baby.
Very
You wanna
dark.
pass? I come from the old school Irish. Not the,
Coming out.
You can't even argue. You can't even argue against that when somebody says that. It's like then the herd. I'm like, yeah, fuck it, it's gonna happen. It's, like, it's just how nature works. It's just how nature works.
Yeah.
Then the herd.
But every time this happens, we come back stronger. You know, right away. Shit changes after a while, but right away.
That's such a blanket statement, though.
No, we usually do. I mean,
we come back stronger.
Here's the thing that I'll say to put to Barry's point. I think this is going to ramp up automation as we know it, just to the umpteenth degree, and people are going to be more comfortable with it, and it's going to come a lot sooner. I think this pandemic just busted us 20 years into the future in the long term.
I'm hoping. I
think so.
This changes how much we work.
32-hour work week, baby. Let's get it.
I think Americans work. I think we're going to start reevaluating that. I think also we're going to reevaluate how the nuclear family used to be. And there'll be some version of that now because people are at home with their kids and they might suck at it now, but for a long time they didn't. And, kids were at home, a parent was at home, parents were at home, and that like we could live in a world where both parents are at home now just because the world will start to work that way. Don't need an office. We've been paying for this office. We're actually okay. Like our business is surviving because you're at home, there's a lot of things that, like I said, will change, but it's just forcing a lot of people to reevaluate themselves. And some people who are actually bad at running businesses are surviving now because they can't go spend the money. They can't go, hire extra people. They see that they can't make mistakes. They just can't make mistakes that they usually would throw dollars at on a regular day. You can't buy an extra food truck. You got to keep the one truck. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't buy an extra food truck, So yeah, I think I'm really hopeful. I have to be paid to be, but I'm really hopeful because I really want people to come out of that with the right confidence, man. Like just be different, like reinvent yourself, man. Reconnect, reinvent, and keep that mindset. Because there's enough dark shit on TV.
Yeah.
Dark shit on TV. They would make you think there's a fire inside your house, and it isn't at all. But that makes people afraid.
I don't know, man.
Right.
I am. Yeah. This whole like I was telling my wife the other day, like I was just standing there and I was like talking to her about something and I was just thinking about whatever. And I was like, I really miss going out to eat with you. I just said,
I
it's
said
just
that the
kind of
other night. It was Michelle's birthday.
Yeah.
Yeah, my son was going like impromptu, and my mom came and got him, and I was like, oh baby, she was like, I want a nice dinner. I said, well, let's go to a nice dinner, and then I thought about it for like 2 seconds, and I was like, oh fuck.
What dinner am I making you?
Where am I
I actually was excited. I was like, oh yeah, well, let's go up to this spot up the street.
Let me get up the mac and cheese.
Yeah.
Me and my wife's next date night, we got a place in my my hometown Fort Wayne where everybody they got their own little igloo. They sterilize the igloos in between every meal. Like it's like a big plastic bubble. I'm excited. I'm hyped. We're gonna go eat in the igloo soon.
Oh, see, we're in Wisconsin. Like literally, people are just licking each other and getting the fuck.
Oh yeah, I'm in Indiana. I know all about that.
I'm like, what are you guys doing? Like, is everybody just literally just going around and rubbing each other? Like, I don't get it. Like, I can't.
Come on now, you all saw the end of the Clemson Notre Dame game. People just don't care.
Like Milwaukee,
they don't.
Milwaukee is like the best place to come for like bad statistics about America. like it's because we're just big enough to like say, hey, like here's a city to show you how drastic this is per capita. Like we're just big enough where it's like, oh shit, if that extrapolated out to 5 million people, oh my God, that'd be terrible. Like we're the most racist city in the United States. Well, we have probably one of the most diverse cities in the United States, first of all. But we're also like cut in half. Like y'all live over there, y'all live over there. You know, like we have like the worst property taxes in America. Like property taxes it is ridiculous how much we pay. But like this coronavirus thing, like our numbers, it like I said, it makes it literally look like we just walk outside and like high five each other and then lick each other's kids.
I don't understand it at all. Like, it's like nobody's caring. Nobody. I mean, the numbers are just going up and up and up. It's not.
Yeah,
not
like we have a bar.
Because we had enough full lull where people are like, "Oh, we're just gonna do nothing," and then all of a sudden people are like, "Oh, it's gotten shitty again." You know, just like, but nobody wants to admit it, right?
Yeah.
Oh, the fire.
Because no one wants to be locked down again.
No one wants to put out the fire.
Yeah, they don't want to get locked down again, so they're all just
lockdown
hoping it'll go away.
It's going to happen.
I don't know how people could be so irresponsible the other way around though. Like I understand like young people go out, but like we have a bar, it's called Trinity, and there's 3 bars. So they're like one bar here, one bar there, right? And there's one of the smallest ones where my buddy used to DJ at. So I was like, I know it's gonna be busy because people want to be there or whatever. I expect people it'd be busy. No, it was just like when I was in my 20s, it was assholes to elbows up in there. You could barely get a camera in there. Like somebody went in there undercover for the news. They could barely get the camera up over their elbows.
It's hotter than it's ever been.
I was just like, oh my
I don't get it. Whatever.
It's like lemmings, man. Lemmings with the coronavirus. Lemmings with the coronavirus. You know, like just
that's not right. Them poor lemmings.
The chief got it. I saw that the other day. Did you guys see that? You know the chief? The dice tower guy.
The Sarge.
I thought he was the chief.
Bart, I know who you're talking about.
Bart. Yeah.
Bart.
The guy who ran the whiskey thing.
Isn't he a sergeant in the state police up there? And they just call him the chief?
I think so.
Yeah, he's in the police. At least he was.
Yeah.
Two of Michelle's coworkers got it.
Yeah, this was the first night. Like I've consistently hosted game night. Like every single week. I've never missed unless I was feeling sick and it was just like COVID warnings, you know, but everybody in my game night's responsible. They're in my bubble. And this was the first time where it was just me and my friend Lucy. And everybody else was like, yeah, I'm not gonna be able to come because everybody at my work's got it. And they're like 3 people literally messaged me and like, everybody at my work's got it. And it's like, I'm not gonna be there for 2 weeks. And it's like, oh shit.
Yeah.
Like it's getting closer. It's like the Jaws theme is getting louder.
What did I read? 1 out of every 300 people has it now, or something like that. It's crazy.
My boss, he was it 2.5 weeks ago. He went home because his son. He was waiting for a test from his son. Friday with half day, he's like, I gotta go because he popped positive. His other son was positive. They were both on the same football team. So he's like, so we're at home. He's like, I'm at home for like 5 days. And he's like, then my wife all of a sudden gets sick for like 3 days. She didn't get a positive test, but she's sick for like 3 days. Like it looked like every fucking thing that they, said. So then he gets to Friday and we're making fun of him. Like, you got COVID, Captain COVID, whatever, right? And we're talking.
you got
we're talking
gonna
shit.
kill you.
We're talking shit. We're military folks. We talk shit. Okay.
So well, that makes it fun. Okay,
we talk shit. No, it doesn't make it funny. We talk shit. But so he gets to Friday. I'm like, are you coming back? You coming back to work? Like, when are you coming back? He's like, oh man, I don't have it. I'm fine. I have to take a test because we're working at a medical facility, so you have to take several tests to come back. Well, his first test, he found out he had COVID, and he said, I don't have any problems. He said the next day I woke up, I couldn't taste anything.
Wow.
Nothing. He's like, I couldn't taste toothpaste, hot sauce, coffee.
So
he drinks coffee every day. He's like, it's nothing like not being able to taste coffee. It was like, and then still drinking it every day. So
drinking like hot water.
He couldn't taste for 5 straight days.
Oh, so it does come back?
Yeah, he said it came back like instantly for me, for him. And he's a guy at our work, his friend, he lost his taste for like 3 weeks. And he finally started to just get it back. So
what the fuck is this thing doing to knock out your taste?
I don't know.
Like, what brain fuck up thing is it doing to you? I don't like. We don't even know what it can do.
Well, it's. Did you see what Elon Musk posted this weekend?
No.
Give it to me.
He
He's
took
going tomorrow. He
four
said,
tests.
"Football,
he
y'all."
took 4 tests this weekend on the same day. 2 came back positive, 2 came back negative, and it's like, well,
Yeah.
fuck
it's
me.
iffy. It's an iffy.
Like, what do we even do at this point?
Was
just
it the
got
same
corrected.
test or different
he's got it.
tests?
We just got our little information about the shot or whatever. I was just like, I'll wait. I'll
Yeah.
wait.
I think it was the same, Barry, but I'm not 100% sure. I didn't
Okay.
click on it aside from just reading the.
I
the
want
exit.
shot. I want shot 1.25. I want
Mhm.
shot 1.
No, I want shot 3.0.
I'm not essential, so I'll be one of the last ones to get it anyways.
Yeah.
By then, hopefully,
Yeah.
they've worked out the
Putting that in my
kinks.
body.
I mean, I don't.
Work out the
I mean,
bugs.
okay, I
Mhm.
don't. I'm gonna be an unpopular opinion guy here, on the saying this, or it's like,
No.
But, okay, well, no. Here's comments like that of saying, "Oh, I don't want to be the first one," or whatever. That's actually, I mean, it's just like it's cool. I mean, I understand and everything like that, but that's actually really detrimental. I mean, there are several people out there that are like that people that influence other people, and I'm not trying to shame anybody here, so don't take it like that. And I understand you got to protect
Bastard.
yourself, but there are a lot of people that are influencers out there that people actually look to for vindication for how they feel and stuff like that, who are saying things like, "Oh, it's like the flu's existed for forever, and the flu vaccine is only X%, but I'm supposed to believe that a vaccine you guys made in 8 months is 90% effective." Excuse me,
95.
my body has 99.9% effectiveness against this. I guess I'll just rely on that instead. Just
Then
So,
we'll
I mean-
thin the herd.
But that.
well, I mean, you say
Lance,
that, but I
Lance,
mean,
what you're saying is different than what other people would say. Like if people are listening to people who say things like that, that's a problem.
Yeah, they don't want to hear the
They've
other
already
Like,
made
that's
their
a problem.
decision.
Like
Yeah,
for
'cause
me
they're
to
I
say
understand
this
that, but
person-
if enough people hear those
Yeah.
comments like that,
Yeah.
it does justify that lean, and it like, and people are going to be like, oh well, I
Yeah.
mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't have the
getting it.
answers. and-
Kabuki's getting it the minute it's available to her.
Is she-
If it were free, I'd take it. I mean,
How is it not going to be free? It has
Yeah,
to be.
well,
well, that's because we got to save the rich
If you
people
want
first.
everybody to take it, it's got to be free.
Mhm.
It'll be like any other shot. They'll charge you when you go to the doctor to get it.
If they charge
I'm
$20
gonna get
is
it for
that too much?
free. I'm a veteran. I'll wait. I'll just wait. I'm not in touch with a lot of people. I'm not in touch with patients. I work in an office away from our hospital. And I'm in a
You're on
quarantine.
the low
area.
risk.
When I do enter the hospital, I'm in a quarantine area where there's such limited access to people going in there. It's like 10 people a day in an entire wing. So like, yeah, and almost everybody who's getting the shots first are in the hospital are people who have like they're in any place outside of that hallway, they have to get the shot first right away. Like it's almost like a flu shot, but mandatory, like more aggressively mandatory. So yeah, I worry about some things. I just worry about that kind of stuff. I'm a little worried. I'm not so quick to just fall in.
I'm right there with you.
I'm with
I
you.
don't want to be
Not like
in the-
fear, but I'm just like, let's just see how this plays out a little.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm there.
I don't like to install fear in people either, because it's like you gotta do what you gotta do. Like, and I'm speaking from a dude who has my wife literally has like damn near no immune system at all. Like at all. I have to watch what I'm doing all the time. And my son has asthma problems too. I gotta watch what I'm doing. Like my wife can't fight it off. She can't. She will not. So I can't play around. But I mean, she just can't. Like, if she got it, I'd be crying already because I know she couldn't fight it off. So, yeah, man, I just tell people I'm not one to be running the sign up for it, but people need to make good choices at this point because
Yeah.
too fucking long. People got to go back to work. People got to.
I'll be really happy if Dolly Parton's company wins or whatever. She's the one, like, isn't that the company she's invested in?
He invested $1 million in the Tennessee study that's working on part of it. Yeah, I don't
How
know.
many are there, by the way?
Saved
There's
us
like
all.
3. There's a bunch, but I think there's 3 that are like actually having like 3rd stage testing. So
So when they say that, and I've just done a great job of trying to stay ignorant until I get closer to this situation, like we actually get close to this. Is there competition to be the shot, or is this going to be the shots?
I think it's the shots.
Yeah.
That scares me. That scares me more than
But-
anything.
but-
That's good. You should look into
but-
vaccine shots. The
I also
lols
want
on
to follow
them.
that up with this. Is there just the flu shot, or is there the shots too?
Ooh.
Because that
I
would
always
be,
thought the flu shot was a specific type released.
They make a value judgment, like basically like
Right.
what they think is going to be
Yep.
the
primary.
the
Primary.
primary
Which
primary
sometimes they get it
strain,
wrong.
and then they figure out what they give you with that. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, and it usually misses at this point.
Yeah.
But
Every time I've gotten
Nice.
flu shot, I've gotten sick.
I've gotten more sick off the
Yeah.
flu shot than I've ever not gotten sick. Anyways, I'm out.
I don't
I got to get up in the morning. It's already almost 2:00. So.
Yeah.
all
Good to
right,
see
Peter. It's
All
good
right,
to see you,
Peter.
man.
See you all next week.
Wish
Scott,
it was
we're not
in
gonna talk
person
about
in
death
Dallas.
we're not going to talk about death anymore, Scott.
Yeah, it's all good.
What are you doing for
What do we
BG stuff?
Well, we got BGG Con at home this week.
What am I
Yeah,
doing?
How's that going, by the way?
Where am I
I
going?
actually
What am I
have
doing?
some
Where am I
events for Gray Fox Games. So
Yeah, what am I doing this weekend?
What are you doing? I don't know. What do you want to do?
What am I doing though? I don't. What am I doing? What am I
What is it, Scott? I
yeah,
thank
what am
you.
I
I
supposed
just
to be
checked my
doing?
email. I
So
got it.
It's a virtual convention. There's a whole bunch of events all listed on Tabletop Events. If you go to tabletop.events / I don't know the exact URL, but I think it's, hold on.
Oh, I see it. I see it in the email.
Tabletop.events.
Yep. And go to click on conventions, and it should be on page 1 if it's like halfway down, like BGG at home 2020. Click on that.
2020
If
Dallas.
you want a
Texas.
ticket, I can send it to you. If you host an event, it's free. So if you create like a game to play with people, like
Yeah.
you get a free badge. But I'll just send you one. And then there's a whole bunch of stuff going on. So
I'm playing some games. I want to talk about some games this weekend.
Yeah.
I got a ton of games to talk about, and I'm going on some podcast stuff. So I want to talk about some new games.
is anybody doing anything for this that you know?
No, not that I know. I mean, like, of course, just publishers and stuff that are running shit.
Right. I was just wondering if
I'm
any
already
new
in their
people were
Discord
doing it.
already, so I'm sure you can just pop into Discords.
Yeah, once you get in the Discord, you'll see all the. It's pretty cool. They're every and I don't know how this is similar to what Gen Con did, but each publisher has their own like Discord room.
Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
You can go in there. There's an open gaming looking for a game channel.
Yep.
Let me see.
now, do you have to do the Discord? If I wanted to host Gray Fox Games, do I have to do it on your Discord, or can I do it on my own?
No, you can do it on your own. You just put the link in your event of where to go.
Yep.
I mean, you will have our Discord, so people could come in there. Right.
Gotcha.
But if you want to redirect them over to that one, doesn't matter to me.
Yeah. I think the idea is that they put you in a pool where that you are highlighted with BGG, so then they can do that. Other than finding your separate Discord, I
Let me share
guess.
my
So,
screen real quick. I can show you.
yeah,
There's quite a lot of activity actually right now.
I'm sure there is. That's why I'm asking.
So-
I like to play late at night.
So here is all the well, it was a little bit earlier, maybe not so much now. Oh no, here's some people right here. They're going on right here. Do you see that?
Yep.
Is anybody streaming here? No one's streaming anything. These are people talking. There's
Cool.
another-
Let's listen in.
Yeah, I could jump in.
No, don't.
I'm not gonna do that though. But each one of these is a game room, right?
Okay. And then so then you just pop in the room and then fuck
Yeah,
it.
but typically these are all pre. Here's someone doing streaming. Can I see their video? No, I can't do it without going in there.
Yeah. Now, can you can you show me the publishers that are there that you just have
Yeah,
access?
sure. So, can I make this
wow.
wider? Is there a way to make this tab wider?
I don't
I
think.
don't see a little. There'd normally be like a little arrow here where I could.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
Oh,
These are all my Discords, by the way. So many.
same way.
So
Head into Arcane Wonders real quick.
Ape Games, Arcane Wonders. See if anybody's going on. It's a little late, right? So maybe.
Yeah. No, you got the other side of the pond. So
Yeah.
they're at 7 a.m. there. So 7 to 8 a.m. So what the hell is up?
Arcane Wonders, Asmati, Bezier, Blue Orange, Board of Dice, Catan,
Okay.
Check Games, Devere.
Oh, that's right. They have Red Cathedral online now.
That game's pretty good.
It's good, man. It's
Edge
really good.
Studios, Normal Ferret. Yeah, so he's like inviting people to Tabletopia with these links
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. So this, similar to, okay.
Indie Game Studio.
Yeah.
Mind Clash, Ravensburger, Renegade,
Oh, Mind Clash. Click on Mind Clash. Do they do a Perseverance demos?
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Perseverance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I might get up early in the morning.
So if you go on to, here, let me show you the tabletop events real quick.
If I get up early in the morning, I'll give it a run.
Yeah. And it's at your pace, right? You don't have to do
Right. Yeah.
whatever. So I don't know if you've used tabletop events before, but like you can search on keywords, you can search by game.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find here, I'll do party games. So crosswords, Wednesday at 6 p.m. Of course, that's already over.
Right.
But here's Thursday. There's a couple game crosswords there. So you click into here and it says 6 tickets are available.
Yep.
Has anybody signed up for this yet? I don't see anybody signed up for this one yet. So you can just basically, what you do is you say get ticket.
Okay.
And then it's free. Just it's a checkout process. Like they could charge, but every event is free here. So
Bezier is doing a whole bunch of stuff like this, and I was trying to figure out what was going on. Yeah, they have it. They have theirs going through tabletop events anyway. So yeah. Now I know. Okay, so I know how this works because I was trying to play all their games and stuff. So now I figured it.
Are you playing Calico?
Oh, Calico's so fun.
Well, there's nobody playing any of it. These are all wide open.
Oh man,
people playing.
This is so fun. Why are people playing Calico?
There's a Seven Wonders game that's half full.
Why aren't people playing Calico? I don't know, because they want to have fun.
You know, you're such a bud.
I'm sorry, did you just call me a butt?
You're a butt, Lance. You're a hairy
about tabletop.
He's a hairy butt.
Once you buy tickets, it creates your schedule for you, which is pretty cool. It makes like a little calendar for you. So these are all this is what I'm doing so far.
Well, that's pretty cool. I'll never pay attention to that.
Yeah, but I don't like to double schedule, right?
Yeah.
Like I gotta,
It's good though. It's good, but yeah.
I mean, I'm impressed by what they pulled off with the programming on this thing. It's amazing.
Yeah, they definitely pulled off quite a bit. But you remember we were saying that before with this virtual convention stuff. Like, it's year zero. Figure it out.
Yeah.
Figure it out.
It's going to attract a certain type of person.
Because next year, people will come because they were like, oh, okay, fuck it. Like, I got to figure this out. Because I still want to play these games. They're coming out of nowhere.
I mean,
publishers have to figure out if they can do it.
Keith said, why would I do this when I could just do it anyway?
Right.
Like, but there's a critical mass here, right? Like maybe your regular game group isn't always available. I mean, and some people don't have regular game groups, right?
Yeah.
So
I'm at the effort phase. I avoided Gen Con. I avoided the first BGG. I avoided the Essen Online, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna give it a shot because it's free social media that I can do. I can play stuff that's not even out yet. And I tell you what,
I'm serious.
You guys all talking to me for all that time. Like my last video that I posted, I put so much more. It looks so much better. Like everything. I got the new intro in. So it's like 8 seconds.
Get the fuck out of here. You got a new intro? Hold on, man.
I got the
What did I miss?
No, it's the same intro, but it actually looks like it's supposed to.
Okay.
So you're
and then I got the green screen, I got the table mat.
Oh, you know what? No, I did notice this stuff. That's not true. I saw it.
I've noticed the results as well.
Yeah.
Which is the newest thing that has the new thing on it or whatever?
The one I just posted has green screen. It's got.
What video is it?
It's a Square One board game console. Actually,
Yeah. Hold on.
But those, I'm looking at the last month, and 5 of my top 10 videos, view wise, from the last month were those critiques. Those are going to be something big.
I think. I swear to you, man. I think you are on the right path, man.
I think you and Richard and everybody else helped me on that right path, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, I think you're on the right path. It just looks better.
Are you still charging 100?
Yeah, it's up to 100 now.
Are you full yet, or need more?
I've only done like 6 or 7 of them. Fiverr's just nobody goes to Fiverr to get Kickstarter videos.
Sure.
Most of the people that reach out to me are like, okay, I want you to do my actual like main Kickstarter video. I'm like, dude, you don't want me doing your main Kickstarter video. I don't care enough about your game. You don't want me. That's you.
I don't care enough about your game. Let me just keep it real here.
I've been honest with them. I've turned down 2 or 3 of them because like I just don't feel like I have the expertise. I don't want you one star me.
Whatever happened with that gig that gig you had with GameCrafter?
They shut that down with COVID. Like that was just they tightened the belt strings, which I completely understand.
Yeah,
I don't. They can.
Well, tabletop and GameCrafter were run by the same guy. Just FYI.
Oh, word.
JT.
Forrest, for some reason, I want you to grab the camera, literally, and just stare into it.
Wait, what?
I just want to be your out of control director that wants to change you. Can I just be your out of control producer? That, like,
well, it's really hard because I'm looking at my iPad and then I have another iPad propped up.
Yeah, I can tell. That's why I'm. That's why.
You should Skype Jeremy next time you film. You could directly.
Then I would like put a camera on the off angle for no fucking reason and use that as well. I just want. I want to be your bad director.
Are you normally talking to the iPad?
When I do the Kickstarter critique, I'm looking at the Kickstarter. I'm looking at the screen and I try and look at the camera.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it's a weird setup, but I think it looks pretty good. I'm happy with what I have.
No, you got this.
The $100 guys are happy. Then they're all good.
Yeah. Yeah, this is good, man.
I'm proud of you, man.
Our first finally grew up.
But I think doing all these big ones too, like they naturally have the built-in audience. And like when they're overly positive, I've had some companies who share them, which has been big too. But some of them I don't even send them to it because I know they don't want to share.
Did they put the Kickstarter on? Did they put on their Kickstarter page?
I don't think any of them have done that yet.
Of course, are you tagging them?
I don't. When
I see your post, you're not tagging anybody.
You tag
when I go negative, I don't tag them. Like this one for the Square One gaming console, I'm pretty sure they don't want it. I did tag.
Then just hashtag it then.
Oh yeah, I forgot to do that actually. Damn it! Yeah, I hashtagged the last few with tabletop and gaming and
just hashtag it instead. And then are you doing on your IG? Are you doing like your fucking thumbnail, like just like a thumbnail on your IG that shows that your new episode launched?
I don't know what that means. What do you mean?
Your Instagram, man. Your Instagram.
Oh, I don't use Instagram that much.
Because even if you didn't like, let's say you just shot, if you're just shooting like, okay, I'll just say like this: you're for that kind of content, you're not doing much other than what you're doing, right? So it's not like you're taking shots of board games and shit like that.
No.
You can just put your thumbnail and just say, hey, a new episode of this launched, and I'll be talking about this game today, and then hashtag
the shit out of it. Okay.
You'll get the buzz off the game.
Or you can take a picture that's not your thumbnail, but it's kind of fun just to kind of change it up. You know, like whatever it is, something different, you know, like, but put it on there. You don't have to be like insane on IG, man. You just have to like put something out there so people say, oh, okay.
Be insane.
Yeah.
Insanity.
Or just hire a cute girl to just hold a box and they're fine.
Yeah.
So
I'll do the Instagram. I'll Instagram this one actually.
Yeah. Yeah. Just use your thumbnail and then use your thumbnail.
I'll Instagram the shit out of this.
I've been meaning to get more on Instagram, but it's just I'm slow. I completely didn't do anything on Facebook for a while. I used to just shove it to the side, and now I'm doing more on that, and I'm getting that positive feedback. I'm getting the pellets, and now it's like, ooh, I get some more pellets if I go to Instagram. I posted a couple threads on Board Game Geek. I got some pellets, and you know.
Are you putting the videos up on BGG?
Yeah. Well, I post all my videos on BGG, but like this one. I posted in the forums. I was like, hey, there's this new, and I posted like a quiz, like, what are your thoughts on digital only board game devices? But I also posted my video with it, So I'm getting more on there. I'm getting more on there.
Okay. Yes.
I'm dipping my feet in the water.
Yeah, you're going.
You just need that viral vid. The one you do in the nude while you're doing the critique.
Now okay, so here's a good one. If you want to do one that's really hot, like real hot, Etherfields, the
I was
pleasure.
just gonna say, hot, real hot.
The pleasure meal.
Find somebody else to do it. No.
Like the pleasure. The pledge manager for Etherfields just reopened, so you can talk. And this is like unprecedented. Like they are still delivering the game, and they're opening the pledge manager. So they're basically like, come give us another $1 million right now. So it's unprecedented, and they're letting you back it for the same price with all the stretch goals. This is unprecedented. This is ridiculous. But it'd be good to talk about how you feel about that. And like, do you feel like there's value, or maybe would you possibly be interested in backing it? Like maybe you're not. I don't know if you are a backer or not, but like you'd say, hey, like maybe I'm interested in backing this, because people will even want to know if you are interested, whether you do or don't. Just say, hey, like I would actually. This is now that I've looked at it, you can go back to the Kickstarter page, and then you can go back to where they are and just kind of look through stuff. You got to do some research ahead of time, though.
Yeah.
Because
I'm looking at the Kickstarter
people,
right now.
You know what people are going to do, because you're talking straight, you shooting from the hip. If you're prepared, they won't fucking jam you up on the smallest shit, because those fans are huge. But you'll get a lot of engagement.
I'll touch on that. I mean, if people are willing to give them money, and by reopening the pledge manager, why shouldn't they be allowed to do that? I mean,
no, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that shit at all. I'm not saying that at all. At all. It's just unprecedented. Like it's something I've never seen before, where a publisher has got to the point where they can say, hey, we're shipping the game right now, all in, to the people who even have all ins, everything. Awakened Realms, Tainted Grail is separated completely. It's completely separated. I just got my notification for Wave 2 now. Tainted Grail has been around for almost a year and a half now. So this game, Etherfields, all in, is coming to people right now. And they are opening the pledge manager right now.
So when you get shipped on this.
Right. So you can be part of Wave 2.
Right. I mean, it's been a year, right? Since it funded, right?
So
that's weird.
That's crazy. It's just crazy. Like,
it's a year and more of people that have come into the hobby.
Right. But it's crazy positive.
Yeah.
It's just unprecedented. Like,
this is once again my curmudgeon hat on, but I mean, how many of these giant minis games do we need? I mean,
we don't need them. We need good experiences. And the experience in this game has been so through the moon high. There are some big talk. Like this is beyond like regular hype talk. This was like Gloomhaven talk. Because Gloomhaven had the talk before it came out. Like people were like, this is going to be, and then we figured out it was. This one is like the people who are getting to play it, the influencers who are getting to play it, the reviewers who are getting to play it. They're like, this is not normal shit. Like this is like up there.
Damn it, I'm in. I'm doing it tomorrow.
So I think that's the reason why. I mean, like, I don't think it's their most successful Kickstarter campaign, but I feel like after reviews, people are still going to want it. So I'm just wondering, like, they were like, fuck it, we can probably make another $1 million or $2 million.
Okay, I mean, have you played Etherfields? I mean, I haven't.
I have not, but someone very close to me has been playing it pretty much every day since they got it. And for that said person to say something like this could be very close, if not my favorite game of all time, there's such a fucking curmudgeon. That's pretty crazy. That's actually,
I don't know. I mean,
that's crazy. It's crazy.
I'll say this.
There's an insatiable appetite for fantasy-based miniature games. Remember, we talked about that.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
This also has a pretty
song this
thing
last week
going on to it that's of course in its. We could say it's gimmick until we experience it, right? This is the whole idea of how the game is built around these dreams. It's not necessarily connected. It's like having a series of different nightmares and also not nightmares that you kind of struggle with being in and out of these things day and night. You also have boards that are built by cards overlapping and changing the state of the board. You have a lot of different things going on there, which of course could be an absolute disaster. But if it does come together, it makes for an experience that people haven't experienced before, and it becomes a highly thematic experience. Like if you explain to me Kingdom Death Monster today in a Kickstarter campaign, like, get the fuck out of here. This is over the top ridiculous. We don't need another miniatures game. But for the people who have, and they know it, it's an experience. It's an unforgettable experience. Like you just, sometimes that one comes along and then there's the other 50, like there's that one and then the other ones, a whole bunch of other ones, by the way, a whole bunch of them. So, maybe Etherfields is that one. I'm not going to say it is, but maybe it is that.
It'll be forgotten in a year.
I'm going to shoot that video tomorrow. I'm going to send it to him and be like, hey, you want a review for this too, homie? What's up?
Do you feel like Tainted Grail and Nemesis are forgotten?
Yes. We actually had a conversation about Tainted Grail just today earlier I was talking to some people, and it's just like, it's just like, no, who's talking about it with any degree of like care at this point? Is it still being played? Sure. But I mean, I don't see it on any shelves in any of the local game stores I go to.
You would never see it on a shelf in a local game store.
Did it ever go retail?
You would never see it.
It never went retail.
It never went retail.
And which means it's just gonna die on the vine. I mean, like that's why games like Gloomhaven are people talk about, because random people can find it if they go to their buddy's house. They're like, wow, Tainted Grail is really cool. I'd really like to have a copy. Oh, it's nearly impossible. Okay, well screw that. I guess I'll just play Gloomhaven again.
Yeah, I agree with Lance on this one. I think it's died for the most part. I mean, it's not actually died, but like I have not heard anybody talking about it.
When you say died, do you mean died as far as like the overall customer, which we're talking in the scope of all gaming customers?
Just nobody's talking about it. How many times are people still talking about Tainted Grail at this point?
There's 2.3 thousand threads on Board Game Geek right now about it. Yeah. So
I don't know. But I'm okay. And this is not to shame your website in any way, but I'm talking about in general.
Where do you go to in general to hear about board games? Like,
I don't know. Talk to other.
He goes down the Target aisle.
The two people he knows.
People I know that play board games. I mean,
Lance, come on.
I'm not saying.
It's not in your circle, sure.
Well, here's the thing. I put it like this, and I kind of agree with Lance on this. I still hear people talk about Catan and Pandemic and a lot of other games, evergreen games, because that's what everybody aspires to be, is an evergreen game. And then you have the games that are like kind of underneath that, like the Small Worlds and games of that ilk, your Arkham Horror, your Eldritch Horror. And I would put Tainted Grail down below that, where it's only going to continue to go down more and more and more. I would agree with Lance to that sentiment.
I would tell you that that's just not true. You can always stack. You could. It's not true until we find out. Like you're always gonna have all, like, who's gonna compete with Hero Quest overall? Not many people, because those people get older and everything's great from when you were younger, right? So it just is. That's the way it is. Like I always talk about that with basketball. Everybody was, a kid when Jordan came out. So there's just no possible way nobody can be better Jordan ever in history from now on till you die. So it's the same thing with these board games. There's always going to be those ones that just stack up high, and it's a tall hill to climb. I expect that, but that doesn't mean that a game that is that successful can't find its carve its place in history over time. Now, the whole campaign of Tainted Grail has not finished shipping, and that other part and those other campaigns will kind of show how it reigns out over the test of time, and whether it needs to be re-explored or anything like that, we shall see. But Nemesis, the truth be told, it's holding a lot. Okay, it's holding quite a bit. Nemesis holds very well, and when people came back for that, when they came back for it, A lot of people signed up. There's proof in that. So, and just by the fact that there are that X many copies out there, more than some of the best games that we are considered the best games that are sold to backers, I mean, that can be proved to be a success. I just don't know if games like this at this level that big are always going to be talked about every day. Anyway.
Tainted Grail is 86 rank. That's a huge rank.
No, that is an absolutely huge rank. But I mean, it is. I mean,
just in your circle, Scott, not his.
I know.
Well, oh my gosh. Okay, fine, whatever.
Well,
I feel like I agree with Lance more on this one. I feel like the buzz has. I feel like the buzz is gone and the buzz is never coming back. Whereas games like Pandemic Legacy, like the Jaws of the Lion, games like that, I think the buzzes are going to have longer legs.
Oh, you're foolish. If you think Jaws of the Lion still has buzz, come on now. Okay.
I see a lot of people still post about it.
Okay. Man, I do community shit fucking every fucking day. Don't get me wrong. It is going to be on a lot of lists for gift giving. It'll be on some people's Game of the Year list, no question. But it was flooded, and they sold a shit ton of them up front. And that's great. And then people moved on.
Yeah. I can remember you talked up that shit hardcore.
Yeah. No, I'm serious. Like, yes, I did, because it's a great game. Like, no question. It's a great game. And I talked it up for a month and a half. So I know that. But I'm just saying, like, we're talking about great game. Tainted Grail's a great game. All I'm saying is that those types of games, they do come up. The talk slowly starts to go away. But that doesn't mean people aren't playing them. That's like saying, like, Kingdom Death Monster is not talked about. Like, it, of course, because they're not talking about it on BGG. They're playing the fucking game. Like, they're lifestyle games. I call them lifestyle games. Like, nobody's going to be like, hey, man, I just got done playing Tainted Grail for 58 hours. Because they've been playing it for 58 hours and thinking about it for the rest of the day. Like, and going on chat boards to figure out if they got the rules right. And then they're back at it. Like, they're not, those are the type of games that don't always have people going on social media and talking about it because they're playing it. Like they're not posting pictures all the time. They're just playing it. It's not the same. Those big campaign games aren't the same. But you can use definable things like the ratings that he's talking about, or having a certain amount of posts to determine something's going on. There's still something there. I expect more buzz about games like Lost Ruins of Arnak, because it's a game that people could just play with their groups every week. Like
that shipping now, or did you get a pre-release?
I got a pre-release.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I'm hoping to get it soon. I want to play it.
They sent you one, right, Forrest?
Yep.
Yeah.
We did thoughts from the corner on that one. I thought it was really good.
Yeah. Screw BGG.
I don't ask for stuff, right? I mean, I buy it, whatever.
I demand it.
I don't. Well, I mean,
you should, Scott.
I'm not a content
reviews.
Writer. I'm not.
You're not, but Eric is,
but Eric gets his own stuff.
Well, yeah, okay.
Probably has.
Alan, I totally agree. Tainted Grail has some of the best writing I've seen. I've read in a while in a board game. Some of the best writing.
Man, does it ever evolve past lighting veneers?
That's just part of it. That's just part of it.
It's like the core loop of the game I just hated. So I'm just like,
yes,
I'm just gonna read
that.
There's
that, and the card system has some things to it that gets pretty dry. That I also just feel like if you're not a person that I find it like this: if you play video games where you grind and you're fine with that, you should have no problem with this game. But if you don't like any grind at all, like any grind where you feel like, wait, I have to go, how like in Zelda, you have to go maybe take something to one side to another side of the world, like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
If
no, I have not. Yeah, I only played it. I think we only did 2 missions, but the whole loop of like staying alive, or how they put it, or whatever.
Yeah.
I didn't enjoy that process at all.
Yeah.
So like, but that's the game. So I'm like,
right. There's a video. There's a
lot of cool stuff in the game that I want to see.
There's a very video game process loop to it in a sense, like or like Dark Souls. Like they did that in a video game, in a board game, And I was like, at the end of the day, you have to go out as far as you can, but then go
But then you
back
gotta come
to
back.
the bonfire.
That's
You know,
what
like,
I'll
it's
probably
still
just
mechanically that,
do
you
it all.
know.
I want to see all the secrets, but I don't want to play it.
Yeah. So
so impatient, Scotty.
Well,
Yeah.
now when you play the game, if you play the game and you basically get taken away, like imagine there's like all this cool stuff, but you can't go look at it yet because you got to go back and light the fire. Like that's
really interesting.
takes
You know
out
what?
and am I wrong?
No.
Okay. I mean, I haven't played it, but 2 scenarios. So
No,
okay.
it's
I didn't want to like judge it by its cover, but if that's the main core of the
I'm
loop,
the
then
type of person that like does that just likes that kind of stuff.
no, I'm
But I was gonna say, like, another thing that you would never have, and I'm just only saying this because I want you to know how this works or whatever. Another thing that Buzz has split away from, like you wouldn't know a pulse of a game. I follow game communities because I do community stuff. So like I follow game communities that are fans of specific games.
Sure.
So those groups, you could have a solo group that's got 30,000 people. And then I could go find the Tainted Grail group and it'll have 7,000 people in it. And they'll have posts every day. Folklore, I think, has Folklore, one of my favorite campaign games, I think has like 13,000 people in it. They ask questions every day. Too Many Bones and Cloudspire, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people active every day. They don't need you. They don't want to share their pictures with you. They're talking in their group every day to their people. You know, so things are changing. The scope of how we all communicate is changing. But I just find that like more like retail, I call it more like retail type releases like this. You're always going to hear the buzz, and it's more likely going to favor the game of the year.
That's a good point.
Yeah. You know, not trying to be right here. I'm just trying to tell you this shit that kind of.
Well, it's a good thing that you're wrong.
Oh, you fuck. Hairy butt. You fucking hairy butt.
Sticks his finger up in the air.
Hairy butt.
Tainted Grail has passed.
Hairy butt with a pimple on it.
I mean, it's just. I mean,
almost looks like Cousin It.
What are games that that people are jazzed about now? I mean, it's just like
nothing you would like, Lance.
God damn it, Whistle Mountain.
Tidal Blood is one of them.
Crew, baby.
Whistle Mountain's fun. I'll say that.
Whistle Mountain is fun as hell, man. I try to tell people, I can't hide it. Like nobody. I'm sorry.
Here's the deal. Whistle Mountain is just another game thrown into the bottomless pit that is the games.
Consumerism of the board game world.
Yeah, it is.
Just another.
I would put like
belly
this.
up to the trough and gorge yourself on food.
Yeah, I mean 10 years ago we would have been like murdering people to get games like Whistle Stop to be made, right?
Whistle Mountain.
Yeah.
Whistle Mountain. We wouldn't be like,
we would be shitting ourselves right now.
We couldn't believe, holy crap, this game kind of out of nowhere. Why didn't I know about this game? We'd be like losing our minds. Now we're like, played it once, moving on.
Mm-hmm.
Cynical and sport game.
Well, because that's what people do. Maybe you get two plays out of a game.
There's some people do that. Yeah, some people do.
Yeah, they
think reviewers
some
do.
people.
I would say
I think that once again harkens back to us being a very specific subsection of the board game community. Because I host game night with regular people, and they play their games a lot. Like they'll play it 5, 10, 15 times, and that it's just I think it's just because they
don't have 1,000 games in their background.
Yeah.
My game night crew. That's just not happening. We have to move on. Okay, we have to move on. Jeremy's got games he has to cover.
Yeah,
see, that's the same with me. But I'm talking about when they're not gaming with me. My game night crew goes all new all the time.
Definitely, yeah. It's just the ones that we really, really get into, and we always dig in deep. That just shows you a good sign. Like Whistle Mountain, I played it digitally first, which was the most fiddly, crazy experience, and I was like, God, there's something good here. And then we played it with a friend, played it at 3-player, played it at 4-player. I'm like, shit, this game is fucking great. So the problem is it's like everything, like what Lance is saying, and I'm going to go and dig into what he's saying, is that like even your game of the year this year, because this game could very well be one of the best games I played this year. A year from now, it will just be there on my shelf. It will be there.
I walked into
Dot,
my
dot, dot. Dot,
okay,
dot,
so
dot,
so
you
get
know?
this. Get the local game store guy contacted me, and he was like, "Hey, I'd really like you to like come in and just talk to me about, you know, what I should be doing, what I should be stocking, what I should be doing." Because he's talking about just getting out of board games. He's like, "Screw
Really?
this."
The game
Like,
store?
yeah. Well, he's Magic the Gathering, comics, he's got all the stuff, right? So anyway, so he's just like, yeah, I got to be just out of this. He's like just fed up, right? So
Because it's a never ending treadmill, right? Like a trend.
well, and it's the fact that he just can't make money off them anymore.
Right.
And distributors just hammer. It's like, it's like he's like, somebody will come in my store and they'll be like, "Oh, I heard about this new game called Whistle Mountain. I'd really like a copy." And he'd be like, "Oh, cool. I can order it for you." But
Right.
Alliance makes me order at least $500 worth of stuff before they'll actually send me anything. So I have to figure out, I have to get $500 worth of order so I can tell that person in front of me, I can say, "Oh, well, I can order it. I can have it for you in about 7 to 10 days." And then they pull out their phone and say, Amazon's got it for 25% less than you were going to sell to before anyway. I'll have it in 2
shipping,
days.
too.
Yeah. So see you later.
I would hate to be in the store positions right now.
Yeah.
Because
I don't like
and
Lance.
they can't do anything. And then let me finish. Let me finish my story, and you can yammer and let me tell you what you think. But I mean, so his opinion is that is like distribution just doesn't give a shit about game store owners. They don't care. They don't care about whether or not they stay open. And the thing is that most publishers would love to have a venue to be able to give those games to, so those games can go out. But distribution, they used to like order 1,000 games from people and say, and we're going to market this to all these game stores around the country because that's what we want to do. But now distributors are like, yeah, the only people we want to do that for are the people that are going to be paying us, like that are going to make it worth our while to actually push their game. So that's like Asmodee and not much else.
Yep.
And so like all these little tinier, are like, well, it's like back in the day, it was like, whereas it's like where you would contact just distribution and you'd say, so yeah, Reavers of Midgard, this is like the second in the Midgard series, Champions of Midgard. You guys order, hundreds of games from us all the time because people are asking for it because they want to buy it. So here's the sequel to it, Reavers of Midgard. So how much can we put you down for? 100, 200? We'll take 8. I mean, it's just because that's why 8, because that's how many pre-orders we have for it. Through we'll let
So
you know
there's
when
no
we
risk.
want
There's no risk. Yeah, the risk it's mitigated risk, right?
Yeah. So it's just so retailers are like, publishers are like, well, why would I want to give distribution isn't buying enough of my games for me to give them 40% of the profit, and it's just like, and then the game store owners are like, I want to get these games, but distribution basically is like holding me hostage. So, and then everybody's just like, yeah, I'm just going to buy it off of Amazon. Thanks anyway, though.
How did this distribution get so strong in the industry like this? I'm just curious.
Base.
It's easy to order a catalog from one person instead of ordering from 50.
Yeah.
I mean, that's basically what it does.
Well, and I've told him, I was like, every single retailer I know of would be more than happy. Would be more than happy if you told them like, hey, I would love to order these games directly from you. Could I get 6 copies of this? Do you think you could give those to me? And they'd be like, sure, I can give you this kind of deal or whatever on those. But they don't, but game stores don't have the time to contact, 27 different publishers and say, I really like, 6 copies of this, please.
No, I mean, I got that. I mean, the 40, what is it, 40 or 60% that they charge usually?
In general, distributors will pay you about between 40 and 60%. It's usually closer to the 40% is what they're willing to.
That's what I'm getting at. Like, normally a service is 10-15%. Like, how did they get with that high of the chunk,
And then they turn around and sell it to the game store for 65 to 70% of value, and the game store owner, can maybe, and sometimes it's close to 80% of value,
Shoot me your email in chat.
What's that?
And what?
Shoot me your email in chat.
undeadvikingvideos@gmail.com.
I asked Jeremy.
What?
It's not always about you, Lance.
I need Jeremy's email.
Oh. Sorry.
Hey, Lance, have you ever talked to, what do you tell publishers about like Kickstarter retailer pledges and stuff like that? Because the reason why I'm asking this is because I'm just interested in why there aren't several versions of Masters of Boards and the Game Stewards out there, or people who at least carved out a chunk of what they do in a virtual sense, maybe, or just even if you had a storefront and just said, hey, I have a little virtual thing that's specifically for my little Kickstarter side shit, and use that as some kind of sustainable side income. I mean, don't get me wrong, new headaches.
You got to put a lot of capital into that, though.
It's upfront capital. I understand.
You got to buy all that stuff, right? So you're sitting on, let's say you put 100,000 into it, right? Well, you're sitting on 100,000. Well, when do you start making money? Well, you got to sell 101 dollars worth. Exactly. You know what I mean? It's a slow 100,000 because you're buying over a year or years, right?
To be honest with you, I'm not. Well, that's.
I mean, if you're spending 10,000 a month and you're making 15, it's a good business.
Right. That's how I see it. I'm just there's got to be something.
But do you want to take a risk on that first Kickstarter that you dumped 5,000 into and can't sell a single copy for what you paid for it? You have to sell it for less than what you paid for it.
Right.
You have to assume risk, and board game risk is tough, man. I don't know.
Board game risk.
Well, that's just it. I mean, it's and Scott knows. I mean, if he buys X number of copies of a game from Spielworks.
Yeah, if I don't sell them, I'm sitting on that money.
Well, I'm not saying that we all know the enemy of everybody in this industry is inventory. You need it can be your biggest thing, but I'm just saying. But
I walk into his store all the time and I say, I look at this. These games are 5 years old. Just sell them for 80% off and get them off your shelf.
What you pay for them, yeah. I mean, why, or sell them for even or better is good. Even is fine. Slight loss is even fine.
Yeah,
you can deduct that against your gains.
That's how people price to move. At some point, you have to price to move.
It's work though. It's probably a whole job just to do that at a game store, right? I know Madness here has one person doing all the board games. A single person has to do all of it.
What's that?
At Madness, the store here in Dallas. It's a big giant store. They have every.
I don't know how that place. I mean, they must just have to. They have to be making so much money hand over fist.
It's a monster store. It's top of the line premium store, right? I mean, they sell.
I know. I've been there. The place
comics.
is insane. But I mean, but I'm also of the opinion of it's just all that inventory. I mean, they've got.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's probably millions of dollars in inventory.
Whew.
Yeah, it's a big place.
I just wonder. I'm because Mike, who runs the Game Steward, he came out the other side of it. Now he's doing great. He's doing great.
I just bought something from them.
He's doing great. How great? I don't know, but he's definitely doing great. But I think to myself, is there some version of that a retail store can pull off? I don't know. In a board game,
it's too limited. It's too limited.
You know why I'm thinking this. This is why I'm thinking this. This is just random thought. Just don't fuck with me when I say this. Don't fuck with me when I say
Lance
this.
is chomping at the bits right now.
Don't fuck with me when I say this, Scott. Don't judge me. Don't judge.
I don't. No judgments here.
Don't fucking judge me. All right.
We're judging you, damn it.
Random reason why I thought of this is because of, you remember the movie 40-Year-Old Virgin?
Yes.
Great movie.
And she had the woman, she ran a she
eBay
started
shop.
an eBay.
Yeah, she was running an eBay store. My accountant does that.
Which I thought it was like the most loserish thing that she could be doing to be the hot chick at. Like, I would have dated her. Like, you're a loser. But I was thinking to myself, like, that's what you would say to a board game person is like, man, like, you know, why are you invested in all these Kickstarters? And I'm thinking to myself, like, after a while, you got to say to yourself, like, there's got to be some big ones out there, man. Like, just buy some of them. Buy 10 copies of Nemesis.
It's like picking winners in a horse race.
But you're picking the winners. You're not picking hopefuls, dude. You're picking winners.
But how do you know?
You're picking people who are backing at a certain price.
Okay. Yeah, if it's formulaic and it's a scientific thing, and
you can be
and you have spare
actually
capital, sure.
You can be average at it as long as you're doing research. Average at it. You should be able to kind of round it out a little bit. You might be able to take you could afford to take a lump or two, but you would be making something. Or you'd be like, all right, now I know how to do this from the experience. So like, let's say you were sitting on a copy of Nemesis after you sold your first 9 of the 10 you bought, right? You're like, what? Or like you sold 6 of them and you got 4 of them. You're like, Nemesis is so fucking hot. I got this all in pledges. Well, if you're selling them for $800, that's why they're not moving. You just tricked the first, X amount of people who wanted it, or like if you had Kingdom Death Monster, because Kingdom Death Monster is never in stock. It's never in stock. So if you had it and you were selling the base game for $800, well, you got a couple people now. You're sitting on these things for $800. You're learning your lesson right there.
Yeah, it's a
Learning
tough
your
game.
lesson by being an average businessman. Like
I would suggest putting your money into the stock market instead.
Right. So it's like exactly.
I mean, like honestly, and you don't even have to do any work, by the way.
Exactly. You don't have to do any work.
If you have your $50,000 in Kickstarter games, I would suggest taking that money and putting it right into a mutual fund.
Right.
Yes. And
just wait
and come back.
I'm just wondering, like, if somebody can give me that idea of like, what would it take? What would it take?
I mean, the game steward is successful. You're saying?
Yes.
Well, then they got the formula. But do they enjoy doing? I mean, you gotta love games, right? And you gotta love running retail.
What I love about my
shipping and having stuff get lost and backcharging.
Anytime we run a Kickstarter, I wait for the email from Game Steward, and then we, and he has the price that we agree on, and he buys, X amount of our stuff, and everybody walks away happy. So.
Here's the funny thing: Game Steward never has all the good stuff.
They don't have all the good.
It's done. It's gone quickly, so they're on to something. So I think it's a fine business.
He picks them out right. He makes the right deals. And I just feel like because he has one thing I know about, like whenever I sit down with him and talk about anything game related, he doesn't really get a chance to play any of these games. So it's like he's really understanding.
He's too busy selling games. Yeah,
he's a busy guy who understands the business.
Is this a sole proprietor? One guy?
No, it's him and his friend.
Yeah, I met him at BGG.
I think it's him and his friend. They were both because Mike used to be a lawyer.
Is he being a lawyer anymore?
No.
He's a full-time game steward.
Game steward.
Must be making good money if you quit that lawyer job.
Like I said,
I mean, come on.
Like I said, he's doing okay. Yeah, he's doing okay. Yeah, I just wonder. I'm just do you know, Lance? I know you know a lot of people that are in that retail side. I'm just wondering, do you know people who are like a hybrid, or they do it and they kind of do it and they don't really care about it? I know some flagship stores actually carry Kickstarter games because I hear about that in some groups, and I'm like, I wonder how that works for those people. Like, I've seen some online retailers that have storefronts that are starting to, like, I got Cthulhu Death May Die from Boardlandia, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. Like, they had full Kickstarter pledges, and then they had ones in piecemeal together. Like, they were piecemeal, like you could buy kind of a la carte-ish. like just like anything else, like any other game. And I was just like, that was actually pretty smart. I didn't think that would be possible, but I saw it happen. I'm like,
So Madness used to, but I think they stopped because I think it just became too turbulent.
yeah.
I mean, how many tens of $1,000 losses do you want to take before you say, screw this?
Why do you
I'll
think
just stick with distribution?
But like, why do you think? Well, that's the
You're
thing.
betting on horses.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like-
I mean,
But
Like what-
okay, maybe okay. So then maybe I'm speaking from ignorance here then.
yeah, probably.
So, yeah. Well, then I'm really speaking from ignorance then, because I'm thinking like, what would be the difference between at least researching specifics and saying, hey, like I'm going to buy X amount of Nemesis, right?
Yep.
And then sell it. I think I'm going to set this thing, and I think this is going to be my profit, win or lose. Versus like Asmodee box coming in, and it's a full of all games, and you end up only selling like 2 of them.
It's the same process, I think.
It's the same process to you? Yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know that part of the business that well.
I mean, I don't know it either. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just going with my gut. Like,
yeah.
What's the difference between buying a case of Unlock Star Wars versus a escape room game that got kickstarted and made $1 million? Like, how do you weigh the two of those?
Right. How do you weigh the two? Yeah. Yeah.
Because there is a finite amount of Unlock Kickstarter, at least till the reprint, right?
Yeah.
And then if you're stuck up against a reprint and you can't sell them, then you're like, oh shit, I got all this action. I better order 5 cases of Unlock when it comes back.
Yeah.
And then you're sitting on 5 cases of Unlock, and where did everybody go? They're gone. They already moved on or got it somewhere else. That's a tough business, man. I don't.
It's a tough bit. Like I've been in enough retail management stuff, but this is a different business. Like I did in the video game business, and I also realize that there's a lot of lazy business to it as well. Like as far as research wise goes, It's like, yeah, you can forecast what you made last year, but you got to really break down what came last year. Like we're up against Call of Duty last year. Like no shit, like it's Call of Duty time.
Yeah. But I think that's why like Lance's buddy is just like, fuck it, I just sell Magic because I know I will be able to sell.
I know I can get people
Magic,
in every Friday, and
whereas the board game is like, oh, there's this $100 board game, and I've got 5 copies, but are those right 5 people going to come in at some point?
I'm not going to say the company name, but he sent me an email, and like basically an email that he's on a mailing list for a board game company, and it was just like, and it wasn't like Asmodee or anything like that. It was like, hey, these are our new releases that are coming out. These, and then like basically, and I know I've sent these emails out myself for the companies I've represented, and they do convert, like as far as games go. And he's like, do any of these games look interesting to you? And I was just like, dude, no.
For Lance, no.
Well, no, I mean, but I was looking at him and it was like, I was like, this one's a party game, and so maybe you'll sell a couple of them
for Christmas.
Yeah, but the rest of these, I mean, it's just like it's generic game and generic game.
If I didn't know jack shit about the industry, I would just go look at top sellers from each distributor and just order that.
Yeah. Or the thing is also, it's like, oh,
Whatever
okay, like you just go and look at. I mean, maybe you go to Board Game Geek, and and you see what the top 10 games are. Maybe.
Okay, so when I went to my game store, my local game store chain, they're almost down to like 2 stores now, I think.
Oh, bummer.
One thing I really like about them is they have 5 demo tables, like these 5 little smaller, like 3x3 tables or 4x. They got 1 bigger feature table, and they have games laid out for you to demo. But the employee, if you're walking near the table, has to come to the table as if they're like a poker dealer, and just ask you, do you want to learn this game real quick? Like, do you want to learn this game? Or are you interested in this game? Much like you would do at any customer service sales thing. And they have to know these games so that they can push certain games. And I feel like that's how people get to learn more games. And I thought that was really attractive. But I don't see that anywhere else. I don't see it
Yeah, I was gonna say
anywhere else. Like
No.
I thought, like, oh man, I'm like, well, that should be just like a video game. It's like, you know, I used to have a video game when my store. We used to have these video consoles. We had multiple ones where you could play multiple games and not just the one where it's like this is the Sony one with 5 games on it. We had multiple screens, you know, all over the place. You could show somebody how to play the game. They could play the game. They could test the game out. But I'm like, wow. When I go to other spots, it's just like a whole bunch of shit sitting on dusty shelves. It's
hard to run a board game store.
Yeah,
Even at Madness, they only recommend if they know it.
Right.
Like, their salespeople all know a certain number of games, but they don't.
Right.
I mean, I would say there's only like one guy who's actually into it so much he knows all the new games.
Right.
He doesn't have endless money to buy all the games and learn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and that's just it. Like I've told him, I was like, I mean, if you want me to come in here and like, you know, I mean, I was like, you probably can't pay me what my time is worth. I mean, honestly, I mean, it's not, and that's not me being like, oh, I'm not that great at knowing games. It's just like,
well, how do you want
you know, like if you're going to be paying me $8 to an hour to stand around your store and tell people what's a good game or not, I mean, it's just that's not worth my time to come and do your thing, right? And it's just kind of like, but it's like I've definitely been in his store just hanging out, and like people have come in, and he's said, if you got a board game question, ask that guy. And like, you know, and like I know I've in the like handful of times I've done that, I probably, you know, made a grand for him, you know, just by saying, yeah, that one's really good. You'll like that because of that reason. You know, I can point to stuff and point them in the right direction. But he doesn't have anybody like that in his store. So like,
and you're probably not going to find anybody like that.
I feel like that happens every time, like damn near every time I'm in a store. But that's because I'm I engage people. But I find that that's a hole that game stores have.
we set up a camera. We set up a camera at the store you're going into. It's like they're like, here comes that fucking creepo.
Yeah.
He's gonna tell us all about his favorite game. Oh, hey, Jeremy, what's going on, buddy?
I always
I
tell
just feel
people
like that's the thing. Is like, and I'm just a really good salesperson anyway. Like when I was in customer service and stuff.
How's your arm?
What's that?
How's your arm?
My arm.
Oh, I mean,
Lance, let him tell the story, Lance.
you breaking and patting yourself on the back, you know.
Oh, dude, no, I am a good salesperson. Fuck that. Anyway.
You fools.
Thanks for stepping on my touchdown call.
I don't have to.
I really appreciate that.
I'm humble about a lot of shit, but I know that I'm a salesperson. I know I'm a good salesperson. I don't care about that. But I just find it like it's unfortunate that when we have game industry, that's probably one of the reasons why we suffer. That suffers in retail. Those people they're very specific and not necessarily like, I mean, they probably enjoy games, but they don't know how to sell games. And that's the thing that struggle. People
I don't know either.
Like in the video game business, that was the thing. When I hired people, I was like, this is a business. But like I'm hiring you because you have this types of games that you like, but I need you to learn like gaming, you know, like you got to be able to talk about gaming, you know, because I don't have time to talk about like Game Boy Advance games and Xbox games over here. And you got to be able to have some range, you know. Like
I don't think people buy stuff anymore unless people tell them to.
That is true.
Like I watch a BGG Facebook group and I constantly see people, they bought the game already and they go, did I make a good decision? You know, they post up whatever.
Yeah.
Well, okay,
Like,
and this is me being once again a cranky puss about this stuff, but for me, in my opinion, that's just they want to have affirmation of their decision.
Yeah.
Or they're like, I want to buy one of these 3 games. Which one should I buy? And they don't want to make the decision themselves. Like, so I feel like sales is a lot of making a decision for somebody.
It's just being a lazy gamer.
Now that may work. I don't know how many times I've done. But I know I can't sell shit. I demoed a game at Gen Con for like, I demoed 50 times. It was Freedom and Freeze's folders. Do you remember those? Those little folding cards, maze things?
Yeah.
I demoed it at Gen Con because I was sitting at the desk and I wasn't running the main thing, but I was just sitting there and people would come up and ask and look at it. And I would explain it to them and say, hey, it's $20 for all 10 of them or whatever it was. And I'm like, it's like 1 for 4 or 5 for 20 or something like that. I don't know. It was a better deal than that, but whatever. I didn't sell a single one. Lincoln does it one time. One fucking time. Sold. Done.
You gotta have that as the follow-up, Scott. You gotta
What
be
did
like,
you
this
do?
shit is great. And guess what? Fucking price This price is out of this world. You can't lead to the
Believe
price.
me, I'm
You
not
gotta,
that guy.
gotta get a
Yeah, I'm
peak
not that guy.
first.
You
What the
might have
whis-
stole your pitch.
I couldn't believe it how
Stole
many
your
times
pitch.
I demoed it, no one bought them, and then Lincoln one time.
He's just more affable, Scott.
I'm
You
guessing.
might have stole your. You might have stole your pitch. You might have 1.5.
I mean, you know, it's just funny.
Yeah.
I don't think it was much different than what I did, but there must have been something psychological.
Yeah.
Tone of voice.
It's energy,
It
man.
could
It's
be.
tone of
Energy.
voice, space, all kinds of things, man.
I mean,
All-
I felt I did a good job, but you never know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously not. I'd be getting the steak knives or the pink slip. Second place, set of steak knives.
Third place, you're fired.
Place, you're fired. Gotta watch that movie again.
Glenn Gary, Glenn Ross, baby.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah. I honestly, if I was in the board game stuff, retail, I'm sure it would be a different struggle anyway. Like I can tell just when you watch people walk in, there's a level, there's just such a level of ignorance coming in and being overwhelmed, and people like flocking right to the things that are like the most basic, which should always be sold. They always should be. The basics should always be sold. But once they venture into all the beautiful boxes that we all love, to stare at, there's definitely this holy shit, what is this stuff over here?
Well, we all know how people get into it. They go one place, they play a game at a buddy's house, and they're like, "What the heck? I didn't even know games like this existed." Right? It's the standard comment, and then they're just like, "Oh wow, I had no idea."
Yeah, Target's a
going down the rabbit hole.
Target's a very interesting experience. I've seen people in Target, just come in, like they're there, they're looking for board games. Usually around the time where I'm just going to grab a couple things for like giveaways and stuff, and like it's a time where people would be looking for board games for their families, like a holiday-ish window, and I'll be sitting there. I can see somebody just like, I don't know what to buy. I don't want to buy the poop game. But they're standing there looking at the poop game, like they're looking at the poop game. It's just interesting. Like it's a different element of a type of shopper and like what they're looking for. Even the person that's looking at, I know Carcassonne or I know this. And I'm thinking to myself, like, you can get like 3 or 4 games and have different types of fun. It's just a really interesting dynamic. It's totally different than the normal store. It's weird. I almost feel like Target could be better than a game store, outside of course, Magic. And it would be fine. Like
if they devoted an entire section, kind of like how they do the electronics.
I'm just saying, even based off just complete ignorance, of course, it would take years for this to be true, right? But I don't know, man. I mean, it's almost the same throwing the mud at the wall, right? It's almost the same. So it's like, just move all the ones where it's like Monkey Butt and Peppy the Pig, Pig in the Belly, whatever. Slide that shit to the side just a little bit further, which is basically what they're doing. Like sliding these a little bit further down, add more awesome hobby games that people said were awesome, that the current sales marketing CEO thinks is awesome. Put them there. And I mean, I think maybe by attrition, like it could replace what's going on in our game stores, unfortunately. Like, I worry about that completely. That would suck. That would completely suck.
I always thought the service merchandise model might work better for board games, where you don't actually have any stock, but you can get it. And now here's the deal: it has to be a buy-in from distributors, right, to mail directly to consumers. But
what is service merchandise do, Scott?
It was just a showroom of product where you could go in and look at the product and then order it off the catalog. Like you would order it and maybe they'd have it in stock, but if not, they would mail order it to you. Right. But everything they had was in the store, like touchable. Yeah. The whole catalog was there. But so the store didn't have to have a lot of inventory, right?
Yeah, they could just pull it from.
They could just pull it from a local warehouse and mail it to you, or the central store would mail it to you.
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, whenever I went to go buy it, service merchandise, they never had it, so I'd have to get a mail order or something.
Yeah.
It was primarily a mail order company with showrooms, but it's gone. It's out of business.
I'm wondering like what can gaming do moving forward? I mean,
because like those small game stores, man, they got to put like 50, 100 grand in inventory.
Yeah, I'm like, what are they gonna?
That's
do?
a big outlay.
That's a ton of money. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, if you got what ideas? Like I said, new normal. What's the new normal? What new innovative ideas? What's going to come out of this? Because game stores just fucking closing. Like they are just closing. There's no like, hey, we're just shutting down. Cause COVID. No, they're like,
well, as long as they don't have to pay rent, maybe they'll survive. But that's
abandoning my lease. I'm abandoning my lease right now.
Well, the problem is, us board game folks are so used to actually fucking following rules that when they say stay the fuck inside, we stay the fuck inside.
I don't know about that.
I went to my local game
everybody.
store about a month and a half ago, and I was talking to him about it, and he's like, yeah, there's a very good chance where we're going under.
No, like our local pool thing of this guy, like he just happens to be very, very serious about COVID. Like he's very serious about it. And when he did reopen, like the biggest store he had, which had the hugest Magic, I was like, oh, shit's getting bad, because he closed that one. And like he closed that one first. I was like, holy shit. And he basically made all his stores. All of a sudden he had opened up his website finally. Like he had finally fleshed out his website finally. And it was terrible, but he got sales off of it. He's like, I'm getting some sales when I talked to him about it. And then like he got to the point where he was only letting 6 people in the store max. And they had to be like let in and counted and let out. And and then I realized that there's just people, like you said, like it depends on where you live. I'm sure. But like, yeah, you're not going to have as many people walking through. But if you said, hey, Magic tournaments are running.
Yeah.
But how much of a raise
release, goddammit,
these places on already?
What?
Like how many of these places were on the razor's edge already? And it's just
majority of them.
I don't think people who have Magic release parties, nights and pack things and tournaments every two weeks a month, I don't think they can not do that for 3 months just for the fuck of it. Like, like that's non-pandemic shit. Like, I don't think people can just afford to not do that kind of business. It's business. It's damn near standard, right? Damn near standard.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
think everybody's gonna.
I mean, the big thing was the board game cafes, but it's like what else is there to evolve into?
The board game cafes are out of business now too.
Yeah,
I mean, the ones here in Dallas have shut down.
Yeah.
He has a restaurant that's like his kind of like, I think that's where he put his newest money. So like it's holding because it's a restaurant and they can do like orders, like they can do pick up to go orders. Then he did some cool kind of like bundle thing where he had like, you could order like this bundle of board games that like the staff would pick out or whatever. And he did it for like a liquidated price. And like that way he was moving some inventory. He explained some kind of interesting ideas he was trying. I don't know if they were working, but yeah, just opened that restaurant, gaming restaurant, whatever, right before COVID hit, like literally like 4 months before it hit. So it was like his entire investment probably for his entire life was his culminating event. And that's it. Like that's his castle. So he probably had to like basically say, hey, one at a time until I run out of money, I'm gonna get rid of my locations. He's down to 2.
That's depressing.
It's depressing. And he's a proud motherfucker too. He's a cocky, proud motherfucker, and he really is hurting. It sucks. It really sucks.
He's not dipping too far into his like seed money.
And I know he's very clear. He wants to let you know how successful he is. So he really wants to let you know. He wants to let you know. Like,
I know people like that.
No, I'm serious. Like, he wants to give you the numbers too. He wants to give you the number. I'm like, all right, bro, I got it. Like, Okay, buy my drinks, by the way.
Yeah.
Buy my drinks, bro. Okay, buy my drinks. Like, so yeah. I hope I hope he's okay, man, because it just sucks to see those stores like one by one. I'll call because I'll be like, oh, I can't get it here. I'll call another one. They're like, no, that one shut down.
How long
like,
he's been running them? How long has he been running?
He's been around
more than 5 years.
Even before I was gaming, like back in gaming, like I want to say he's about 20 some years.
Wow.
Yeah, because he got bigger. Like he went bigger. Yeah. He used to have a tiny store, and I remember that. And then
this is where bailout can help him, right? Like that's a bailout target.
I think if the bailout came earlier, he would have been able to keep the big store open, because it can be a barren wasteland. But he had
the bailout didn't help with rent. Oh no, it did help with rent. You could put rent but only for 6 weeks.
Yeah. But he had he could not have, because the way we had our shutdowns, like you couldn't have nothing. So he couldn't run his.
He was down to zero. Yeah.
And he had like a big ass magic thing. Like that's why he got that location, because he could not house. He literally could not house his magic.
Right.
Like it was that big. And to have that revenue going, I mean, he hired another person to specifically run magic for him. Like he had.
We're putting Lance to sleep.
No, I'm putting him to sleep.
Just resting your eyes.
I got an email.
Well, we are late.
No, I got an email from Kabuki Kids. Whenever I get an email from her, I always make sure I read it. So.
Yeah, man. So that's tough, man. It's
I hope. Yeah, I mean, but fuck. I mean, another year of this. I can't see how it's gonna be.
Oh, I'm. You're gonna find me in a shack in Montana somewhere.
Well, like when's the point where we start to hear about Origins? Like when are we starting to get concerned about Origins next year? Like,
well, New York Toy Fair moved back. They're like the first event of the year. New York Toy Fair and
first event of the year. That's what I was saying. Not
Origins. The Spielberg and Messe is also delayed.
Yeah, I don't give it. Who the hell's going to New York Toy Fair to have fun, though? I mean, that's more.
It's about the fun.
I'm talking about like convention.
But here's the deal:
actual
New York Toy Fair and Spielberg and Messe decide the business future for a lot of companies for the entire year.
Yeah.
So if those don't happen,
okay. By the way, Mr. Bauer, the type of games you fucking cover, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
I cover everything.
It's like cutting off an artery, like pinching an artery.
You said that. I'm like,
what do you think? Like
the companies that you cover are like literally that's their lifeline.
Yeah, those two conventions.
If you went there with your microphone and your little paper sponsor, they would be like, "Oh my God, it's you!" I bet you would be in heaven. If you went to that place, if you went to the toy fair, you would be in heaven.
I've always wanted to go to New York Toy Fair. It looks fun as hell, but I'm just saying, like,
it would be great.
But that doesn't. But that's what makes the world go round.
I'm thinking like shows. Convention experience, though.
Oh sure,
I don't feel like
that's like bottom of the.
For the convention experience.
Yeah,
but that's too many people. Like New York Toy Fair can be distanced, I think, but it's still a lot of people in one building. I don't know.
It's a lot.
I don't know if they can pull it off.
What makes you think New York's going to be open?
It probably will be.
They're going
back in lockdown.
No, I mean even after this pandemic, New York took a hit.
Barry, we're really just talking fantasy here at this point. Like we're not. Like, I mean, I think this stuff is probably not going to happen. We're just trying
those systems need to be done virtual. Like if those don't happen, those deals don't get made. That's big money. Flow.
So what do we actually think is going to be the first board game convention? Like Origins,
when the daily infection rate is under 100 nationwide.
Whoa.
When would you go if there's 1,000 a day? Infections?
Me personally?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. At what level would you not go?
Okay, hold on.
Go now? Would you go now?
Would you would go to a convention? And I'm just not even gonna let's just go Origins. No, let's just go Gen Con. If Gen Con was happening 6 months from now, 1,000 people a day, and you were going to a place that potentially a day would have what 15,000 people there that day.
Yeah, so Well, how big is Gen Con in one day? 25,000 or so?
I was going to say, I don't know the exact number. That's what
Let's say 25,000 people per day are
So
there.
25 people, assholes to elbows, demoing games, buying games,
Touching, hugging,
eating,
handshakes, eating.
eating out, eating food handed to you because
No, I mean, there's just no way. Origins isn't happening.
Right,
And that
it's
might,
not happening.
and the thing is that I've heard horror stories about most of the major companies, the LLCs that are, and they are basically saying they are floundering, they are hemorrhaging cash, you know, and no bailout is coming for anybody.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, and so, you know, you hate to say it, but it does not look good for any of them. And it just doesn't, I mean, and it goes beyond that too. It doesn't look good for most small business owners. You know, they may never recover from the situation they're in.
Well, what do they do? Like, what, Lance, what ray of light out of all the shit you've seen, anything?
What ray of light? I mean, here's the ray of light. There's enough governments that are just saying, you know what, you want to take a chance, you want to roll the dice and see if you die from this disease, go ahead, you can stay open. And there's enough fucking morons that are just like, yeah, I'll roll the dice. It's not serious. Because nobody's stepping in and doing what should be done, which is the government stepping in and saying, you know what, we're just gonna give everybody a fuck ton of money. Stay home. We're taking care of your rent, we're taking care of your utilities, we're taking care of your mortgage, you know, and you know, going to the banks and saying, we bailed your asses out how many years ago, now you're bailing our asses out. You don't get any money, you don't get anything on your mortgage, you know, it isn't forgiven. We're just going to move it to the end, you know. So if you don't get paid for 12 months, you just add those 12 months on the end, and everybody stays home. And if you know, like, yes, there's going to.
God damn it, Lance.
Oh, damn.
God damn it.
Rolling. He was rolling.
He was
Being a
on
fucking moron.
Oh, no, you're back. You're back now.
You're back.
You were gone.
I'm back.
You were gone for about.
I apologize.
You were in the
20
heart of the
seconds.
rant too. We were ready.
And we were all like a trance.
We were ready.
The last thing we heard was you calling Jeremy a fucking moron.
Okay, well, Jeremy is no. I mean, no. The government doesn't have the balls to step in and just hand everybody a bunch of money, and that's not going to happen. And that's what needs to be done, so people don't have to worry about paying their rent and paying their utilities and paying their mortgage.
Would have been easy too. Only a couple weeks back in March.
Well,
would have been easier in January.
Yeah.
I don't think 2
just so
weeks back
frustrating.
in March would have done anything. I mean,
a complete shutdown would have destroyed.
But there's no way you can do a complete shutdown. There's always going to be some
there sure
Yahoo
is.
that's going to get on his four-wheeler and he's going to like, oh, you can't tell me what to do.
Scott, you can't get a nation to believe something, and
the damage was not quite done at the beginning.
Right, you can't get like. Even if you said
the genie's out of the bottle.
Every single
January and said by March we're going to do something.
Every single small
people be
business.
like, "Fuck you! I'm American. I'm free." Like
yeah. No.
Well, here's where we are. Yeah.
But
here's what our freedom bought us.
Thailand and just beat people and take them.
Oh no, but here's the deal. Here's the deal. Like there are people in this industry, people that we consider friends, that have the attitude of, 200,000 people died. So what?
Yep.
That's their attitude. You know, it's like I needed to have my business open. I needed to make money, and it sucks that 200,000 people died. But you know what? What are you saying? I should starve? I shouldn't have a house? I shouldn't be able to feed and clothe my kids?
Only a couple weeks.
You say that, but the thing is that nobody was willing to do that.
Right.
Yeah,
and so now what do you do? The
horses was never proposed.
The horses are out of the barn.
It was never even considered, really.
And here's the deal: what if they did shut down for 2 weeks and it didn't do any good? Then what would we say?
Right.
I mean, it's
all you need is 1 second for you.
It can't be worse than what it is now.
1 second for you to be wrong, and then all of a sudden everybody's just like, "Yep, fuck that." See?
Yeah, I mean, and all it takes is the moment that it like, oh well, you said that this is what we had to do, and we did it, and now it's nothing. You know, way to go. You know, I mean.
Well, now it's not believed in, so it's worse.
Well, now we're still a year in, and we still like I said, why the fuck do we know? Why is this a taste issue? Why is this a lungs don't recover issue? Why is it? We still don't know everything.
Yeah.
And we have 3 people lined up with 3 different shots with 3 different, you said like 3 shots? We have 3 different shots with 3 different percentages. We're not throwing mud at the wall, but it's like, God damn it, man. Like, it's hard to be confident. It's hard to be confident. We have to be hopeful. I like being confident.
I have said
I like being where I'm at with my damn ego, man. And it sucks that I don't have, like, behind it is fear, behind it is fear.
I have said all day long, if you want to have the conversation where you come up to me and say, if I can't afford to keep my house and feed my family, if you shut down my business, that is a conversation that has to be had with people. And I don't know what the answer is. I don't know what you tell somebody like that. Fuck your family, fuck your business. Like, you don't get it anymore. Really? I mean, it's like the people, like, I mean, not everybody in this room, but like the people like that are talking right now, I have the luxury of being able to work from home. The incredible luxury. I don't have an auto body shop that I have to go work at every single day. I'm not a Taekwondo instructor that has to keep my gym open.
Right.
It's just like,
and
it's just like, and it's really easy for us to stand up on the hill and say, why didn't we just shut down? It's like, because I needed to eat. Sorry.
Right. Yeah.
And that is a conversation you have to have with these people. And when we tell them we have to shut down the country, and we're not telling them we're going to shut down the country, and we're also going to pay your bills for the next 6 months.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
Yeah.
And the fact is, we're not putting those 2 sentences together. And that's why I have friends that I just can't talk to, because they're like, I don't give a shit if 200,000 people died. I need to work. And I'm like, I understand where you're coming from, but I don't want to get into this argument with you, kind of thing.
And I tell people, I'm like, there's people, I have a bar around the corner I used to go to, and like right when this stuff was kicking off, they're like, man, they just want us to, this is all conspiracy, or this is all about, I'm like, dude, let me tell you something. It actually doesn't really fucking matter what it is. You're going to be in a world where your business is going to be shut down. At least for the fact you don't, like, the fact that I think that some people, even if you're on the opposite side of this, there's so many ways to look at this. Like, you got to figure out how you're going to pay rent, because the place you work at right now is going to be shut down. Okay. That's going to affect a lot of people. Okay. Then there's also the part of, like, you're also causing so many safety violations by having so many people here. Do you want that on your conscience? Then there's the other part of just like, what if you get sick? Like, what if you get sick? You can't afford to be sick. And I remember this guy just telling me I was the dumbest dude ever. And I was thinking to myself, like, don't you just think about those things at all? Like, as I said, when this all broke out, I was like, man, I hope these people who just don't believe in this shit I hope they're right. So they're okay. Like, I really do. I hope everybody's okay. Like, you think you're going to be okay. Because if you get the bad luck and
the hospitals prove otherwise.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
I'm like,
the fucking Dallas hospitals, which are massive, are like at 85% capacity or something.
You would think somebody would listen to someone who works at a hospital and has to deal with the fact that we are literally taking bodies from the morgue that can't take the bodies. We are literally, it's like, I try to explain. I'm like, there are so many levels to how this affects people. And it's just like, there has to be some way it's hitting you.
I mean, I guess, Lance, the argument to go back to, like, I need to go to work and feed my family. It's like, well, if you don't stay home, then you're basically not going to be able to do that anyway. Right. Yeah. Like, it's either controlled or it's not controlled. I feel like we're heading to a path of not controlled.
I have friends who have gotten COVID because they've gone to work, been exposed to somebody, got COVID, they got over it, and they're still working. And they're like, if I didn't go to work, I rolled the dice and I came out the other side fine.
Yeah, they got lucky.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Well, but they got lucky. I mean, there's a certain point where, I mean, I hate to say this because I don't believe this. I think everybody should try to be as safe as they possibly can. But it's like, if it's,
whatever the percentage is. I'm not even going to dive into the percentages, but it isn't like it's a 50-50 shot you die if you get it, right?
Right.
So that's not really getting lucky. That's just playing the odds, and with the odds heavily stacked in your favor.
Right. I'm a big fan. I'm cool with that.
If I have aces and you have 2-7, I'm going to win most of the time.
But with the hospitals full, at some point it becomes way more chances of dying because you can't go to the hospital.
Scott,
right. It's a cascading effect.
You are banking on Americans thinking outside of themselves. You are actually just said something thinking that somebody really gives a fuck about other people.
Well, I mean,
that's a time that we are going to have to. We're going to be forced to. A lot of people are forced to now. But like, you gotta understand, like back when everything was sweet, you didn't have to test that, right? You didn't have to test that. Now you are slowly but surely. Now as time is going on, people are being tested and being like, oh shit! Now that some people have passed or some people have gotten really sick. Now they've had to look outside of, I don't want that to happen to my other grandpa, my other grandma, my dad's side, not my mom's side. Like as people start to get sick around you or somebody from the soccer team, their kid got really sick, like like I said, we were so free, man. We were so free. You didn't have to find that out that somebody didn't care. They just wanted to go play football. Hey, you're kind of sick. Nope. Go play football. It's football Friday. You find out a lot about people in times like this. You really do. And most people don't give a shit. Like, just like your dad or your mom would tell you, like, people don't care. Like, or the Chris Rock joke. Hold on. Before you go outside, I just want to make sure people do not give a shit about you. And then he's like, and then I grabbed her again. I want you to know, Daddy loves you. Nobody out there gives a shit about you. Like, it's true, man. Like, it's just.
Forgot about that part.
Yeah. It's tough. It's a tough.
What's wrong with you, Scott?
I know. Need to watch it again.
We care about people, man. There are people like us who care about others, but it's a lot of people, man. I mean, I get it. Clutch your purse, keep your family close. I get it. But yeah. Yeah. It's that.
I don't know. It's just the whole. This is a really it's just a shitty situation, and we've talked about it many times on this show.
Oh yeah, we've blown a face.
And it's just like, and I don't mind talking about it because talking about it helps people vent and it helps people understand. It's like, I mean, it's just like, it helps people, like, instead of having to scream at the sun, it just. Yeah. They're able to run in the sun. You're able to say it, and there's something about that, right? That it does help to like talk about that shit. But the thing is that it's I don't know. I don't have the answers, and the people that are supposed to be the ones that are supposed to be giving us our answers just seem to just want to just fart around and do nothing. I mean, it's just
give us an answer. Answer.
Well, here's the deal. It's just nobody. I mean, and I'm talking. I mean, obviously the shithead where we just voted out. I mean, oh, sorry, was that political? But anyway, the shithead that's leaving certainly didn't do anything. But I mean, I don't see anybody on the other side really coming up and saying we're going to take care of you.
Well, that's the biggest issue is lobbyists. Because if you really think about it, the person you're talking about, the person who's saying I can't afford to keep the head above my roof, the roof above my head, feed my kids. And you just keep going up the food chain. And lobbyists are like, we will go out of business if we have to shut down for 3 weeks. How many of these big companies that we don't even think about, if they shut down for a month, they'd be fucking out of business. And they're like, nope, we pay you money so you fucking keep us in business. Like how much of that is happening behind the scenes? And I bet it's a lot. It's shitty, but I mean, I bet that's exactly what a lot of this is just.
I'm just saying there's that's the thing, man. It's just, there's still there's companies so big enough. They're just finding a way to keep your money coming from a different way. It's just, like I said, it's making people show their hands. You're gonna have to show your hand. As more as this goes deeper, as this goes longer, people are going to have to play some shitty ass cards. They're going to have to use those 7s against the aces and hope for the best. So, yeah, it really sucks because there's going to be some good people that do bad things.
I used to look at the worldometer every day, the coronavirus worldometer thing.
Yeah.
I wish I didn't look at it, but it's like, it's kind of unbelievable.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
like the spike. Yeah, I'm looking at it on Bing right now because Bing's the fucking best.
Oh,
yeah.
First,
Bing
Said no one ever.
said no whatever.
I tell you what, COVID. Check the Bing. Type in Bing COVID. They actually did a bang up job. It is.
The biggest search engine in the world. The Bing.
It's just when you look at like the spike in like March and the summer, you're like, oh, that's bad. And then the one now is just like it dwarfs it.
Yeah.
Fucking dwarfs it. Ugh.
Right.
And then you look at 56 million people worldwide, and you're like, shit, we got 11 million of them. It's like, damn.
Oh, the total cases. We have
It's like,
total
God.
cases.
We touched too much.
I don't even want to look at it.
One of the many things that my wife has to do for her job is she does a COVID report for her company, US Bank, and she's just like, yeah, I hate doing it because like and I'm like, why? And she's like, because I hate having to go through everything. And look at, just having to go through everything and look at all the people that have died and just,
I know.
She says
Paul Tompkins just reminded me of $1 million just in Texas. So 1/10 is in Texas.
2,300 Americans died today.
We have our hospital 4,300 employees. We had so we've had it's like 40 some patients that are positive or being treated. Then we had it was 80 employees, right? So 60 employees. Actually, at the beginning of the month, 42. So they went from 42 to 68 over a weekend. Then it was 68 to 70 something. Then it was 84, and then it jumped to 102. So my boss, who was off at COVID at the time, we called him. He was like, you guys, I just want to tell you this. Don't freak out. There's a couple hundred tests that have yet to come back. So we have to. I said, wait, what? And he said, yeah, there's a couple hundred tests coming back. So it's hard to have this feeling of walking around a hospital knowing possibly that you have people, you walk through a hospital and you see people smacking, people who work in doing different types of work, bumping fists and all kinds. Yeah. It's like working at a restaurant and being behind the house the whole time. You're like, oh my God, what are you doing with my food? It's crazy. There's just nothing we can actually do other than, like I said, shut it all off. And I don't know if Americans can do it, man. I don't know. I don't know. It's only so much you can cut out freedom, man. We're so we're fat on it.
Cut it out, or it'll be cut out for us. I mean, it's in my opinion the way it's going. But
yeah,
in the past we've tightened up. When we had the right leadership,
we haven't feel like this. I don't think any leader could get us to do what we should do. I don't think so.
Now, yeah, you might be right.
think you would get such a heavy resistance, you would get a more chaotic resistance.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? A little bit more rebellious resistance versus hey, I got outside for a weekend, let's go party. I think you would get a very destructive version of that.
Step one is a rent freeze. Right. I mean, we got to freeze rent for everybody. Period. For 3 months. Rent freeze. Nobody pays rent. Period. No one.
Well, on the other end, those are people who are business owners too.
Yeah. Well,
so you basically have saved a lot of people, but you're like, okay, well, I own those 2 apartments. Actually, pay for my house.
Well, they can go get a second job then.
I'm just saying, like people run businesses too. Like, like there's always going to be a business that's hurting by taking off the financial freedom of others. Like Sally Mae hurting, we got you. Nell ain't hurting. They'll make it. They got enough interest fees to save the world. They got you. On the back end, they got you. But like I said, like even a person who owns, like a four-piece apartment duplex that they make enough income off of to pay off for their house. Now all of a sudden for 6 months, they don't have to pay rent because of some stimulus package.
But they don't have to pay their own rent. Like nobody, I'm talking nobody pays rent for 6 months. Just
nobody.
Rent, gone.
And how do you get banks to sign off on that?
What? You tell them they're going to fucking sign off on it, or just do an executive order. Pull a Trump on that shit. Just say, we're just fucking doing this. Like, figure out the loophole, but you got
it all to the
rent
end.
freezes
Like
essential.
Lance said, it moves all to the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not going to lose any money. Just it moves to the end. And like I said, it's like, remember when you were too big to fail? Well,
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just asking this because I'm just random thinking here. I'm tired as fuck. But wasn't there something where you could do something where you can divert like you can kick some loan or kick something to the end of your house payments?
I don't know.
I don't remember, honestly.
No,
I don't.
I'm not remembering. Maybe it was just something with our bank or something like that. Like, I know you can you can defer. Like they have some banks are allowing people to defer their payments or whatever.
I mean, they'll do anything if you call.
Maybe
them.
I read it in some language. I was like, oh, maybe you can just throw that shit on the back end of your house payments and be like, hey, you're gonna be out of this for a year. Sign up for a year. We'll throw it on the back end of your payments.
Well, I remember when I was dealing with my shitty bank and like they said, it's like, oh, we care about you and what we can do to help, like, and I was just like, while I was arguing with them about like, oh, so what's your they're like, what is exactly your COVID-19 assistance? Like what is it that you can offer me? And then the guy was like, I have no idea. It's just like,
damn.
Yeah, I don't know. It just sounds good. We're willing to help, but nobody knows.
We're willing to help. Hey, look, I gotta go. That's terrible. Look, I gotta go.
Like literally, like he had like no idea, like none, zero.
You asked one question too many. You asked one too many for him. Man.
Yeah, totally one of those like, why are you asking so many questions?
You broke the program. He looked down at his little cheat sheet.
Yeah.
Hey, you have a nice day. Would you like to take a survey?
Basically, that's what it came down to. I mean,
it's like, fuck that. I'm out of this, man. It's not on the sheet.
Let me give you my manager.
They don't pay me $15 an hour.
Tell me if this sounds like a phone hanging up. Hey, yeah, I kind of. Hey.
Hey. Oh my God, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't have the answers. All I know is I wish I was in Dallas.
I do wish you had some answers because after tonight, you really made me feel terrible about all these fucking retail stores. They're gonna fucking die.
Oh, they're doomed. They're absolutely doomed.
But Lance, they're going to die. They're gonna die. So then what?
Well, everything's gonna be online. I mean, like, okay, so
are they? Lance, stop. They're going to die. So if we get to next summer, they're going to die. What comes of that? There's not going to be online stores.
Oh,
that
sure.
requires money.
There'll be Amazon and Miniature Market. You'll still be able to get your games. Don't worry.
But do you think the flagship store really ever comes back?
Maybe, I guess, is the long hummity hum on that one. I mean, it's
what's an industry that's smaller than a board game store that still has storefronts? Like a like a lotion shop or something.
Yeah.
Like I'm always thinking like a board. Like I think that's how a board game store would come back. It'd be like literally like, hey, good old
No,
Seabird.
I mean, it's just no, I don't see. I just don't see a you know a true store like a true like all we do is sell board games. I mean, those people are done. I mean, it's just like because there's just I mean, and it isn't and I've had multiple people say, oh, board game stores must be making or tons of money because people are just staying home playing board games. It's like, yeah, no. It's like first of all, people aren't just staying home. People are getting fed up of staying home, and they're coming up with reasons why they shouldn't have to stay home. And I mean, the stuff that was selling really good a little while ago was puzzles.
I was just about to say that. I was like, if they don't sell puzzles, they definitely ain't making no money.
Yeah, it's like, oh, we have puzzles.
But I bought a good 20-some puzzles and Lego sets.
There's only so many puzzles you can play before you're like, this is really getting boring. You know, just like I really don't want to look for the piece that has the white little circle up on towards the top and then like the red on the bottom. I don't want to do that anymore. I don't want to have to look this up.
I got my wife a puzzle table. I was like, baby, we did the puzzle. I'm like, baby, I can't do this no more. I can't. I'm dying inside.
I hate puzzles. I hate the shit. I love the idea of them.
They're good to like zen out and like turn on some music or something, but like yeah. Oh, man, you just can't. That's people are built for that, you know. So,
well, and also you get to a point where you're just like, this is stupid. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to look for this stupid piece. You know.
So, do you think like the tabletop venture games and board games will come back into a storefront? Because I'm sure they're hurting, probably even worse than board games.
Something say like, okay, I don't know that for sure. Like how many people congregate to those things. But don't you feel like that kind of can survive with social distancing? Like they don't have to have as many people in there, right? To kind of pull off a game night of.
Are you talking like Warhammer and stuff?
Because when I've gone to like Games Workshop, those are like kind of well spaced out things. You could just have less of those.
The official Warhammer stores are not allowed to be open right now. They're just
wow.
They're just I mean, the one guy I know that ran the Warhammer store near me, he quit his job because like basically most of his income was based on sales and he just couldn't get anybody in the store, you know. So it's like
could he open up a Horror-Whammer store?
Yeah. It's like if you can hit this, that, and the other mark, you can make this amount of money. It sounds really good on paper, but the thing is that like he wasn't able to hit this, that, and the other because of the fact that it was just like he could have up to 2 people in store because you got to remember they're based out of the UK, and I think the UK took it a little more seriously than we did,
right?
And so then they had their basically this is how we're going to run it, and everybody's going to run it like this kind of attitude.
Yeah. Business model. Like they made it a business thing. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was just like, we're not going to have, for in America, you can do this and whatever, but yeah, I mean, and he was, good guy, friend of mine, but, yeah, he was just like, nope, not going to do it, kind of thing. Yeah. So,
that sucks.
United
I gotta hit it, guys.
3,000 deaths.
All right, see you, Scott Alden.
At home.
Everybody go sign up for BGG at home. Go do it.
Yeah.
If you host an event, it's
tomorrow. I'm stoked.
Cool. All right.
Hey, are you playing any games, Scott?
I'm streaming tomorrow. I'm doing a live stream with Game Night.
Hey, Scott, can I do something on Sunday?
Yeah. What do you want to do?
I'll figure it out, but
message me.
The poll I did, everybody wants me to do this Lost Ruins of Arnak.
Please. Where do you want to do it?
Let me figure it out.
All right, just message me.
Let me figure it out.
Yeah, whatever we want. Yeah.
I just thought it. I was like,
I can put you on BGG front page if you do Twitch.
Yeah. See, I got to figure out what Twitch is going to be or whatever. Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah.
Why does it got to be Twitch?
Well,
what
technology I've written.
Yeah.
So I think I can do YouTube as well.
Yeah, no.
Oh, really?
I can't do Facebook Live.
Right. You can't do Facebook Live.
You can't host that outside of Facebook, right? You can't like put it, like can't post it somewhere where someone can.
I can't make it so you can watch it streaming somewhere else.
Like I can't like embed a player, like a face. Yeah, it's all in the ecosystem.
It's new. Yeah, it's totally new that way. So no.
Yeah, just message me, man. Cool.
All right, I'll see what I can figure out. Yeah.
All right. Take care. Bye, everybody.
Good night, buddy. And
Yeah.
then it was us.
Wow, man.
We
man,
can be depressed together and realize that the world we
I
know.
Lance. I was looking at Lance with all his knowledge, with all his scrolls.
Yeah, my scroll.
Look at Lance. You talking about Lance?
I don't think it has it dawned on any of us yet. Like the world is just going to change so drastic. Like I would say it's not even going to decimate it. I'd say it decimated 3 times. Like it's just
less
like
than
everything we know.
reduced by 10%.
Like what?
It'll be reduced by 10%.
No, 30. I think it's going to be decimated 3 times. Like,
see, you spun that against me.
I did. Like just the long-reaching effects of this. It's just going to be.
Oh, it's going to be people that own land that are leasing out office space. They're gonna feel it if they haven't already felt it.
Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Like a place like art. That's the thing. It's also going to hit. So like us in the Midwestern folks, right? Because Midwestern folks build things up based on like this weird projection that they're going to be the next hot spot, right? They take out loans, they buy all this land, and then they put up the leasing sign and they expect people to buy those strip mall spots, or they expect people to buy, or like they expect people to buy all the condos that they've popped up or whatever. And it's just going to be ugly. Like Midwestern cities, some bigger, some smaller, especially the smaller who add all that stuff, bring in a couple chains. It's just bad timing. And then it's just sitting there and they're just nasty old buildings. You know, they're just nasty old buildings as soon as those leases run out. And some people vacate them. People just vacate at this point. Just vacate. Like we're not, you're not, I don't have money. Come get nothing. You know, that really hurts.
I'm really sad about just the things that I'm not going to get to do with my kids because they're going to shut down. Like I legit, like I swear, I was talking to my wife about this. Like, I don't know if the movie theaters experience is going to survive. Like, I don't know in 5 years if I'm going to be able to do that. Like,
I can't do it. I can't handle that. I'm ready to go to movies. I want to go to the movies so bad.
Yeah, I do too. And it's like with AMC's like, yeah, we're about to go fucking under, guys. AMC's like, hey, here's the writing. We're putting it on the wall.
Yeah. I changed my game night to Tuesdays because movie wasn't happening. Yeah,
Well, in the same sense, for
Tuesday, and you get like $5. You can get also. It's such an awesome our local cinema chain that's around there. This chain that they have, they get all the best movies, great seats, $5 Tuesday, $5 pizzas, and it's good pizza. And I was like, all right, well, I guess I'm changing it to game night because there's no sign of ever.
Like
man.
Cedar Point amusement parks. Like, what's going to happen to them? Like, if they have to do another
parks, like just shoot chlorine at me all day. I'll just literally dip me in chlorine. Whatever and do to have fun.
Well, and that's just it. It's like all these places. I mean, I mean, I don't know. I mean, like one of my other local game stores, it was like, I called him up the other day and I was like, hey man, how you doing? He's like, it's my birthday. And I was like, oh, well, happy birthday. And I was like, what can I get you? And he said, bring me a bottle of Kraken rum and bring it to my house. And I was like, all right, so I went and bought him a bottle of Kraken rum. I went to his house. I was like, so what's going on? And I was like, hey, where's Erica, his wife? And she's like, she fucking left me.
Man.
I was like, on your birthday? And he's like, yeah. I was like, oh. And and he opened up the thing and just he poured himself a big one, then poured another glass. And he's just like, here, have a drink. And I was like, dude, I got my kids in the car. He's like, will you come back? And I was like, sure, yeah. And I was just like, oh my gosh, my life isn't as bad, I guess.
That is not where I expected that story to go.
Hey, it's that time, man. It's some tough ass moments. Like me and my wife, I'm telling you, man, it was not roses and peaches before this pandemic came. And guess what? Like, we just got tighter. We got way tighter because shit gets real. Things are getting on. Like, I was like, man, we got each other. I don't give a shit. Like, we have each other. Like, keep us family, keep us tight. Let's invest every bit of energy we have in each other. So, yeah, I can't do that. That's one thing that can't crack. It just can't. So, but I understand some people, man, it's tested a lot of people's marriages and relationships.
Well, yeah. And I was like, so what's going to happen to your store? And he's like, I don't know. It's all in her name. And I was just like, oh great.
If we're talking horror stories, I got to talk about my buddy Chad. Love the dude. He moved to Iowa about 6 years ago, abandoned his family. Just totally abandoned his family.
Oh, so he's a real stand-up guy. Gotcha.
No,
I like the guy. Keep going.
I
wish him the best. Keep going.
Let's have him sit next to Grandma at Thanksgiving.
Sink or swim, motherfucker.
He's been in prison a couple times.
Commercial. This is before the first commercial. Go ahead.
No. Listen to this.
This is a really bad Lifetime movie. I'm just kidding.
It's depressing as shit.
Yeah.
So he comes back into town in December. He's abandoned 2 of his kids. He abandoned his wife. Has abandoned his family. Abandoned his friends. He left our fantasy football league. I know it's crazy. He left the league, and he came back, and now he's putting his life back together. He had 4 different fucking jobs, living with his parents, trying to repair his relationship with his 2 kids. Like, he is putting his life together. He's putting it back piece by piece. He's kicked the meth. And then his dad, who has these bad health conditions, said, you know what? I can't have you in the house because you were 4 jobs, you're interacting, you're a busboy, you're a cook. I can't have you in the house because I think I might be getting sick. Kicks him out, and he fucking gets back on the meth. He's back in Iowa, and his dad fucking died. And his kids, wow. And that's one story. Like, that is one story. How many fucking millions of stories are there, man? Like, it's God.
Well, that's really unfortunate, and there's a lot of stories with this like addiction, because of course addiction's a lifelong thing. I've had several people like still talking about the things they are dealing with. This one girl, like, she was really younger than me. She got with my brothers and all them, and she's super young. And I'm so glad to hear her still posting. She's now a mother. When I first met her, first couple of years I met her, I was like, God, are you just never not like on something? And I'm so happy she's grown up and she's become a mother, and she's still good. She's still good during all these times. But there's just a lot of people who aren't. But the 2 people I think about are clean, and I'm so happy they're staying on, because this is the time where people will fall on whatever they can, like whether it's spending money, whether it's, like you said, drinking or whatever drug it is, it could be all kinds of these vices that people lay on because they don't know where to go. They don't know where to go. And that's tough, man. It's tough to see it. It's just tough. It's tough.
Luckily, we got this weekly support group.
Yeah.
And I say that jokingly, but seriously.
Yeah. I try to be fucking cool about that shit, man. When I walk around the hospital, it's just full of people, just not full of hope. I can tell you that. It's tough already. Working at a VA hospital is tough.
Oy.
Yeah. All right, now I'm sad and shit, and I gotta go to fucking bed.
On that upbeat note,
well, at least sleep.
Thanks, Forrest.
I'm fucking sad. Shit.
We'll get through it. We always do.
Or
Oh,
we
it's
don't.
caffeine.
Hey, you get through it. You get through it until you don't. That's how
And
it
if we
works.
don't, we won't know it. So what does it matter?
Oh, you're one of those guys.
Oh God, this
I'll say this. This is, I mean, and this. I don't want this to come across as an "oh woe is me" kind of moment here, but like being as I'm staring at I'm staring at 49, turned 49 in December, and I hate to say anything as cliched as like the midlife crisis, because but I mean, it's like it's once again, it's one of those things where it's like I've always said, like when my stepfather passed away. I said, and I was like, like the first of the parental figures in my life that, are going to, because that's what life is. I mean, you don't live forever. And
pillars.
Yeah. And I remember there was this girl I dated. I dated this girl named Jen way back in the day. And I remember one time she came over to my house. She was just high as a kite. And I was sitting there and I was just talking to her about whatever, and she was just like, it's weird. And I was like, what? And she's like, every single one of our parents are gonna die one day, but nobody talks about it, and we all know it's just gonna suck, and there isn't anything about it that's gonna make us happy, and it's just like, when nobody talks about it. And I was just like, I never thought about that. But now it's all I can think about. Thanks a lot. Just like, but I remember when my stepfather passed away, I remember sitting there thinking to myself, it's like, this really sucks. And it's like, but everybody's gone through it, right? I mean, everybody's, there isn't a single person alive. I mean, obviously, like, there's exceptions and weird situations, but why doesn't anybody like teach you how to deal with this? Like, if everybody's dealt with this, why doesn't anybody ever said, it's like, hey, this is this really sucky thing that you're going to deal with, and this is how you're going to get through it, right? You never learn that. And I was thinking about that too. It's like, okay, it's just kind of like you're getting older, you're starting to realize, coming to grips with your mortality, trying to figure out exactly what kind of legacy you're going to leave behind. And for most people, I think that's why you have kids, right? You like,
they're kind of like the stopwatch. They're like the ticker of your life. You're like, oh shit, now the clock's on. Fuck. Like,
yeah.
as you see them get bigger and stronger, you're like, I'm getting weaker.
Yeah, exactly.
They look more powerful than me.
But yeah, so it's like you're sitting there and it's just like, but it's like I'm having this like, so this is a true story. I'm rewatching like as I'm working, just for background noise, and I'm rewatching all of The Sopranos, and I'm like, okay, and I'm rewatching all this stuff, right? And there's an episode in there that says join the club, and it's like it's a weird episode because it's like a lot of it happens when he's in a dream, and Tony Soprano's in a dream, and he's living in this like kind of dream world or whatever. But anyway, so he's sitting there and he's just like, and then he's talking to this doctor in this dream. And he says, I'm 46 years old, and, what am I doing? Where am I going? What's going on with my life? I feel like, my life has just started, yet I'm like, I've done nothing, and it's like, I feel like I've wasted and all this stuff. And it's just like, and that's what the whole thing is. And the doctor says, well, join the club, just like, you're nothing special. It's like, it's how everybody gets. So I'm sitting there and I'm freaking bawling. It's like 2:00 in the afternoon. I'm working at my desk and I'm just flat out just like having a crisis moment. And I'm like, good Lord. I'm like, what am I doing here? And it's just, and I was like, what a horrible time for this stupid pandemic where I'm having like this weird, crazy, existential, no idea where my life is going or what's going to happen. And I can't like, go buy a motorcycle and just start driving it around, or I can't, like, no, I mean, it's just like, there's all these things. I can't go on a trip, and like, like take my wife and like, hey, let's like go to New York for a weekend or something. I can't like just say, you know what, I'm just gonna, all that money I was saving up, let's just spend it, and I'm gonna do this one, just something, I can't.
Yeah, something.
What do I get to do? You can sit in your house. You can sit in your house and you can stew. That's what you get to do. Enjoy it.
And
I
you're
realize
free to do it.
And I realize once again, I am incredibly fortunate that if the world was in a different place, like that I'd have the options, right, to do something different.
Yeah.
And so I have to recognize that, but it doesn't mean that like it's just yet another just this weird way that the world has changed, where I'm just not allowed. It's just not allowed. You don't get to be that way. You don't get to choose a different path or do something different. You get to sit in your living room and watch Netflix. That's what you get to do for your existential crisis.
Our
And-
freedoms are
But I was taught like you don't like you know how like like I just have had hard lessons where it's just like my dad used to always say like you get to go to work, you go to work every day and you work. You don't get to have fun. You don't get to have friends. Those are all perks. You know, like those are all just perks. Like if you happen to be in a situation where your job's so awesome and you get to have fun and you got a bunch of friends, great. That's not what work is for though. You know, it's not just for that. Like at some point you just gotta, you just gotta go to work. And I understand what he was saying. And then I just think to myself, like, I'm talking to people who have like lost folks. My friend one of my friends at work, her husband just suddenly died. She's got 5 kids. She's by herself. And I'm just like, I know you want to do more. I know you want more, or you've had more. You had more before this, but it's like, man, I just got to be comfortable with surviving. And my mom said that to me outside of work office. She was like, just got to survive,
Yeah.
Right now it's survival,
Well, yeah, and
say survival. When you say survival, you still got a bunch of shit, like we're Americans. We have a bunch of shit.
Yeah.
We have a bunch of shit. Like I could say I'm in hard times and I can't pay for my house. Like all my bills are late, like I got shit all over the goddamn place. Like, like that's what people don't like understand. It's just like, man, it's tough, man. It's just tough. Like we have to just survive right now. It may not be all great, it may not be all great, and that's unfortunately that's the new baseline for okay at some point, I guess, because it's gonna keep restricting us and keep suffocating us a little bit. Hopefully, I'm wrong. I'm sad. I'm going because I'm sad, and I don't want to be making people sad and shit. I'm getting
Thanks, Lance.
Lance, I'm getting.
Well, you know what? Nothing beats depression than a good wallow.
Yeah, I'm not doing it. I watched the ending to David the Gnome today. It made me cry. You remember David the Gnome? You watched David the Gnome?
No.
Is that the TV show?
Yeah, the little kids Nickelodeon show.
Yeah, I used to watch that.
Where he left the forest. That was back in the day when cartoons actually had, like, Saturday morning cartoons had a last episode. like that show actually had a last episode where David the Gnome and his wife left to die. And then they left their fox by himself, his best friend the whole time that took them all over the place. And I watched that today because somebody told me, like, hey, do you remember the show? And they were like, do you remember the ending of this show? And I said, I remember the end of the show because I didn't understand what was going on. And I was a young kid at the time. And I was like, that may have been one of the first times I saw someone die. Like, I don't remember. I just remember that they were like 2 happy gnomes. And then they were like, what are you doing? And they left the forest because they were like, at some point when gnomes reach a certain age, they, whatever. They just went away and like faded away. Like, what the fuck is going on?
It's kind of fucked up to do to a kid.
It's kind of fucked up. It was like the end of Toy Story. It was like the end of Toy Story, but like when I was 8, It's like, where are you going, David? Like, where are you guys going? It was so sad, man.
Yeah, I mean, I remember David the Gnome though, but I've never watched that. That's horrible.
Yeah, it's horrible. I was like, she's like, yeah, do you remember? I was like, I don't remember it ending like that. But then I thought I saw it. I was like, yeah, I think I remember this because I was really confused as to why this is happening. Yeah, David the Gnome, one of the best theme songs ever for a show. I used to love that show. Yeah. trolls, wizards, and fairy kings, birds that talk, and fish that sing. And if your heart is true, then you will find
David the Gnome, it's time for us to go.
Yeah. Sad.
Sad.
Now you're fucking with childhood. Man, this went downhill quick.
What was the other one that I saw? That was the end of a show. Was Rugrats. Because I think the kids moved away. Some of the kids moved away.
Oh yeah. I remember that one. I remember the last
like,
one.
Jesus,
of that.
what is this? Why are they going?
I think they're going for a realistic thing.
The Wi-Fi network.
Like, holy shit!
The hell is that?
Home app.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't know why those things turn out that way. I guess it's like, I think it's kind of ridiculous that they.
Kids.
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
like,
I mean, I mean, I always gave like whatchamadick credit, Sesame Street credit when they when Mr. Hooper, the actor that played Mr. Hooper, he passed away. Yeah, like they didn't say, oh, he went away or anything like that. They said yes, he passed away, and you know, and Big Bird had a picture of Mr. Hooper in his nest, like, you know, because like somebody, like, there was like Gordon gave it to him and said, you know, here, you know, it's like now you'll never forget him, you know, and it's like, and it was like one of those things where you're watching that as a kid, and I was like, good, what, oh my God, you know, just like Mr. Hooper isn't around anymore, you know, you're just kind of like, well,
how old were you when well, I guess you're slightly older than me, so you were like, because I was maybe 8. I remember it was during my birthday, because it came out like August 7th or something like that, because it was right around my birthday. It was Transformers the movie. And
oh yeah, Transformers the movie.
I was probably 8, I think. And for my birthday, I basically saw Optimus Prime take it on the chest.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and you're just like,
holy shit!
What?
Yeah, that was about that age too.
By the way, my first Transformer, my favorite Transformer, was this little one called Brawn. So in the beginning of the movie,
they kill Brawn off.
The beginning of the movie, the Autobots have run out of energon, so they're like pretty much leaking oil. When Megatron and them come on the ship, and he transforms into the gun, the first motherfucker he shoots in the movie is Brawn. This is a very hard birthday for me. People are crying. People are crying about Optimus Prime. I was already in shambles the first 5 minutes of the damn show. And Hot Rod was terrible. And Ultra Magnus was terrible. The only cool thing that happened in that movie was Unicron and Starscream getting blasted to bits. Like, I was so torn up after that damn movie, man. Oh my God.
I just remember it was like when they said, "Oh shit, Bumblebee, what are we gonna do now?" I was like, "Did they just say shit in this cartoon?"
Oh, dude, damn it. Oh. Yeah.
When Ultra Magnus was trying to open up the thing, and he's like, "Damn it, why would you open?" I was like, "Holy crap, this is."
By the way, can we be clear on this? Ultra Magnus probably the worst leader in all of history of anything ever.
I wasn't inspired by him.
He was the worst leader ever. I was like, Optimus Prime, you are the worst judge of character ever. You got blown to bits in the same fucking movie. Like, whoever does that, when does that ever happen? It's like, hey, you've been a leader of the good guys for 10 minutes and you've died. Like it's terrible, man.
Well, yeah. It's like
that guy,
I'm dozing off, guys. I gotta get going.
Yeah, I gotta get going too. Actually gotta get up for work in the morning.
I suppose it's late, right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I needed the therapy. Thanks for listening to me ramble on and being.
Oh yeah, you want me to tell you anything more about why the world's screwed?
Yeah, I know.
You want anything else from the Killjoy over here?
Hey, man.
Yeah, I mean, tell me something else that you love, and how. Let me tell you how. I'll say this.
Let them crush it.
No,
Crush
one
your
happy,
spears like Optimus Prime.
I'll give you a
Right through
happy
the
thing.
fucking heart.
Give me something happy, man.
I'll
I
give
need
you a
to
happy
watch the
thing.
rainbow all the way out.
So I mean, just like like you excuse me, like you have your kids or whatever, and they go through different stages of things they're enjoying and things they like and whatever. And my son has definitely gone through multiple different changes of things that he's liked and enjoyed, and then the other day he came down here and he was like, because like when he gets his break from school, like that means dad has to be available. So comes down and he's just bouncing around. I'm like, hey, what's up? And he always says the same thing. Nothing, just saying hi. And he's like skipping back and forth. And I'm like, what's going on? What do you need? And it's just like, oh, it's like, and he was like, because he was just kind of dancing back and forth, and it's pretty standard for him. And I was just like, all right, and then he doesn't realize that I'm looking at him as he's hopping from one leg to the other, and I'm thinking about doing that myself, and I'm thinking about my knees exploding. Just like, I'm watching him do it, and I finally was like, dude, what's going on? And he's like, do you think?
Yeah.
It's like, I was like, come on, let's go. He's like, do you think later tonight you want to race Hot Wheels cars with me? And I was like, yes. Race Hot Wheels cars with me. And he had forgotten completely about Hot Wheels for like 2 years, but he must have like dug into his closet and found like his big bin of them and all of his track, and he was just like, it was like a brand new toy. So I was like, oh, thank God. Now, like, so yeah, we set up big Hot Wheels track, and we were testing out different jumps and all this stuff. And now all he's doing is like showing me all these pictures of all this Hot Wheels stuff that he wants for Christmas. And I was like, oh, thank goodness, this will be easy now to get you what you want.
Reignite the fires, man.
But I mean, the big thing for me is that like I did come to that realization too. It's like he's like, I mean, until when and if I ever have grandchildren, I mean, this is like the last. My daughter is already, 13 and hates the world, and just like and so she doesn't. But he's still a kid, right? And I still got him, so I can still just, we're gonna spend 2 hours being complete and total goofs and drive everybody else in the house crazy because we took over the entire kitchen and the living room and the hallway with our giant 7-loop track that don't get close to it, just don't touch it, right, and having so much fun that everybody else in the family finally comes over and says, can we launch a car? No, you don't get to. You were here, you didn't set all this up. We did it, me and him. This is ours. You go watch your TV and play your Among Us or whatever it is that you do.
My son just wants me to sit there and watch him play VR.
Really?
My son does that too. He's
like, Dad, you're sitting at your thing playing a board game. I'm like, you know why I'm not doing that, son? Because you spend so much time looking at me, which is not virtual reality. You need to be looking at the screen to play virtual reality. So I'm not touching any games. I'm not setting up anything because I don't want you to die in virtual reality.
No, he'll be playing like Rogue Squadron or something, and or whatever it is, the VR Star Wars game that came out, and like, and he's just playing it, and he's like, hey dad, and I was like, I'm like reading a book, like 6 feet away, just like, oh, that's awesome.
He like puts his head up like this so he can get his eye out. I see you. I'm like, oh, you're playing the game. Play the game.
But I mean, that's also, I mean, not to be all maudlin, but that's also kind of sweet as well.
It is. It's totally.
Because I know that he just wants me to be excited for him.
Yeah.
And just be happy, for him. Like, I mean, like we were playing Among Us the other day, and he was like, "You want to play some Among Us?" I was like, "Yeah, sure." So we set up a thing, and he and I were playing, and it was getting closer and closer to his bedtime, and he was getting annoyed because he hadn't gotten to be the imposter yet, and then it was just like it was like somehow God knew and just was just like, and he came down and he was just like, and in this 8-player game,
Caleb and his father will be the imposters. And we were just like, and he was like, and he looked at me, he goes, yes. And so he's like sitting right next to me. And we're like, no, go over there. Okay, go over there. Okay, we're going to go right here. And then it was like, immediately, like somebody like accused him of being the imposter at some point. And I was just
Immediately.
like,
He's the imposter.
no, I don't know what it was. Like we killed a couple of people and said, oh, it's got to be Orange. I haven't seen him around. And I said, nope, I totally saw Orange did trash. It's not him. Okay, it's not him then. Just like we just obliterated them. And then like a little while later, somebody accused me, and they're like, no way. It's like, he has shields. Let's go watch him do shields. Okay, let's go watch him do shields. Then those two guys came down with us. We just killed them both. It's like, winners! And it was like right for you to me. I was like, high five. We totally killed that entire spaceship. It was like, I'll remember that for a while. It was just the perfect way to end the evening. I don't know. That's so you gotta the world sucks right now, but you gotta cling to the little tiny things that make you happy.
You're closer.
Yeah, there you go, man.
And let's get the fuck out of here on a happy note. Hey,
there you go. Nobody says anything evil anymore.
Happiness.
Yeah, but just thanks everybody for taking the time to watch. Thanks for everybody for taking the time to watch after the fact.
Man.
If you're watching this at the very end, go watch Jeremy's stuff. Go watch Forrest's stuff. I don't know, tell Barry he's awesome, and go back to Wanderer's Guide for me. All right,
John. Take care, man. Thanks for sticking
around,
around.
everybody.
Take care.